stage and in this room. So once again, a very warm welcome if you are joining us around the world on the global virtual broadcast. I think it'd be a really nice thing, just let us know where you're watching from. Just go on whatever platform you're on, just let us know where you are, and you can really see that global community that is forming around this event. So listening to yesterday's discussions, I think three words really stood out in everything for me. So they were trust, purpose, and collaboration. I think those first two words need to guide everything we do as we imagine the future and what technology can really do to transform it. And the third word, collaboration, I think is the only way in which we can actually deliver on that trust and fulfill the purpose that we spent so much time talking about yesterday. And I thought it was super exciting because what I was seeing in front of me in here and in the room next door and outside in all those conversations was that collaboration that was happening between people. And when I got up here yesterday to start things off and set the scene, I said one of the reasons why we wanted to create this event is because when we were speaking to people, they said they needed a space to sometimes get out of those day-to-day silos, meet people from other industries that, quite frankly, when we're all really busy on another Teams call, that you don't get that opportunity to do. So thank you for entering into the spirit of which it was intended. Thank you for shaking hands, meeting people, entering into those conversations. You did a brilliant job, and all I can do is say, keep going today and have more of those conversations, and hopefully you'll go back to the office tomorrow over the next few days, inspired with a few new ways of thinking. It might only be one thing, but that one thing might be the thing that you take back to the team and really pushes things forward. So thank you very much. Have a great day, and I'd like to introduce our first fireside chat for the day. So we have a session titled Establishing a New Hub for America's Leading Tech Companies. It's with Mayor Parker of the City of Fort Worth, and your moderator is Luke James, Head of Product and Strategy at Reuters Events. If you could welcome to the stage, please.
Have a seat.
Good morning.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Finishing some sentences already,
That's
aren't we?
right.
I know. Absolute pleasure, Matty, to have you on stage, or Mayor Parker. May I call you Matty?
Please, yes, absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, I think Gareth's words there were pretty poignant in terms of collaboration and trust. And in terms of Mayor Parker here, we've got one of the fastest growing cities in the US, doing incredible things from mobility, education, Bitcoin, which we'll talk to. But Matty, you've got an incredible CV. I think you're the youngest mayor of one of the fastest growing cities in the US at 37, only last year.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Am I right that you were also on the Times Next 100 this year announced as well as Rising Stars globally?
Yeah, that's an awesome honor, obviously, to represent my city on the list of leaders across the world. So that'll be a fun party in New York in a few weeks.
Fantastic. So to kick off, talk to us about the actual vision for Fort Worth, what your goal is in 12 months, in 24 months, and then beyond.
So I think for those of you who aren't familiar with Fort Worth, obviously we're in Texas, we're a part of North Texas, which, by the way, the North Texas region will pass Chicago in the next several years as the third largest metro area in the country, which is hard for many of us to believe. Fort Worth was a small town for about 500,000 people for a number of years, and then growth really exploded. We have over 390 people that move to our city every single day right now. And so as mayor, the number one thing you have to do is obviously be smart about managing the growth for those that are there, but recasting a vision for who Fort Worth is now and into the future, which is why I ran for mayor in the first place. You really have to understand that the heart of America right now, we call it the heartland, you had this massive migration happening from coastal cities to cities like Fort Worth, even pre-COVID, and it's only further exacerbated now. And so as a community, we have to really recast a vision on who we want to be in the future and what is industry and business, and which is why I wanted to come this morning and really talk about technology as a big piece of that.
We're going to come to technology as a main part of this, but first, just to frame that, a big part yesterday was collaboration. We spoke to business as driving this change, but often it is the public sector as the facilitator. How do you see Fort Worth's role in bringing industry to the city, to working with tech companies to enable growth?
Yeah. So I come at this from an angle, for 20 years, I was really in state, federal, and local government. I practiced law. I can tell you what government can do well, and I can tell you what it doesn't. And honestly, maybe one inspiration I give with you today is wherever you live across the world in the United States, understand what's happening in your local city and what can your respective industry or business do. If you're a CTO or a CIO, your expertise is absolutely needed in city government because we move at a snail's pace. And there's so much opportunity right now, thanks to the phones that are sitting in your hands right now or next to you at your laptops. The world is at your fingertips. And the way that cities and governments respond is only going to be dependent upon the private industry really pushing us forward. And we have some great partnerships in Fort Worth that we can talk about more. Specifically would be Hillwood and Mobility Innovation Zone at Alliance is really significant. We have a new Entrepreneurship and Innovation Committee, which I love asking our city staff to sit around the table with those committee members to really understand what does it look like moving forward in the city of Fort Worth and what is private industry doing. The second piece is oftentimes we have to be more risk adverse on behalf of our taxpayers, and that's understandable. But when you create these really great partnerships with private sector, you can allow them to take a little more risk for you or inform what the process should look like. And we've learned a lot about that in the P3 process in Fort Worth.
Matthew, are there any specific examples, could be health, mobility, where you can really pinpoint a nice example of Fort Worth working with tech industry?
Yeah, so we've just partnered with Techstars in Fort Worth, which many of you know as a global investment accelerator. And we've created the world's first physical health accelerator in our city. It was a partnership between Goff Capital, Unity Health Science Center, Tarrant County, and the city of Fort Worth. We actually used ARPA dollars that the federal government handed out. So rather than just using those for one-time uses, we thought, let's do something really significant. Our economic development department helped us make that happen. So now we have 10 high-growth startups that are right now in their early stages in Fort Worth, really focus on physical mobility and using technology to really help people's health move forward. So we're excited about that opportunity.
Fantastic. And I think at this time last year, I was speaking with Mayor Adler in Austin around all the work he's been doing in his mayorship around mobility and transportation.
Yeah.
You mentioned access there. Access is a key part of that sort of mobility transportation piece. Are you looking at stuff in a similar capacity in terms of access to goods, services, and what Fort Worth can do as a growing city also to serve this rapidly growing population?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the MIZ, or a Mobility Innovation Zone with Hillwood and Alliance, Texas. Our goal really is to make mobility innovation, Fort Worth and mobility innovation synonymous across the world, and you understand what's happening in our city. We have a variety of different companies anchored now in our community, focused first on cargo that can be moved autonomously through trucking or vehicles. We also are home to Bell, and I think just in the next few days you'll see the first demo of an air taxi in Fort Worth, Texas, which is really exciting for us. So mobility is changing rapidly. I think the one thing we struggle with in cities, in a place like Fort Worth, is public transportation. What does the future of public transportation look like in a sprawled city like Fort Worth, or any Texas city for that matter? And so we're really in that learning curve right now with understanding how to partner better with private sector.
And talk to me a little bit about the decision-making process. There's an absolute host of amazing solutions from the tech world. How are you seeing them? How are you identifying them and selecting which you want to actually work with more closely?
Well, I think the first thing you have to do, back to the people in this room, is I have to be willing to open my door and just learn new things from industry. Like, what's happening? Where do you think there's opportunity? And then offering that. That's how the Bitcoin deal happened, right? That was not city government sitting around like, we should mine Bitcoin, right? Really, it was more about what is happening in technology companies right now, and cryptocurrencies at the center of that, blockchain technology, and then working with the Texas Blockchain Council to make that possible. Those are just simple conversations and me having an open door at the City Hall. And then a special tribute to some city staff members that we have that are really thinking outside the box and making this a goal that they have to understand where we're headed.
So on the Bitcoin piece, I imagine folk in the room may have some awareness, but maybe to people watching more globally, talk to us what that is, where you've come and what you've achieved so far.
So we were the first city really in the world to mine Bitcoin as a community. So we did so in a way that was zero risk to taxpayers. We had 3 mining machines donated to us, able to plug them into our server room at City Hall. Why would a city do that? First and foremost, when you're a city like Fort Worth, Texas, you want to be on the map. It worked for us. We had over 700 million impressions across the world. I was doing interviews with CNBC and others, things talking about our city in a new and different way, which I was really happy about. The second piece is understanding we have industry leaders in Texas that are really looking at Texas blockchain with Texas Blockchain Council to help us inform this process. So the pilot program's almost up. We'll do a report to City Council in the next few weeks. I like ruffling feathers, right? If you're going to be a millennial mayor, why not do things a little bit differently? I learned a tremendous amount in that process. By no means are we taking a side on cryptocurrency. This was really a learning curve for us. And what's great is there are technology companies that took an interest in Fort Worth that wouldn't have before because they didn't know who we were. They didn't understand the story and what we're trying to do differently. And as a mayor of a fast-growing city, that's my number one priority.
I know you mentioned the report's a couple of weeks away. Is there anything already before that you can share sort of bigger picture of what you've learned, or is it still we've got to wait till the report comes?
I can't get in front of city council members. They get a little fussy. But I will say this, that I hope that it continues, right? And we enter this next legislative process in Austin starting in January. And how do we partner with our legislative leaders in Austin and understand what does it look like for Texas to be known more synonymously with cryptocurrency as well. So I think we're in that learning place right now.
And you mentioned what it did for the profile of the city and bringing awareness and I suppose business into Fort Worth. Is that looking at hype cycles of tech as well and thinking actually what, from a solution base or just from an awareness and a profile perspective we can look at which will help us?
Yeah.
Is that something you're looking at? Are you looking at the hottest trends now, sort of to say where do we want to be
Yeah.
next year? Well, what's our next pilot going to be?
Well, I think for Fort Worth, I mean, look, technology is in every single industry now, right? And some people, we want to be a city that's a tech hub, but I would argue we actually already are if we are selling our companies better. I mean, we're home to Lockheed Martin where the F-35 is built in Fort Worth, right? They're gonna hire over 38,000 people in the next 20 years in our city. Every single employee, no matter what their role is, will have something to do with technology. We're home to companies like Paul Andrews' TTI, that's now a Berkshire Hathaway company. BNSF is now a technology company. I could keep going. We're also home to some really important tech-enabling companies like Deloitte and Charles Schwab, just on the outskirts of Fort Worth. So my job as mayor to really understand what does the next innovation look like and how do you embrace the technology that's happening in those private sector companies to understand what do you need from city government. Sometimes it's just get out of the way, right? But sometimes it's actually to facilitate more growth and opportunity, and that's something we're working on in our city.
So we've spoken to the Bitcoin piece. We've spoken on mobility. I know education is something you've got a strong passion and background in. We spoke earlier, you mentioned the T3 partnership.
Yeah.
Give the folks a quick synopsis of what T3 was and also then how EdTech is something which actually has a huge potential for the city and actually the younger population is growing up in it.
So many of you, depending on where you live, you've probably heard of college promise programs, right? Where you're trying to make tuition free for students to go on to college. Over a series of years when I was still chief of staff, our former mayor, we started traveling the country understanding what College Promise can offer for students and what's missing. The key thing is this, I'll give you some statistics for Tarrant County, but they're no different, honestly, across major urban counties in this country. In the United States right now in Tarrant County, only 23% of our students make it to a 2-year or 4-year credential after high school graduation. 70% of jobs require a post-secondary credential. Business leaders like yourselves are screaming for talent. What is missing is your innovation infused into K-12 institutions education. It has to change rapidly and now. We are so far behind. We are educating our students the same way we have been since the 50s and 60s and expecting those students to graduate high school and be successful. It's not working. The second thing in the United States we've got to do is stop telling every kid they need to go to 4 university. It's not working. There are reasons why major companies are now saying, come to me at 18, I'll train you. I mentioned BNSF earlier. 85% of their jobs only require a high school diploma, but they want to do all the training within. We have to embed something differently in K through 12. And technology is a huge piece of that. If you talk to leaders across our city, especially in our urban school districts situated inside of our loop, they would tell you technology is one of the most intimidating things as instructors, but it's also something their students are trying to keep up with because they're carrying around these smartphones in their pockets. It's all at their fingertips. We have to teach students how to use technology for good and further their education. I could go on a tirade about this some more, so I can just tell you what we're doing in Tarrant County is working, and there are examples probably in all of your cities that I could point to in nonprofit and philanthropy that are leading in this effort. What is missing usually is business leaders able to work with K through 12 because the bureaucracy makes you all crazy and you don't have time for it, right? But you would love to be able to get your hands on influential 16 and 17-year-olds who are really eager to come and work in your companies. They just don't know those possibilities are there. So there's a lot of conversation in the country right now around racial equity work, especially education. It matters, but you have to show these students that come from low-income backgrounds and zip codes where quality education doesn't exist, you have to show them there is something different and possible for them. And I promise you, it's not always just the teacher. It has to be a business leader like yourselves to really open up their possibility.
It's a pretty inspirational response. You know, we had a conversation yesterday about young 20-year-olds doing some really, really amazing projects in the biosphere, for those of you who recall. And there is this gap between maybe business are looking at talent, but maybe their purpose isn't aligning. And I think what you've spoken today on that 16 to 20 gap is huge. And I think I want to sort of move on to your vision. So Fort Worth is this rapidly growing city. It's increasingly getting attention on a global scale. What's your vision? And if we speak again in a year's time, in 2 years' time, what do you want to say? Hey, we spoke to Tech for Good, we spoke to education, we're sampling new models of technology we can use. Yeah. What should we expect?
Well, I think first of all, if you haven't been to Fort Worth, I would describe us as a surprising city. When you come to us for the first time and you visit the historic Fort Worth stockyards and you understand what it looks like to stay in a world-class hotel, but also see the world's only twice daily cattle drive in the stockyards, or go to a concert at Billy Bob's. But you could also go to our cultural district and visit the Kimball, or go down to Sundance Square. There are beautiful places across our city. So first of all, we're surprising. We're not Dallas, right? We're almost 45-minute drive from the city of Dallas. We're the 13th largest city and rapidly growing. We're expected to eclipse Austin in the next 10 years, which is really hard for those of us to believe that have good roots here in this city. But technology needs to be something for all people. And in our community, the number one priority I have is making sure we're taking care of our small business community and those that live in our city, to make sure technology is available to them, which is kind of why being in a room like this is really exciting to me. Secondly, what does it look like to attract and retain top talent? Businesses follow talent, period. And you've seen that across COVID. Why do you think businesses are relocating? Because the talent is relocating. And the number one thing I should do as mayor is make sure we have a high quality of life in our community. A beautiful city, parks, public safety, all of those things. That's what every mayor really wants for their community. But now people are really responding by moving their families across the country to a city that they want to live in, and then businesses will respond accordingly. So I think in a year's time, you're going to see these efforts really bear fruit. And it may not be the big corporate relocation. We would love to have that also. But the next startup growth opportunity can absolutely happen in Fort Worth, because we're hungry for that talent. We don't take you for granted. And importantly, I hope you've noticed from why a mayor would come to an event like this and wake up at 4 a.m. to get here to drive in, is really because our doors are open. I want to learn from industry leaders like yourselves to understand what it needs to move a city forward.
Fantastic. And actually, my final question, Matthew, was going to be almost a takeaway. You semi-touched on it there. You folk in front of us, what's your message to them? And that they could be from big business or startup. Is it the same message? Is it nuanced? And what would you leave them with?
Well, first I would say, if you depending on what your company does or is looking at, introduce yourself to Fort Worth. There's always a connection point, whether your company's moving or just has business in a city like us. So please come visit us. The second piece would be, even if you're not, I do care about other American cities. If you're working across this country, touch base with who your city government is. When was the last time you attended a city council meeting? Do you know who your mayor is, your city council member? What are they doing that you think that is missing, especially as someone that's leading in technology and information technology in your respective companies? I promise you, a 10-minute conversation will open their eyes to so much. So maybe when you go home, use that as a level of inspiration. You just made me think. Final question, I promise. Other cities, what's your relationship like with other mayors? Are you looking at this very much on the same page? Is it a collaborative approach? Are there cities which you share ideas, and who might they be? Well, I think unlike a lot of other political systems that you see where there's constant infighting and partisanship, mayors really do work together. Councils usually work together. Most of us run nonpartisan, at least we do in my city. But it's not uncommon for me to touch base with mayors across this country, whether it's Greg Fisher in Louisville or Kate Gallego in Phoenix, Mayor Suarez in Miami. It is really fun. I also think your mayors usually reflect the flavor of your city. I told this story at my State of the City a few weeks ago, but we had a great party in Austin for South by Southwest. We had the Fort Worth House. We looked really cool. We had a hip-hop band playing, and I invited some mayors who were all in town for South by. Mayor Adler was there, and Mayor Suarez was on this balcony hanging out, dancing. It's cold outside, by the way, and he's got his shirt unbuttoned. He's tan. He's dancing, and someone goes, "That's got to be the mayor of Miami." And I joked that we sort of do reflect and work together. I think that, I hope that for this country and all the political upheaval, mayors can be an inspiration of what it looks like to get things done and work together. Well, I mean, you sound like a great bunch to go out with. Yeah, so we are a lot of fun, for sure. Fantastic. Well, look, Mayor Parker, absolute privilege talking to you today. Thank you. And please hear the message, talk to Fort Worth, and keep the conversation going. Come see us. Thank you all very much. Have a great day. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mayor Parker and Luke for that conversation. This next panel, I don't think could be any more timely. So apart from obviously the big news yesterday happening at Reuters Momentum, you probably saw the other big news in the tech world yesterday was Meta's announcement of Quest Pro, which wasn't really just a hardware announcement. And I think what's really interesting potentially about this next panel, and I'm sure they might get into it, was the announcement of the Microsoft partnership that they did there too. So if we are going to be talking about where are the real business opportunities in the metaverse, maybe yesterday was one of the big days where we're really starting to see those form and starting to mature. So with that, I will stop talking, let the experts talk about this, and I'll pass you over to your moderator in the panel, Tom Romanoff, Director of Policy Project at the Bipartisan Policy Center. If you'd like to welcome them to the stage, please.
Apologies for that, everybody. I was getting mic'd up. Still have to deal with real world time zones and all that fun stuff. So thanks for being with us today. My name is Tom Romanoff. I am the director of the Bipartisan Policy Center, and we are a think tank in Washington, D.C., where we've been working on metaverse and the public policy touch points that entail as we're looking at this potential for very disruptive technology. I'm joined today with some great panelists. Thank you for being here. And I'll just run down the line for some quick introductions. We'll dive right into the conversation. But with us today is Rika Nakazawa, who's Group Vice President of Connected Industry and Sustainability for Americas. Matt White, who is the CEO of Berkeley Synthetic and Principal of Metaverse Standards Forum, right? I hope I got that right. And Renji Bajoy, very nice to meet you, founder and CEO of Immersed. So first things first, and I know a lot of these panels kind of dive into what is the metaverse, but I think it's good for us to baseline it a little bit. So I'll start with Rika. What's your definition of the metaverse?
I was just telling Tom I took a red eye last night, so of course you would pick on me first. I was on the West Coast. So let me anchor what I'm going to say by first mentioning that I worked for NVIDIA back in 2006 for a few years. And at NVIDIA, I was in the mobile group, I was in the notebook group, and then I landed somehow in the games, the developer relations group. And so the last mile I did at NVIDIA really was my entry point into how I think about the metaverse today, which is really about the parallel existence of how we are in the physical world with the digital world and the infinite possibilities that there is to create things in that virtual world. And you know, when I step back and think about all the different ways you could define the metaverse, and people do define the metaverse, it's of course fascinating to think that Second Life was 20 years old, right? And some people might say that Second Life was, or Sims, right? Electronic Arts Sims were the first instances of the metaverse, which was creating a virtualized existence of yourself, whether as a direct correlation of your person in the physical world or perhaps an imagined or created one. And I think the metaverse today is really, I'll use an old-fashioned word, is really a portal into a whole new era of how commerce, well, how we work, live, and play, right? So how commerce, how we transact, how we interface, interact, and how we really leverage and harness the capabilities of where technology is today in a way that's going to define a whole new era of that existence. And so that wasn't the most eloquent that I've been, but I'm going to go with that for now.
It's understandable. Red eyes are the worst. So Renji, you're actually building an application for the metaverse. How would you define it?
Yeah. So, well, I guess I have a little bit more of a restrictive type definition on it personally. I know a lot of people try to consider almost everything, like even GoldenEye on the N64 back in the days of metaverse. I don't know if I agree with that, but so for context on us, we're partnered with Meta, ByteDance, Microsoft, and all the sort of AR, VR tech giants on virtual reality offices. And so if you watch the Meta Connect announcement yesterday with the new headset and everything. Every single time you saw screens, that was immersed. It said immersed in the bottom right corner. Yeah. So according to Meta, immersed is the only VR, AR application that people use 40 to 50 hours a week, every week. Because the way it works is it connects your headset to your laptop, it spawns 5 virtual screens. I could even be on an airplane, have 5 screens with me at all times, but I could also have my coworkers in there. We could multi-screen share, we could whiteboards. So it's quite literally recreating the in-person office experience for remote or hybrid teams. And so this is what we believe is sort of a first version of a truly immersive type metaverse, where almost like the movie Ready Player One, if you've ever seen that, or if you've even read the book, watch the movie Steven Spielberg directed. It's really, really good. Ready Player One sort of shows people who don't necessarily have the resources to live in the most affluent areas around the world. So some people who even live in what they call the stacks, sort of a lower income, sort of maybe today more like a trailer park sort of thing. Even people with that sort of situation were able to log into a 3D immersive internet that allowed them to, be able to have even like a private island like Richard Branson, which you can't have in the real world if you don't have the resources for that. And so what we believe a metaverse is something where people are able to kind of log into a 3D immersive type internet, similar to how the current Web 2 version of the internet today, you go to different websites that take the most of your time or attention, or you use a mobile app that does, like TikTok or Instagram or whatever. But fast forward to today and kind of our future, the Web 3 version of the internet is going to be this metaverse where there's not going to be one metaverse, there's going to be multiple different metaverses. Immerse is going to have our metaverse. Meta, ByteDance, Microsoft, Apple, all of them are going to have their own versions of a metaverse, and they all have different takes on it, right? Like I know Zuckerberg talks about surfing in VR and playing basketball in VR. That's not my view. Like for me, I want people to be able to do their workday and be able to, fly to New York so you don't have to take red eyes and feel like you're actually there, have your meetings, be productive, then at the end of the day, take your headset off and be with your family and your friends again. And so for us, we're trying to make the definition of what it means to go to work, put on a pair of Apple glasses, Facebook glasses, maybe someday immersive glasses or something, but you log into that metaverse, which is just a virtual world. I know back when Facebook renamed to Meta, a lot of people were thinking metaverse meant Facebook's universe, but really it just means virtual universe. So they just renamed to make that association. So all I have to say, it's going to be something where if you didn't see Meta Connect, you're going to be mind blown the next 6 months. There's a ton of headsets coming out that are sort of these thin, sleek, thin visor headsets. It's no longer this brick block thing on your head anymore, but instead it's these like really sleek, thin profile headsets, which they've given us access to. We've for the past year, I've been working in that, and this is starting to hit me pretty hard. Like, holy crap, I've been working in this space for 5.5 years, and finally people are going to start. And I met a guy playing basketball who was pitching me on the idea that you can work in VR. And I was like, oh yeah, that's our app. Yeah. So it's really cool just seeing it in the wild, but this metaverse to come is actually not 5 or 10 years away. This is actually happening really in the next 6 to 12 months.
Well, we're going to get back to that point, but I also want to ask Mark. So you're trying to marry all these different things, I'm sorry, Matt. Apologies for that.
No worries.
But you're trying to marry these conversations to create a standard out there. So what would be kind of your approach to defining the metaverse?
Yeah, so I've been in this a little while. The Open Metaverse Foundation was founded in 2006 at the height of the Linden Lab Second Life craze. And so, it was founded on these principles of open software and open specifications to support an open metaverse, right? My simplest definition is it's the 4D internet. And so 3 dimensions of space, 1 dimension of time being persistence, and that being a very important factor. It really represents a convergence of a lot of different technologies, a lot of different industries, and it's not deterministic because everybody has their own view of what it should be, right? And how to get there. My personal belief is that and not everyone may agree with this, but we're still 10 to 15 years out from having a complete the metaverse, right? One metaverse to unite all virtual worlds. Yeah. And so I think of it more as a network of interconnected and interoperable virtual worlds where you have the seamless movement and frictionless experiences moving your avatars and assets through virtual worlds. Virtual worlds will be permissioned. That there has to be security and privacy in place. I see decentralization playing a big part. And I would say that the metaverse will probably spawn a very large economy, right? Jensen Huang, speculates that it will be, greater than than our real world economy at some point, right? And that's certainly possible.
Yeah.
But we need underlying standards and interoperability to support all of that and all the innovation that takes place on top of that.
Yeah, for sure. So I want to get to a point that you made, which was over the next 12 months, we're going to see some really cool metaverse products. You just mentioned 15 years potentially until we get to a metaverse. And there's a Washington Post article that came out today about the Quest Pro, where there was a sense that the metaverse is still far away. This is a really cool technology, but the metaverse as we're envisioning it is still far away. And you've married that with some platforms that are struggling to clarify their daily user rate, but they're valued at billions of dollars, right? So how do we reconcile that kind of business need to invest in the metaverse with potentially low or lagging user metrics or adaptability? And how do we kind of try to project that out into kind of a mainstream adoption of the metaverse?
Well, I think it's important to also consider, like, even when history repeats itself, like back when Windows 95 was a thing, though most people didn't have a computer and most people didn't necessarily use the internet still was there and people were using it. And I think that fast forward to like AOL in the 2000s, Windows XP, et cetera, that became way more of a thing like, oh, now everyone uses the internet. If you don't, like, are you on email? It's like, that's something that became more widespread. So I think likewise when people talk about, hey, like the metaverse is really starting to happen now, I think this is more Windows 95, like eventually it'll be, PS5, beautiful graphics, all that type of stuff. But as of right now, it's kind of a shorter term thing. I'll let them kind of speak to the other pieces though.
Rika, did you have anything you want to add? I know it's a red eye, but.
No. It's good. I'm bright-eyed now. Yeah, it does come back to context, right? You can't broad brush and say, well, what's the killer app? Or the always what people ask. It really depends on what the use case is, right? It does come back to the use case because ultimately it's about what's the value the metaverse is going to bring forward. So in terms of how you measure success of a platform using traditional models of daily active users, is maybe not the right approach anymore because people are going to derive different value from using, maybe it's a sporadic use of the metaverse for some medical treatment or depression or some other use of it, right? Because I work for an AR, VR, XR too for a startup in that space. So I really enjoyed that time, but I remember that one of the biggest challenges was that even with the sophistication that we had at that time a few years ago with headsets, it was still a lot about how you change behavior of people, right? And we were working a lot in the industrial space and it's like, well, it's kind of hard to get people that have gotten used to a certain way of doing things for 30 years to switch and have what they called goggles on. I still love the word goggles because, think of headsets. But so when we think about what is the business value, it really needs to be contextualized within the industry space, the user. So I think design thinking, human-centered design principles have got to apply here. And frankly, as well, some of the physics of it, I don't know if it's in the next 6 to 12 months, I hope it is, because in that bell curve of people that can wear the headset all day, like Lucky, right, can wear the headset all day, and then you have the people that within 10 seconds are like, bleh. Well, I'm over here, unfortunately, so I'm like, really waiting for the VR headset that I can potentially wear all day. But to your point, it's not necessarily going to be this thing that, oh, if somebody wears this headset all day, that's a measure of success, because it really depends on what people are going to be using that for. So let's start thinking about standards or benchmarks by industry or by the use case that's going to determine what the value is and how you define if indeed we've arrived at a metaverse nirvana.
Anything you want to add there?
Sure. Yeah, I think we're really in the middle of an innovation cycle, right? This is the right time to invest in startups that are trying new things, and to invest in less sexy spaces like standards development, right? And we need government and private equity to help move that along. That being said, there are a lot of technologies that are present today that represent either technologies that will be a part of the metaverse or that will lead to subsequent technologies that are part of the metaverse, right? And so, talking about VR goggles, 16% of Americans have a VR headset, but only 6% of Americans use that headset at least once a year. And so, there's a challenge with, VR sickness and other issues. The degree of immersion is, varies. And certainly there's going to be more developments out of academia and out of private industry that will help further, move us ahead. But what I would say is that the metaverse doesn't need to be enjoyed in 3D, right? It doesn't have to be on a headset. We should be designing for all screens in all use cases. The reason why I say that is because we have a pretty substantial digital divide, and we haven't moved the dial quite as where we need to be, even with broadband in this country, to facilitate everyone going out and buying the latest $1,500 headset. So there are challenges there, and but I think right now is the time for communities to come together. The Metaverse Standards Forum is really about bringing disparate, different communities together to come and talk about some of the technical challenges that we're going to face and how we can feed those requirements into SDOs, which are standards development organizations, so that they will develop those standards so that we can have a common framework to innovate on and to create interconnectedness so that we can all enjoy the same medium.
Yeah, and I think to add to that, whether we like it or not, a lot of the tech giants do they almost earn their right to influence what ends up happening with this next generation of computing. Meaning, if Apple says that they're coming out with their new thin visor headset the first half of next year, they're coming out with it, and whether people like it or not, people are going to start adopting it. Meaning, I remember even when the AirPods first came out, they were not a new technology. Like in-ear Bluetooth earphones were also already a thing by Samsung and Bose and others. Right. Except for when Apple came out with this ended up making more revenue than like Netflix and Shopify and Spotify and all these companies combined just from the one revenue stream of this. Right. Because not only did Apple have massive reach, they also created a form factor that people actually wanted. Right. And so if you look at some of the leaked renderings and patents that Apple has been working on, it's pretty mind-blowing to see where the tech giants are headed. So yes, Meta has their approach to it, and so does Microsoft and Lenovo and HP and others and Apple. But because those are the tech giants that whose products people are using, like even the iPad they're using, the iPhones we have in our pockets, Google and the Android phones that people might have here in the crowd, if they're pushing the agenda of wanting to integrate those devices, it's gonna happen. Now the question is not if, but when that happens. And so the way that we've been seeing people using VR headsets today at Immerse specifically, they're not using it like 8 hours straight, but they do use it just as much as they use their computer screen. So usually we see 2 to 4 hour sessions. This is actually a crazy stat. Our first time user session on average, like the first time a user ever downloads Immerse and puts it on, the average session time is 2 hours and 9 minutes, which blows my freaking mind because I'm like, okay, well, it's mainly because they get their screens in VR, they get their devices in there, and they're in these really cool, compelling worlds. And because it's a little bit more of a stationary type thing, it's not like a roller coaster app that'll make you nauseous. And VR headsets have come a long way as far as nausea and things like that. Like when we go through all of our customer surveys, we haven't really heard anything about nausea probably since like 2020, since the Quest 2 came out. All that to say, it's been crazy to see how the new form factors that are coming out are solving for a lot of the issues that users have had as far as like screen text readability or how heavy the thing is on your head, like ergonomics and all of that, so battery life, et cetera. So because the tech giants are financially incentivized to make these things happen, it just feels like it's going to happen, regardless of just when, but it's not even a question of if at this point.
Yeah. There's certainly people who, anytime Apple comes out with a new product, they want that product.
Yeah, I even bought the AirPods Maxes, and when they first came out, they kind of sucked, but I still bought them because they're Apples. I heard they got a lot better, though. So.
Yeah. Well, I want to kind of detangle a common thread here. You mentioned that there needs to be private investment or venture capital in there, also government investment on that front, and you're mentioning some of the headsets. So I'm just curious, what in your perspectives is going to drive users to the mainstream of the metaverse? Is it hardware? Is it applications? Something in between? And in that question, what role do brands have for driving adoption of the metaverse?
I think it's experience, right? So anytime you can make the experience more seamless and going back to human-centered design principles, how can you do so? COVID-19 had a big part to play, I think, in terms of how things have really accelerated around the metaverse topic, because there's been a massive digitalization and ingestion of digital across every facet of the world. And so when you think about how quickly different demographics and groups have adopted, equity and access aside, and there's definitely disparity there, but even with the digital divide, in many pockets of the world, you've now created a whole ecosystem and a seamlessness of how people create, right? And so when we were all stuck at home and on our devices with nothing much other to do, then there's a whole new breed of creators. Look at the rise of TikTok and the seamlessness and the ease by which people could create and lo and behold monetize on that creation in a way that's more decentralized than it's ever been before. So I think in the role that brands have to play around that is how can they make themselves relevant in these experiences? Because gone are the days that we're going to stand through an ad, right? We really want to be able to have something that's going to be compelling and relevant to me. And this is where, as you were saying, it's a convergence of a lot of technologies, right? So AI has a part to play in this in terms of the experience and the seamlessness. And interoperability is going to be critical, right? So that if we can create this real seamlessness of how people are going to be able to engage, monetize, entertain, and also be able to dance with brands and other players within the ecosystem, that's going to be key. Of course, there's risk inherent in that, security and privacy and all those other things that need to be thought through from a standards perspective. But ultimately, it's about those applications, but not applications for application's sake, but really, how do we enable a seamless experience, and then how do we make it easy and empower people to be part of that economy that the metaverse promises to stand up?
Yeah, further to that, I think if we can get more power in the hands of creators and more ownership for consumers, I think that creates a more compelling offering. Definitely the immersiveness and the user experience has to be frictionless and exceptional. At the same time, you could likely monetize in the metaverse and without having to go immerse yourself in it. And that's where AI plays a big role. I could foresee one person running some giant dominion using a bunch of autonomous agents to go and perform services in the metaverse, right? There's certainly, in generative AI, there's using these large language models, we're able to create two-dimensional, now three-dimensional images and videos. You could create an entire virtual world just through, wordsmithing what you'd like to see, right? And so I think giving the opportunity for folks to have, and I'm a big proponent of decentralization, I would hate to see us repeat the mistakes of Web 2.0. Mm-hmm. I think decentralization plus self-sovereign identity, self-custodial data, those give more power and more privacy to users. That's not to say that there won't be clever people that figure out how to slam a three-dimensional pop-up ad in your face. But realistically, we have to look at this from a lens of how can we make this compelling for people, but also gain consumer confidence.
Right. So let me pull on that thread a little bit. With the metaverse being seen as interoperable with Web3 and the role that NFTs and cryptocurrency might play in that, it seems like it's going to move towards a decentralized model, or at least that's what a lot of people are proposing. But that's a new business model. It's not going to fit the same mold that we have with Web 2.0. Mm-hmm. So where is the monetary transition happening there?
I mean, so there's actually if you haven't listened to the Bankless podcast with Gary Vee, he actually talks about this a little bit as far as about a year ago, people were going almost like too hardcore Web3. We kind of need to pull the reins a little bit, be more like Web 2.5 almost. Like, how do we get Web 2.0 people who are very comfortable with that to better understand the concepts of the Web 3.0 world? And so when it comes to, like for me, I have no doubt in my mind that things like a digital currency or digital ownership is going to be important in a digital world. It just makes sense. But when it comes to the education or the learning curve, that's going to be the hardest part. But there's a lot of startups out there who are starting to get additional funding, and VCs in the Web3 space are starting to notice this. If the startup does make it a priority to on-ramp or onboard a lot of the Web 2.0 people into Web 3.0 concepts, without even having to use the phrase NFT or because oftentimes people think NFT equals JPEG, which that's not what it means. It's non-fungible token, which just means digital ownership, whether it be a profile picture or some sort of digital decor or like NFT flair, like I guess Nike avatar shirt or virtual real estate, different things like that based on your different metaverse. All these things are gonna have to be concepts that are almost dumbed down, or even just like a better user experience for people who don't need to have, they don't need that knowledge gap to be bridged, right? There's a lot of concepts that will exist in this metaverse sort of world, this virtual world, that are pretty one-to-one with the real world. And so we don't have to use a lot of these kind of esoteric type words because it's just not helpful for people. So I think when we start thinking about a Web 2.5 world, I think that's a little bit more, and again, that's not an actual technical term, it just means taking Web 3.0 concepts and bringing it more kind of centered to what Web 2.0 concepts already exist. That's what will get a lot more mainstream adoption. So to be real, we probably won't even be using the phrase NFT a few years from now.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we don't use the word user-generated content as much anymore, but that's really what's happening in the creation space. And so I think that that's the other thing that's really, really, really exciting is that the digital natives, I don't know where the demarcation points of that are anymore, but sure enough, millennials and Generation Z are coming in, and we don't know what we don't know yet about what's possible. And there's a certain fearlessness. And that's a piece that I think is really exciting of what's possible because there are all these different innovations that have happened since the dawn of the internet. And so this idea of being able to have this world where people can create new models and create new ways of being able to ride on the rails of Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency, Ethereum, and other ways that innovators like the founder of Ethereum is doing is creating a lot of other opportunities. And I think that this disruption and innovation that's happening, we don't even know yet what that's going to look like. But sure enough, what's going to be happening is that the people that are quite comfortable with taking on risks and taking on challenges and forming new ideas and new concepts and trying them out and having an audience around it, it doesn't have to be global, right? You just need an audience that's really going to create a momentum and a movement around it is incredibly exciting. And we have, standards operators, entrepreneurs that are really building some of that scaffolding for a lot of that innovation to happen.
Yeah, I was just going to add quickly that Web3 has a few challenges, right? And most of those are around user experience, standards, and scalability.
Like SEC stuff.
And so it's incumbent upon us as we look to the next iteration of the internet that we take the best of what's there and solve some of those issues along the way, right?
So this is for you, Matt. In building out the kind of back end of standards and interoperability on that front, is there anything from kind of Web 2.0 or other standards that you've seen in, let's say, gaming space or whatever that you're drawing inspiration from?
So I don't know that we have consensus across all industries of the building blocks to get us to the metaverse. I do see that some folks believe it should be built on the back of web technology, and there's a very large camp from the gaming side that's saying, no, we need something that's lower latency, we need to use something like Quick or some subsequent protocol that satisfies those needs. So like I said earlier, it's maybe not exciting work, but getting consensus and standardizing helps us to build on a common framework, right? And allow startups to innovate and people to participate with frictionless experiences.
No. Rika, did you want to add anything there?
He said it perfectly.
Great. So in terms of the second part of what we were first trying to detangle in terms of business investment and then kind of the research and development and innovation needed to really drive adoption, is there anything you can point to? I think you mentioned there's the motion sickness issue and trying to figure out a way to fix that. Any other areas where researchers might be able to prioritize kind of development for widespread adoption of the metaverse?
Yeah, I'm going to jump right in there because a passion area for me is sustainability and ESG. I would really love for research and investments to really dive deeply into figuring out how this fulcrum called the metaverse is really going to help us solve some big issues that we have in the spectrum of sustainability and ESG. One of the biggest challenges, so I interviewed a woman for some research that I'm doing around the intersection of digital transformation, ESG, and the pandemic. And she's gone from the design thinking world into AI. And she said, you know, AI tends to be this black box, you know, a lot of it on a pedestrian level, think, okay, information comes in and magic comes out on the other side. She said that what she finds really compelling about where AI is going within this ecosystem of other emerging technologies is the ability for us to finally really understand the full breadth of causal links. And causal links is simply just the upstream, downstream impact of a decision that a certain individual or group of people or community or nation state makes. And so given that the metaverse and one idea around it is a combination of interoperable, or multiverse is a combination of metaverses altogether, imagine if we were able to really create that fabric in a way that today how retailers are using digital twins as a form of a metaverse of sorts to imagine and fashion things in a far more efficient, a more sustainable, less wasteful way. What can we do with a multiverse that is finally able to encompass all of those things and give us true visibility into the butterfly that flaps its wings over here, why and where it has impact along the way to create the tidal wave on the other side from that phrase. So that's where I would love for research and development investment money to go into, is to solve what's called a wicked problem in the world of sustainability.
Cool, great point. In terms of, and this is a question for you, you know, there's the equity and access conversation around the metaverse. It assumes that people have sight, they have the same senses as anybody else, or folks that are, you know, disabled in some way may not be able to access the same metaverse as those who are not. So, you know, how do you envision there being kind of a adoption of the metaverse for folks that might need it?
Yeah, I mean, there are companies that are working on things like haptic suits that touch and feel is more of an interface that you can actually interact with the metaverse as well. I mean, there's going to be a bunch of different technologies. I know Elon Musk is working on like Neuralink apparently, or has invested 2% of his time towards that. And that's, I guess, the generation after AR, VR is just you just plug your brain into the thing. And so, I mean, longer term, I'm not 100% sure how a lot of these tech giants are going to figure this out. And the reason why I keep saying tech giants is just in today's world, because hardware we've seen is the biggest limiting factor for most people adopting this metaverse, which, by the way, like when I remember like 5.5, 6 years ago when I first got into this space, most people I hadn't even tried VR at that point. But I think about a month ago, I was doing a talk at a school, and it was just with a bunch of different classes coming in. And with each class, I had them raise their hand if they've ever tried VR or own a VR headset. And over 80% of them raised their hand, which blew my mind. They were between the ages of 12 to 16. And so for me, I'm like, all right, well, maybe my parents and my cousins and my friends, most of them don't have AR, VR headsets, but it seems like, and there's also a stat that you probably know this as well, that like the Oculus Quest 2 or the Meta Quest 2 for the past 2 Christmases sold more than Xboxes and PS5s. Oh, wow. So it's showing that this is starting to hit some level of critical mass. And again, like even if there's only something like, say, 15 million daily active users, that's still, out of 8 billion people, 0.2% of people on the planet. So 99.8% chance you're not someone who uses this product today. But as there are more and more users who give feedback saying, hey, I can't access this, I can't do this, that's feedback that, actually I know firsthand that Meta actually has a lot of people working internally at Meta who survey a lot of people who might have only one hand, but you know, there's 2 hand tracking functionalities in VR, or they might only have one eye, or whatever the case may be. It's been cool to see the efforts. I know a lot of people give Zuckerberg a lot of crap, but us seeing it on the other side of things, just seeing how much time and effort they put towards research, things like nausea, which on the Quest 2, like I've heard little to no complaints. On the new headset that I've been working in for the past year, still like 0 complaints at all. It's been really cool to see the amount of research and effort they put into those things in order to make this more easily adoptable. Because again, people are not going to adopt a form factor they don't want. And so because of that, tech giants are financially incentivized to build something that people want. And so this metaverse is not going to be this thing. It's like, oh, I don't want to be part of this thing. It's like, if you're not going to want to be part of this thing, that's not going to be the thing that is going to be attracting you in the first place. It's going to be something that is compelling, that the tech giants have done a ton of surveying and doing what they can to hit product market fit in order to be able to make this compelling to you and me and even people younger than us. So all that to say, even when it comes to the different pockets of people who might have disabilities or just some sort of inability to get into this metaverse, they are financially incentivized to lower that barrier. And that's why I really believe that even when it comes to regulation or whatever else, oftentimes kind of the private sector, when it comes to companies and public companies as well, they ultimately are the ones who like have earned the right to be heard because they just have figured out like mathematical incentive models to make sure they get the most number of users, right?
Sure.
So,
Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. I think, so Kenji's point, the BCI, like the...
Neuralink stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's...
No, thank you, by the way.
Yeah. It may be dystopian. It might be actually that quantum leap in being able to actually interact with these virtual worlds, right? In my mind right now, I see, a revival of parks because everyone's going to put on these headsets and have all these controllers and be running around banging into each other, and it just it's very interesting. But I think when we talk accessibility, and everyone jumps to AI as a solution, but it has a lot of practical use cases, right? We'll step away from bias and data, but realistically, we can do things like real-time translation. We can do audio descriptions, descriptive audio. We can do a lot of these things to help enable people that don't have full access to get the same experience or a similar experience.
Yeah.
And then, on the other side of things, I think as time goes on, these devices will become more commoditized and more accessible, right? And I suspect that we will continue to roll out 5G and cover more territory and be able to give everybody an opportunity to participate in the metaverse economy.
Yeah. Rika, did you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I'll just say that when we talk about disability, perhaps we can protract that out to a little bit, talking more about access, handicap in terms of handicap to access of things. And so what I think is possible with the metaverse and the ability for less developed nations, for example, that have become digitalized because of COVID, and going back to that point, is how do we create these economies for them to be able to increase their wealth in a way that's going to help them address other traditional handicap things, right? So it's really about the wealth creation and being able to distribute some of the ways that value creation is going to be happening, and therefore increasing access. And the other piece I'll mention is access in the sense of equity. There's a lot of work that's done around using metaverse to enhance empathy. So the idea, and this ties a little bit back to sustainability too, right? So how do we use the metaverse for people to be able to be who they want to be versus being judged for how people think who they are, and therefore being able to remove those handicaps that exist from bias fundamentally, right? Which is a whole nother big topic. But that's how I also think about removing handicaps, removing disabilities, is really about the possibilities that you can allow people to create and move past those biases that were encumbering them in the real world.
Yeah. So you mentioned there's a good adoption by younger folks, and I'm just curious, one thing that the current Web 2.0 business model gets pinged a lot about is privacy. And that business model is always being looked at by Congress, especially right now. Data privacy for children is a priority for the next Congress. So how do you see privacy working in the metaverse, and is there a value proposition in making sure it's privacy by design or opt out by design as it gets deployed?
At least for our product, because ours is more of a professional type of metaverse, identity is also important. So I understand that in a lot of sort of gaming ecosystems and gaming metaverses, anonymity will be important, especially for kids under a certain age, so that they're not preyed upon. But when it comes to like professional networking, identity does become actually very important as far as, are you who you say you are as well, right? So when it comes to, that's why I believe Web3 is actually very, very important, and a lot of the companies working on Web3 technologies that support those things. So all that to say, like, I'm glad that a lot of regulatory institutions care about identity and data privacy, because it actually turns out that the vast majority of people, even though a lot of the loud minority talks about their care for their data and whatever, like the average American, even when Facebook ultimately has access to all the different types of data, most of them are ignorant and kind of don't even think about it, don't really care necessarily. So an example would be when Meta ended up enforcing that you have a Facebook account on all the Oculus headsets. People are like, well, I'm gaming. I don't want people to know who I am and what I'm doing. But that was just the silent, or sorry, that was just the loud majority, the silent minority, or silent majority of people. They honestly didn't even say anything, and they just did it. They just onboarded, okay, they connected their Facebook accounts, and they just kept using it. And so because of the loudness of those who were thoughtful about it, then Meta changed it and reverted it back. So I think it's important for those who think about those things and care about those things. I think they're going to be important voices when it comes to integrating Web3, and a lot of companies are going to be building in identity and also privacy into those things in this metaverse to come. So it's going to be important.
So it's your perspective, it's being built in from the ground level up.
Especially for people who are thoughtful about it, meaning the masses are not, just to be real, they're just not thinking about that to start with. So those who are setting the standards and those who are building technologies, it's important for them to be thoughtful about what instances are important for identity to be like, this is an authentic relationship, and other places where anonymity is important too. And I think he was mentioning permissions in different contexts. That's going to be really important there as well.
Yeah. Matt, is there any kind of standardization on that front?
Yeah, so we apply privacy by design principles as engineers and architects, and the risk of us not doing that, taking those guardrails and designing those guardrails into the protocols, into the underlying infrastructure, is that we kind of end up with what happened with the internet, right? When the internet moved out of NSFNet and moved into the open economy, it had no security, it had no privacy. And so that became, we had to start band-aiding and coming up with new ideas how to work that into the system. Here we have, carte blanche. We can build and design our systems and protocols so that they have those guardrails in place, and that will ultimately protect privacy, that will protect children, that will protect underrepresented communities. But it has to be baked in, right? It can't be an afterthought.
Yeah, we working with large enterprises at NTT, security is not the first, easily in the top 3 when we work with them around infrastructure, networks, and a lot of the things that we're doing now with private 5G, IoT, edge computing. Security is paramount. And so it almost is embedded from day one in the design of how we approach that in the space.
So getting back to the kind of general topic of this panel, what are the business opportunities for the metaverse? Are there any lessons that we can learn from kind of the increasing commercialization of the internet that we want to pull into the metaverse? And is there anything that we want to make sure that we avoid as it gets rolled out?
I think there's a lot that we've lost with moving brick and mortar stores onto the internet, like just through e-commerce, right? And so the hack today is go to Walmart, touch and feel it, and then pull out your Amazon app and then buy it, right? So you get credit for it. And it kind of sucks that you kind of miss a little bit of both. So if you can kind of think about e-commerce, or obviously the general economy is a lot more than just e-commerce, but that's the first example that's coming to my mind. In this metaverse to come, hopefully you can kind of like touch and feel it and see it, and then you click real world delivery, and then the next day it's at your door, or maybe in an hour a drone drops. I don't know what the innovation is going to look like longer term, but what we're starting to see is people are wanting to do more than just work in this metaverse, but they're wanting to build businesses in the metaverse, employ people, and transact goods and services in this metaverse. So we're actually very, very proactively putting different economic pillars in place. We just actually announced a partnership with Polygon, which is the top layer 2 blockchain in the world, Republic Crypto, who's some of the world's best in tokenomics, EveryRealm, which is some of the world's leading in digital real estate. So a lot of these different economic pillars are going to be important for this metaverse to come. As of right now, there's actually not very many companies who are thinking about how do we turn this metaverse into an actual economic system. I think a lot of people are also afraid of when it comes to things like SEC regulation and is this a security or is it not, and things like that. So there's a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, I would say co-innovation. There's a lot that we don't know. We don't know about what's possible and what is going to be the thing that scales or the things that scale. So I would recommend the partnerships, ecosystem partnerships, strategic partnerships, but also the startup and large-scale enterprise co-innovating within a sandbox, or maybe piloting some things, because the iterative way of manifesting where the value is doesn't necessarily happen with a big bang, right? It starts with some initial wins that give you information and insights that then begets the information and insights that then eventually snowballs into an application in business that you can then go and take to market. But because there are so many different technologies involved in this, and this is what we do at NTT, I think pretty well, is to really bring those various stakeholders around the technology ecosystem to play their part in a way that's going to be contextually relevant, use case driven, and ultimately that leaves room for the notion that new value that we don't even know about is yet to emerge.
Yeah, Amazon wants a startup.
Right. Garage,
Yeah, there's a lot of technologies that are accessible today, right? And if you're coming from consumer, I mean, you may want to dabble with your brand by putting it into a sandbox game like Roblox or Decentraland or whichever platform to kind of get your feet wet with the experience. I think that's more immediate. If you're coming from the industrial side, simulations, digital twins, these are all very interesting spaces that you can actually get some traction on today. And then when things come to a head and environments converge, then you have you've mastered those disciplines, right? Especially learn about AI, right? And employ deep learning and try and experiment with things that will ultimately help you have a more seamless experience for onboarding into the metaverse.
Fantastic.
To the metaverse and beyond.
Well, I want to thank the panelists. We're about at time, and stimulating conversation. I have 20 more questions I didn't get to. Maybe we can go into the next networking event with the question of how do patents work in the metaverse, putting that seed out there. But I want to thank you, and I want to thank folks that were with us today for your time. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to Tom and the panelists. And as Tom just said, we're going to break for 30 minutes now to go and get refreshed, have a bit of networking, and we'll be back here in 30 minutes, as I said, for a panel titled Supercharged Societies Post-Pandemic and a fireside chat with T-Mobile President of Technology, Neville Ray. See you back in 30 minutes' time. Thank you.
Sustainability impacts all of us. Pure is leading the way with innovation. Evergreen Storage delivers the reduction of wasted energy and e-waste, enabling our customers to drive out energy usage by up to 80%. More than 97% of Pure arrays are still in service. We are reducing emissions 66% by 2030. Pure has a vision for the future. Today, tomorrow, forever.
This is the Da Vinci Xi robot. It's assisting the surgical team at Tygerberg Public Hospital in Cape Town in removing a cancerous rectal tumour from a patient. With 4 arms that are controlled in real time via an immersive 3D console, it is the most advanced surgical robot in Africa. Da Vinci Xi is one of only 2 such robots in use on the continent. Both of them are found in South African public hospitals in Cape Town. It's currently used mainly for complex urological, gynecological and colorectal surgeries. Tim Forgan leads the surgical team at Tygerberg Hospital.
Fortunately, the Western Cape Department of Health bought 2 Da Vinci robots, which is the Da Vinci Xi, which is the most technologically advanced robot, surgical robot that's currently available on the market. What they do is they allow you to work very, very finely and with great precision, and they magnify the image that you're seeing a lot more than normal laparoscopic stacks. So we can see much more detail, and then the instruments you can maneuver with a lot more accuracy and do finer work and get a better result.
The first operation using the robot was performed at Tygerberg Hospital in February 2022. Dozens more have been successfully completed since then.
Patients have done very, very well. They go home much sooner, so our average length of stay is 3 days. So you have a major procedure, we remove big cancers, and 3 days later you're at home. And the complication rate has definitely come down. And chatting to the patients post-operatively, they have a lot less nerve damage. You can see that their function is way better than what we had originally. And we were doing all these ops with keyhole surgery, so we were already doing them with very small cuts, people going home after 5 days, now 3 days. It's definitely improved their quality of life. They all tell me they feel as if they haven't had an operation.
Da Vinci is not the first robots deployed by Tygerberg. In 2020, the hospital introduced Kanya during the peak of the pandemic to help patients connect with their relatives via video or voice call. Lundi Moyeni is one of the patients who are able to communicate with their family members remotely.
Now with this innovation, bringing your family members closer to you, since they can't be able to physically come into the hospital, that brings in a lot of relief, and also it's good psychologically for a patient as well. So this innovation, it's quite good.
From a long-awaited merge to a new problem for Sam Bankman-Fried, we round up the big stories in the world of alternative money. The merge finally happened. Ether moved to a new, more eco-friendly version of its underlying Ethereum blockchain that should slash the amount of energy needed to produce and trade with the coin. Ether fans hope it will boost the token in its battle with bigger rival Bitcoin. The merge hasn't done much for prices though, with Ether down around a fifth in recent days. Bitcoin has also tumbled, testing the $19,000 level. Greg Swenson of Brigham McAdams says nothing can escape worries over inflation and rates.
Everything's correlated now. You see it with gold, oil, Bitcoin, every sector, everything seems to be correlated. Everything is risk off.
And crypto exchange FTX is in hot water with UK regulators. The Financial Conduct Authority says it's offering services in the country without proper authorization. FTX is run by digital money tycoon Sam Bankman-Fried and has become known for rescuing other troubled crypto firms.
Have you seen this missing person? These so-called deep fake videos are created from still images using artificial intelligence. The technology is helping to boost a new generation of adverts for missing people, aimed at capturing your attention.
We stood there for over an hour, and at least 80% of people looked up, and that's all you could ask for.
Claire's daughter, Leah Croucher, disappeared in February 2019 from Milton Keynes in Buckinghamshire. She was 19 years old.
It was very disconcerting to see Leah looking at us and looking around. People watching was one of her favourite things to do, me and her, when we were out shopping, and it just felt like she was there with me.
The new posters draw on behavioural science to make more of an impact. They're designed to be more eye-catching, clearer, feature less text, and replace the word missing with help find. Steve Martin is faculty director of the Behavioural Science in Business program at Columbia Business School.
So there are three key differences between these new posters and the traditional posters. The first is a very, very high resolution image, which on digital boards actually moves. The second is we've put maps of where the person was last seen to kind of create a proximity, a locality for passers-by. And also we have, of course, the QR code, which links to the missing person's website. And here you can find out so much more information about the individual, where they went missing, their age, important information, and importantly, what to do if you think that you've seen this person.
A reported 70,000 children go missing every year in the UK alone. And while most return home within 48 hours, some don't. Joe Yule is the CEO of the UK charity Missing People.
There's something so haunting about those images that reach people, I think, and touch people's hearts in a new way. It brings the issue to life, and families would say to us that the biggest challenge is keeping the search alive. And the digital screens use really clever technology, but based on a really basic human psychology around connecting with another human being. And we know that eyes following you, a smile, an animated person is difficult to walk past. And we think that the new digital images are really arresting, they're very difficult. It stop you right in your tracks, I think, to see the image of a missing person, missing child, looking down on you and hoping that we can help them be reunited with their family.
It's the not knowing that absolutely kills you inside, and you just move from one day to the next, hoping to find that one piece of information that will bring her home to us, whatever that information is.
We've been there as governments have risen and fallen.
As world leaders come and go.
Until that is an invigorating autumn of freedom and equality.
We've seen businesses boom and bust. And as the world continues to change,
This is our new reality.
our driving force will remain the same.
to be first on the ground.
To get the information that matters.
To better inform. So you can better decide.
To tell all sides,
but take none.
To tell the real story.
We never set out to build the world's largest four-legged exoskeleton, but we did, as it turns out. The Guinness folks contacted us and they said, you know, just exactly how big is that thing? We just got.
Artist and mechanical engineer Jonathan Tippett was transfixed by Transformers and the power loader in James Cameron's film Aliens. Now, he's managed to build the world's first and largest exoskeleton mech suit and is pioneering an entirely new sport of mech racing.
There is literally nothing like it. Nothing like getting in a giant 4,000 kilogram, 200 horsepower mech suit. It amplifies your strength by about 50 times.
The 10-foot tall machine, named Prosthesis, is entirely controlled by humans. In 2020, it was recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records as the largest tetrapod exoskeleton in the world.
At first you're locked in because the exoframe is directly linked to the structure of the machine, the legs of the machine, and so until you turn it on you can't move, and then we'll move under your control.
Tippett and his team partners with technology company Furion to complete the Prosthesis exoskeleton in early 2017. He also founded Exosapien Technologies. The Vancouver-based company continues to develop the technology and is building a global mech racing league. The sport involves 5 or 6 pro athletes operating mech suits, going shoulder to shoulder on huge, complex technical race courses, pushing things out of the way, overcoming obstacles, and solving giant physical puzzles.
We have a fairly well-established training regime now, so we can throw people in there and they're like, okay, do your front push-ups, your back push-ups, and your squats, and like we walk them like step by step into gaining command of the machine. Within a few minutes, you're standing and you can move the machine and you can balance and you can tilt.
Tippett says the technology and cost to create the mech suits are still high, but says the second generation of mech suits will be much cheaper than the first.
We see a future where mech suits, powered mech suits, are as common as ATVs. You know, you can go out and buy one for sort of $50,000 to $80,000. There's industrial ones that are maybe $100,000, $150,000 that are ruggedized and more powerful and longer lasting. You could use them in all sorts of applications: mining, agriculture, search and rescue, disaster response, forestry. The sky's the limit. A mech suit is about as useful as a human, but amplified 50 times.
At my funeral, I'm so pleased that I met so many good people who influenced my life.
Have you ever thought about what you'd say at your own funeral? Thanks to AI-powered technology, it's now possible to ask questions to someone who has passed away. Stephen Smith is the co-founder and CEO of Storyfile, a tech company based in Los Angeles. His mother, Marina, died in June 2022, but mourners at her funeral were still able to ask her questions. Here is Marina's grandchild.
How did becoming a grandparent change you?
Oh, I think it brought immense joy into my life. And I think just the concentration about enjoying the company and going places and sharing, and the beautiful little things that come out of a child's life.
Marina's video is not a deepfake. The process starts with the subject using any laptop to record themselves answering dozens of questions, which are uploaded to the StoryFile platform. AI then selects answers to questions pre-recorded and approved by the subject.
So when people hear AI, they assume that AI means that we are somehow or other creating this character and all the content. Actually, we do use artificial intelligence, but it's not for creating new content or putting words into your mouth. What we're actually doing is using the AI to search the content, the answers to questions that you give, to get the most appropriate response.
What do you enjoy doing with your grandchildren?
Everything, if possible. But I think that singing and music and just everything really.
StoryFile doesn't change answers to questions. We don't edit it, we don't manipulate it, we don't deep fake it. What we're trying to say is, this is the authentic you. This is the video that you created, and now you're making that accessible by means of conversation for the future.
The original idea was to allow interactions with people who have fascinating stories to tell, such as those who lived through major historic events. Now, anyone can upload their answers for a one-off fee of $48.
I would say really, if you have a secure face and you walk in it, I feel that your life will be full of joy and peace and love. And I would really suggest that there's no other way. There's only one way. Walk in it and keep walking on.
This former Paralympian has been fitted with a bionic hand that can be updated with new movements and gestures anytime, from anywhere in the world. Australian swimmer Jessica Smith has had an uneasy relationship with prosthetics since a childhood accident. She was born without her left hand. Her parents were advised to fit a prosthesis, but the device caused her to upset a boiling kettle when she was a toddler, causing burns to 15% of her body.
There's always been an association between the fact that this prosthetic aid didn't actually help. It created probably the most traumatic, event in my life.
But Smith says her convictions are being challenged by a British bionic hand. In April, she was fitted with a Nexus hand made by English firm Covey. Bionic hands convert electrical impulses from muscles in the upper arm into movement powered by motors in the hand, enabling a user to hold a glass, open a door, or even pick up an egg. Its Bluetooth feature means its specialists can update it remotely via an app. Simon Pollard is the founder and CEO of Covey.
We've tried to build in the AI technology which allows us to connect to the hand anywhere basically in the world and change configuration on the device instantaneously on the fly for the customer. It saves the customer going to the clinicians directly or travelling, the clinicians taking time out, and we can make them changes to benefit the patient, to making sure they can get access but obviously repair things very, very quickly.
Some rival bionic hands can be app controlled, but Pollard says the ability to talk to a single device set the Nexus apart. To do that, anonymised data is collected for every user, a task managed by partner NetApp. Pollard says Covey has signed up 27 distributors globally, including in Australia, China and the United States. He says the company aims to increase monthly production to 100 bionic hands. For Smith, Covey is already creating new movements for her and her family.
So I have 3 children, a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, and the older kids are very excited about it. They think it's amazing that I'm like half human, half robot. I just asked them this morning and I know that that will be done in the next couple of hours and I'll be able to do that. So it's really, really, really cool. I'm not trying to hide who I am. I'm adding and sort of expanding on who I am as a person by being able to access technology that's never been available before.
From why Kim Kardashian is counting the cost of promoting crypto to a new craze on digital asset markets, we round up the week's biggest stories in the world of alternative money. There's a new gold rush in crypto markets, with investors snapping up domain names like coin.crypto. They're a novel breed of NFTs that can replace the jumble of numbers and letters that form digital wallet addresses. With tags like .crypto, .nft, and .wallet, traders say some are changing hands for as much as $100,000. That may be a relief for NFT fans after new figures showed trading in the digital assets plunged 60% in the latest quarter. A cost of living crisis is driving interest in crypto and a potential surge in scams. New research shows nearly 1 in 6 Britons are now considering crypto as a way to supplement their incomes. Paddy Osborne at the London Academy of Trading says newbie investors are vulnerable.
I think there's certain desperation. There's people are really getting desperate because the cost of living is going up and up and up, and they simply don't have the money. So they are very susceptible to these enticing invitations that people put out there.
And Kim Kardashian has agreed to pay $1.26 million for unlawfully touting Emacs coins, according to the US SEC. Regulators say she failed to disclose that she was paid to promote the tokens on Instagram. Emacs has lost around 98% of its value since the influencer posted about it in June last year to her then 225 million followers.
From a long-awaited merge to a new problem for Sam Bankman-Fried, we round up the big stories in the world of alternative money. The merge finally happened to a new eco-friendly version of its underlying Ethereum blockchain that should slash the amount of energy needed to produce and trade with the coin. Ether fans hope it will boost the token in its battle with bigger rival Bitcoin. The merge hasn't done much for prices though, with Ether down around a fifth in recent days. Bitcoin has also tumbled, testing the $19,000 level. Greg Swenson of Brigham McAdams says nothing can escape worries over inflation and rates.
Everything's correlated now. You see it with gold, oil, Bitcoin, every sector, everything seems to be correlated. Everything is risk off.
And crypto exchange FTX is in hot water with UK regulators. The Financial Conduct Authority says it's offering services in the country without proper authorization. FTX is run by digital money tycoon Sam Bankman-Fried and has become known for rescuing other troubled crypto firms.
The European Union has reached a provisional deal on rules to regulate the crypto market. The landmark law, known as Markets in Crypto Assets, is the world's first set of comprehensive rules to regulate a market that has been described as the Wild West. Under the new rules, crypto firms that want to issue and sell digital tokens in an EU state will now have to obtain a license from a national regulator. The license will allow operators to serve the whole 27-country bloc from one base and be liable for losing crypto assets from consumers' digital wallets. Currently, firms have to show an EU national regulator they have adequate controls to stop money laundering, but can only operate within that country. Stablecoins are crypto pegged to traditional currencies or commodities that aims to keep a steady value. The EU rules will give holders of stablecoins the right to claim their money back free of charge. Issuers will have to hold minimum levels of liquidity and will be overseen by the EU's European Banking Authority. Crypto firms will also have to have a registered office in the bloc to issue stablecoins, and coins based on non-European currencies will be constrained to preserve monetary sovereignty. Industry officials say it will become harder to make money under these rules. As for NFTs, or non-fungible tokens, it's a bit more complicated. Lawmakers wanted NFTs under the new rules, but EU states opposed it. That led to a compromise where NFTs are not included in the rulebook, but if they become fungible, i.e. mutually replaceable, regulators can force them to comply with crypto rules. The European Commission will assess within 18 months whether standalone rules for NFTs are needed. Bitcoin's energy use is a big worry for lawmakers. Crypto firms will have to disclose their impact on the environment and climate change, using standards that the EU Securities and Markets Watchdog will draft. The rulebook still needs formal rubber stamping by EU states and the European Parliament before it comes into effect, which is likely to be in 2023 at the earliest.
Sustainability impacts all of us. Pure is leading the way with innovation. Evergreen storage delivers the reduction of wasted energy and e-waste, enabling our customers to drive out energy usage by up to 80%. More than 97% of Pure
array. Lunch. Some fantastic speakers on stage. I'm going to start off with a roundtable looking at supercharged societies post-pandemic. A brilliant group. We've got Elizabeth Porter, President at Libus Health Group, Lauren Mylin, Chief Executive Officer at Digital Undivided, and Katja Andresen, Chief Digital Analytics Officer at Cigna. And our moderator, welcome back to Tom Romanoff with Bipartisan Policy Centre. So, welcome.
Good morning again. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to be with you. My name is Tom Romanoff, Bipartisan Policy Center, and today we're moving away from the metaverse in the last panel to something a little bit more concrete, which is supercharged economies. What are going to be the takeaways from, working in a very remote space for a very long time, being forced to into a kind of a new paradigm of sorts. What is the new reality going to be as we were forced to kind of use technologies to connect to each other? How do those technologies diffuse as we are opening back up? So I'm joined today with a great panel, and I'll just start off with immediately to my left here, and Liz Porter, who's from Leidos. She's the president of the Leidos Health Group. And then we have Katja. Sorry, I have your last name here?
Andresen.
Andresen, thank you. Katja Andresen, who's the Chief Digital Analytics Officer at Cigna. And then finally we have Lauren Mylin, who's the CEO of Digital Undivided. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
So I want to start off with kind of a broad question, and this is posed to all the panelists. And we were kind of moving to a new normal here, and we were coming out of a very remote. What are some of the technologies from remote life that you see as permanent?
I'm happy to go. Oh, go ahead. No, go for it. Jump in. No. I want to know what Cigna's doing first. So go ahead. You go ahead. I was just going to say, well, to me, the most exciting thing is, whether we liked it or not, the pandemic was an incredible accelerator. I think of some digital adoption, digital tools that were already being adopted, but slowly. So in healthcare, if you look back a few years, maybe 1 in 10 physicians had done any kind of virtual or telehealth, and most consumers were wary, I would say, of that. And now you fast forward on, I don't know if I should say post-pandemic or not, but on the far side of the pandemic, I hope. And you see that 80% of physicians have conducted care virtually through telehealth or other means like remote patient monitoring. And 80% of consumers are very open to it. And so I think that's something I hope will stay. What happened was you saw really high adoption during the pandemic because there's no choice. And then it kind of settled back, but the new normal was higher than before the pandemic. And I think that's so great for things like access for folks, because sometimes the time or distance to care is too far. And I think it's especially well suited for things like primary care check-ins or mental health. And so we're big fans of this because we can reach more people more quickly in a more personalized way.
Yeah, I would just add on to that, especially in the healthcare space, when you think about whether it was telehealth or just the adoption across the board related to virtual technologies. So being able to, pre-pandemic, if you told a team that you didn't need to travel for a meeting, you could do it through a video conference, everyone was like, yeah. And
Right.
now everyone's like, why would I get on a plane again?
Right.
And so the adoption, to your point on the access side, I think about my mother. She's 83 years old and she loves to use her iPhone, and she thinks it's fantastic that the doctor can talk to her now on her phone versus going into the office. So it really does reach across generations in many ways. Now, some people have a harder time with the adoption of the technology, but the time access and the ability, we do a lot of work with the military and on the federal side, and even the military adoption of the video teleconference or just a telehealth appointment has really improved the access. I'm a military spouse, and I'm normally the one that gets the 3 a.m. appointment to go get an MRI. And now the things that they can do by phone or by video changes that appointment visit, and I can get to the doctor sooner and therefore get healthcare access sooner, and that's just really wonderful. And I absolutely believe that's here to stay. And I think the government tried to make that accessible through reimbursement payment models, and they're continuing to look at how they continue that. So,
yeah, I think we at Digital Undivided take a different approach, or we have a different, I would say, outcome of what we're able to do post-pandemic. So, unlike these two incredible ladies working squarely in healthcare, I have the honor and privilege of leading Digital Undivided, which is the nation's leading nonprofit organization driving the global shift towards inclusive innovation and entrepreneurship for Black and Latina women. Now, imagine the strain, the stress of this unprecedented time and uncertainty on women of color, on Black and Latina women who are wholly underrepresented in spaces of leadership, whether that be corporate America, whether that be entrepreneurship, the ability to start businesses. And so we saw immense demand. And I came into the role of CEO June 1st of 2020 from chairing our board of directors. And Digital Undivided's outcomes and impact, we're a 10-year-old organization, has been proven time and time again. But again, we used to be a localized organization. We were in Atlanta, we had a facility there, an office there, a co-working space. We were in Newark with the same setup. And when I saw the demand, the need to resource and equip women of color, business owners of the future, the women that I really knew could be the game changers and the future unicorns of our society, I took that opportunity, and instead of saying more access to healthcare, it was like more access to programming, which in turn creates healthcare, right? Because a lot of women of color don't have healthcare, can't afford healthcare, don't have good healthcare within our companies. So for me, it was solving a variety of personal and professional concerns and issues for a large swath of our community, being Black and Latina women, by being able to leverage technology to make our programs virtual, which also made our organization nationwide, which allowed us to serve more than 10 times the founders than we would traditionally be able to serve in a year. It also meant that we got to see and support founders no matter where they were in the world, in the country. Really, in the country, we're focused on the US, but we also found that with these changes, we had US-based businesses that said, hey, it was actually cheaper to move somewhere else right now and be like a digital nomad. Even though their company is incorporated in the US, we were able to use this moment in time, leveraging technology and tools to say we want to not just have outsized impact and outcomes, but also we want to help you accelerate your growth. And we were really able to do that by leveraging technology, and also able to support a wide variety of solutions that have been able to achieve, and we're doing data on this. We have a data research institute within Digital Undivided, but they've been able to achieve kind of 5-year milestone outcomes that most Black and Latina entrepreneurs achieve by about 24 months because of our work, our support, but also, to your point, being able to have meetings on Zoom, being able to get meetings easier, being able to remove a lot of the barriers, again, for most women of color, even as founders, even if they are funded, we're less funded than everyone else. So therefore, our expense budgets to travel are, a stipend compared to someone else who might have a larger budget to work with. And all of these things in tandem, I think, created this really incredible opportunity for acceleration for business growth for Black and Latina women, which we've also seen go into healthcare, go into fintech, femtech, a variety of new areas, because they're also able to figure out, in the tech world, we often talk about fail fast and pivot. So this has been a wonderful time to fail fast and pivot because you're able to actually do both if you need to.
Yeah. Well, I want to pull on that string a little bit. Sounds like kind of the technologies as we come out of COVID have really enabled access and empowerment for traditionally underserved folks. And I'm curious about the healthcare. Do you see kind of the transition back, but with these technologies, helping you to serve those who have been either disenfranchised, underserved in the past, and how so?
So I brought a little prop. So one of the things you talk about underserved, one of the constituents that we support are the veterans. My organization does military disability exams for our veteran population so that they can receive the pension benefit that they are entitled to. And certainly during the pandemic, there was a time where the customer had asked, the VA had asked for us to actually close clinics in fear of the transmission of the virus. And so at the same time, they had asked to do increased amount of telehealth. Well, unfortunately, when we're talking about these disability exams, one of the things that you have to do are like musculoskeletal exams and audiology exams. And so the team, I'm incredibly proud, continues to innovate around technology on how could they extend that capability and still deliver the benefits to the veterans who are many times homebound. Several of them actually are on Indian reservations where they don't have access to these services. And so we have mobile clinics that had audiology booths. Now, I don't know if you remember, if you've ever had an audiology exam, the massive, what feels like a crypt that you go into that's soundproof is this massive booth, and it's extremely heavy and very difficult to move around. My team worked with a company called Kudu, who was developing a headset that was based off of construction headsets. So these are noise canceling headsets that they were thinking about. This could be a great way to do an audiology exam. And we were able to actually work with the VA to get it certified so that now anyone who works with the VA can actually use this headset and provide that audiology exam using a technician. So the technician goes to the house, the audiologist stays in their office, and they were able to do what we call telehybrid. And so this provides greater access for individuals who most of the time can't get out of a bed. And so they are now able to get that benefit because we're able to go and do these things. And I think the adoption was much greater through COVID. The innovation was much greater through COVID. So whether it's other wearables and other devices, but figuring out how you interact that with a technician so that the audiologist can then do more exams and stay in one spot, it has been really fantastic. And so I think that'll be great moving forward.
I say kudos to you for getting it approved, because I think half of the battle is not the tech, it's the approval of the tech. So to be able to create something new and get it approved.
It's a game changer in audiology, really, that you don't have to have that massive booth, which takes up a huge portion of a facility or a clinic or whatever. So
that's fantastic. Katya, first off, I want to apologize for messing up your introduction. But you've always said that Cigna is a digital-first tech company, and kind of talking through what kind of that means for a healthcare space. Do you have any insights on kind of some innovations like this, but what does it mean to be a digital-first company?
So first off, we're on a journey to be a digital-first company, and I think that's a journey that never ends. But it's important to say digital-first, not digital only. I think, in healthcare, you need a combination of amazing tools like this, in-person, virtual, self-serve, digital. You need a whole gamut of experiences. The key is you need them to be connected. And I came from banking a year ago, financial services, into healthcare. And I was sort of shocked by the lag in healthcare to the adoption of some of these things. And that's why I think it was such a bright spot of the pandemic. Like Liz has so many good examples and use cases here for why. But what I've observed in healthcare is there's sort of three things that are happening in digital, and I'm not sure any of them really completely solve the problem. So the first one is our healthcare system is fragmented, right? That's for sure, right? And so I think a lot of folks look at the fragmented healthcare system and they think about technology and they think about digital and they're like, okay, what does it mean to lead with digital? And they're like, okay, it's so fragmented, it's so hard to find care, let's provide digital navigation. So let's help people navigate the messed up system we have. Right? And that's not a product mindset, right? Working back from the consumer. That's like saying to someone, here's your GPS, good luck. See if you can find your way through the healthcare system. And the second thing I see is, okay, well, it's fragmented. Maybe what we should do is aggregate everything. And we do this some at Cigna. Most healthcare companies, if you go search for mental health, you'll see, okay, here's a bunch of providers, and here's Ginger, and here's Talkspace, and here's all these different solutions, and it's sort of overwhelming. So I don't think that aggregation is the solution either. And then you see amazing innovation in point solutions, like with musculoskeletal. I did my physical therapy this morning on my Hinge Health app. There's great solutions like that, but they all go for one point of care. And the problem is everything needs to work together, right? My mental health might be linked to my pain and my hip, and I need to be treated as a whole person. So what we're trying to do is say, okay, this isn't about navigating the system we have. It's reorganizing the system around the individual. So that's going from, navigation to personalization. And then we need to go from aggregation to curation. I don't want to know every solution out there. I want you to understand me and my health needs. I want you to put in front of me what's relevant. Digital front doors really help us do that. And then I like point solutions, but can you please integrate them so you're addressing my whole health? So that's what that means to us is we feel that you need a digital home to go that connects the data, that connects experiences across sites of care, that helps you navigate your health, right? And some of that will be virtual, some of that will be amazing devices, some of that will be remote patient monitoring, and then some of that will be going in person to different sites of care, but having that work together and having that data come together. So we've got big honking challenges of data interoperability. There's something called a longitudinal patient record, which is the holy grail, right? That wherever you go, whoever you see, you have some continuity there. Right. So I think, that's sort of a little bit about our philosophy. I think that we are so early in healthcare. I don't know if you would agree, Liz, but it's like, we're kind of trying to go analog to digital, and we instead need to go backward from the consumer or the physician, and that is a completely different mindset.
For sure.
Absolutely.
I want to get back, so we were talking before the panel, Liz, I want to get back to that point, but Lauren, you run this amazing community hub that is kind of on the ground trying to innovate around these things. Are there any lessons you can pull from that hub that you can share with us today?
Yeah, I feel better hearing and this is where I, as an entrepreneur 3 times over, have to stop myself often because I'm leading this incredible nonprofit organization, but we want and need to move at the speed of the ecosystem, at the speed of tech in order to support our founders. But we're small, but we're backed by incredible financial institutions and technology companies and a lot of the leaders in the space. When I came in as CEO, I said, all money, as we know, is not created equal, right? The same way that we're telling our founders to look for strategic capital, I was very intentional on funding this organization with strategic capital. So yes, we needed the money, but we also needed and wanted it from the gatekeepers and the leaders who could help us open more doors and dismantle bias. With that came an onslaught in the most positive way of more data. More data because I had more questions as our new leader. More data because we were in completely unprecedented times. More data because there were unprecedented outcomes for women of color sooner than anyone would have ever imagined. Our work on our research work impacts advocacy, it impacts policy for a lot of our funders that have a policy arm that are looking for data to say, hey, we don't have this data, and we know that we could take any example. We could take universal access to broadband as just a wonderful, simple example. And we have partners that support our work that say, but in your research, are you able to quantify or determine how many women of color don't have access to high-speed internet and how many more orders they would be able to process if they did, or how much more money they would make if they could process more orders and how many more jobs that would create, right? And the positive impact on society and economic development. And so we are in a very similar battle for data. And we have a lot of data, but we are now in this, it makes me feel better to know that the really big places are dealing with the same challenges that we are. And I think right now it's more like the data is being created faster than we can even create a system to capture it, A, and B, this organization is more than a decade old. I've been involved with the org in every form and fashion from the very beginning when it just started. And we also have 10 years of data to now put into a more sophisticated system that we can afford as an organization or that we actually need to utilize. It's not all about money, but when we started this org, the issue of Black and Latina women as founders, maybe you had 5 fields in a survey. Because there wasn't that much happening to even ask that many questions. Now we have more questions, but we also want to be able to track how far we've come or how far we have not come. We do that too. We talk a lot about our successes, but we also, at Digital Undivided, continue to highlight the issues, the bias, the problems, the systemic issues. That also means that I have to look at my team and go, hey guys, we gotta move at the speed of light today, but we also gotta capture this 10 years and migrate over to a fancy Salesforce system or a variety of other systems that we're using to be able to run even more sophisticated models. And imagine if you have a data point now that didn't exist 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, how are we even creating a baseline? So a lot of what we're also doing right now, I think a wonderful example is I have a personal mission that Digital Undivided is supporting on, that I want to see the valuations of companies founded and led by Black and Latina women, at least 25% of these companies in the US, I want to see their valuations double by the end of next year. Raise your hand if you think that's crazy. I'm going to ask again. All right, raise your hand if you think that's crazy, and then keep your hand down if you think it's achievable and long overdue. Okay, well, for those of you in the online audience that can't see the folks in the room with me here, no one has raised their hand, which means that everybody, and we've got a really powerful room here, thinks that this is well overdue. That also means that when I'm looking at that and I'm saying that I want to see the amount of businesses, 25% of these companies, that their valuations need to double, it's also because we want and need to see more leadership opportunity. But again, we don't have a data point to even be able to baseline this. So when I say it to my team, and we say, hey, look, in order for us to quantify this, and our data is undeniable in many ways, it's cited by lots of other places that we know, like, love, trust, and respect, McKinsey, BCG, Good Morning America. Sometimes I turn on the TV and they're pulling stats on women of color and entrepreneurship from Digital Undivided. But now my team says to me, hey, Lauren, this is great. We've surveyed Black and Latina women to figure out valuation, to set a baseline. Perceived valuation, real valuation, priced valuation, maybe no valuation because it's friends and family around, right? Market forces, whatever it is that we can kind of extrapolate to try to create a baseline. And my team also says, but in order for this to be even more powerful, we have to survey all women. Because now we want to understand the disparity on valuation basis alone between non-minority women and Black and Latina women. It's not just that we want the data on Black and Latina women, because is it as powerful if we can't benchmark it against something that everyone else feels that they know and are most comfortable with? So that's our battle right now with data. And we're moving as quickly as we possibly can. And we have a team of entirely Black and Latina women, PhDs and master's degrees, sociologists, anthropologists, that know the access gaps, the knowledge gaps, the resource gaps that are the specific reasons that we often run in place.
So speaking of data, in terms of the amount of data being created in our new remote space, let's take, for example, a doctor's visit in your home. Right? Are there other applications besides just a delivery of a consultation with the doctor that we can start looking at in terms of looking at the data for food scarcity in America or whatever it might be? What else is there in terms of opportunities to leverage this model beyond just the delivery of said service?
So on data, yes, everything you said.
Help us. No.
I think with data, first let me make an observation. I'll date myself, but I remember when everyone was super excited about big data, and I went on to conferences on big data. And the idea was, oh, it's awesome, we're gonna put a bunch of data in a lake and we're gonna put it in the cloud and it's gonna be awesome. And I think we quickly realized there's a number of problems with that. And to boil it down to something super simple, I think with data, there are 3 questions to know whether it's worthwhile to go try to have a data-informed approach. The first one is, do we believe the data, right? Is this accurate, decent data? The second is the data telling us something that we can do something with it, right? Is it generating an insight? Because data and insights are not the same thing. And then the third thing is, do we have the means to act on that? And so what I see is a lot of breakdown on all fronts, right? Collecting a ton of data, right? Which may have varying degrees of continuity and accuracy. And then sort of saying, what is that telling us? And maybe we don't know. And then not acting on it, which is the worst situation when you have something that's showing you a problem and then you don't have the solution. Okay, so back to your question. When I think about a physician and a home visit, so there are two kind of interesting ways to think about data in healthcare. One is the individual visit, right? There's data that could inform the physician as to the history of this patient. It could suggest, you could get more and more proactive, suggest different treatment plans, right? And so that's like at an N of 1. But then to your point in your question, you can aggregate data and look at a population health level, which is really exciting. And so what we're doing at Cigna is we're developing tools that let you look at a population health level, but at the same time, we're trying to get down to an N of 1 to the individual and say, okay, as we look across populations, what do we see in terms of the social determinants of health? What do we see in terms of interventions that are working or not? What types of interventions through what channels, with what messages are effective for which populations? Like, there are all these fascinating things. But then you want that to show up as a next best action for an individual, right? And that might be something that can be a great tool for the provider. It can be a great tool for me as a patient in terms of what I should do next. And so it's really something that I think you have to zoom in and zoom out all the time, because data in aggregate is incredibly powerful in healthcare. And data at the individual level is incredibly powerful in healthcare. In an ideal world, what you're doing is you're generating the data in both. You're generating in an accurate way. You're gleaning insights and you're actually acting on them. And then the holy grail, which I'm really excited about, which we're combining clinical models and engagement models, right? And having the engagement model feed back into the clinical next best action. Then you get this flywheel where you're testing, learning. The great thing about digital is it's very low cost to put many different experiences in front of people, high velocity creative testing. You can do all these things that then tell you what is the right thing to do for this person that they're gonna be most likely to act upon, and did they or not? And if they didn't or not, what does the model say we should do next? And you get this great flywheel, right? That's kind of combining the science of engagement and clinical best practices. So that's like way out. I don't know anyone doing that particularly well. But back to planet Earth and where we are now, we're already doing really exciting things, as I'm sure you are. And you talked about how you're doing it with the problems you're solving. To have the aggregate tell you about collective impact and patterns, and the individual tell you what is going to make a difference at the individual level, and think of those in concert.
Yeah. Well, Liz, I want to get your perspective on that, because we were talking a little bit about the connection of TRICARE at the DoD to the VA and what your group is doing on that front.
Yeah, so the individuals we serve are really on the federal government side, and so the electronic health record for the Department of Defense is one of the things that we work on. I'm actually a consumer of it as a military spouse, but there's always been an electronic health record for the military, but it has never been interconnected. And so one of the initiatives that was started several years ago was to move forward with a single record that was rolled out to all of the military facilities, and it also being the same one that is also used by the VA. And so if you're not familiar with the continuum for a military service member, from the moment that a person joins the military through to retirement and they move over to the VA, today we get to carry around a lot of paper, lots and lots of paper. I have many, many reams of paper of my information. So when you reach onto the VA side, you're entitled to a certain amount of benefits. Those individuals have to go find all that paper, scan it all in so that they can say, I was here and this happened to me and there's causality and then I can receive this benefit. With this common record, they'll be able to have it all in one place. Now, there's still challenges because the interoperability and as well as the access to the data that happens out in the community doesn't always make it into the individual's record for the military, but it would be really a great way to speed up the claims process on the VA side because that information will be resonant. The flip side of that is the cyber side and the challenge related to the security of the information, because the Department of Defense is very close hold with their information. They're very careful about how they secure it, because it's not just personal information like it is for everyone else. It's actually national security information. When you think about the way the military handles it, they've got troops that are headed somewhere, they're all getting the same vaccination, so if somebody was able to see that, they would know where we were headed, and maybe we didn't want the adversary to know that. Also, in the Washington metropolitan area, we have a person who sits in a white building that data is also in there that we are also making sure is secure. So there's kind of that balance of both. You want to be able to have the access to the data so that the individual receiving the clinical care can understand and they know what their information is, and you want the clinicians to have that data, but there's a bit of a challenge on the cyber side for us. But it really will make a huge benefit when it comes to the VA side and being able to almost automatically know a huge portion of what that individual should be receiving from a benefit. And that'll be a great day in society.
Well, and connecting it to the kind of macro of the theme of this panel, do you think that it was the COVID pandemic that really injected the need for accelerating that? And I guess that goes to your point, it's an accelerating force in using data. Is that something that we will continue to see valuation as we're shifting towards normal life?
I mean, I would say for data data's never been, there's always been data. I think what COVID, less on the military and the VA side, but more generally speaking, and what Katja talked about, the information that's at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, and the information that SSA has, and the information that was out there related to the pandemic, that was not necessarily being shared. There was a regulation that was in the CARES Act that talks about interoperability and data blocking to allow regulated organizations to have access to it. Because can you imagine at the beginning of the pandemic if we actually knew where the majority of the cases were, so we could have the right, PPE sent so that those individuals could have been cared for? That is a problem that they're now attacking because they realize how important it is because of the way we address the pandemic as a country. I'll only speak for the United States, I won't speak for the other countries, but then I'm sure you saw some of that acceleration too, even from the individuals that you support and their businesses. It's kind of what were they able to get access to, and how did they probably had better access because everybody was working from home anyway.
It's interesting. There's a lot of parallels in what you're saying, Liz, and also what Katja. I mean, we're doing the aggregated data. We're also doing the individualized data. We're bringing the individualized data to life with case studies because we know that, like, the data alone, to your point, it's very powerful, but we also know what really gets people's attention is a story or an illustration, a visual of impact, of change. So we're doing that, and then on the same side of what you're speaking about, Liz, with security and privacy to data for very different reasons, completely different reasons. You have to imagine that so many Black and Latina women of color in general, who would participate in our research historically, they felt that it was almost a disservice, especially those that were successful, to let anyone else in the world know that they were successful. So we would have so many requests for, anonymized data, but we still would get the data, right? But they're like, but not my name, right? And then this is a very interesting, just a quick thing. 2 years ago, it was December 2020, we came out with our industry-defining Project Diane research report. It's the only research report in the ecosystem that tracks the funder-founder landscape relative to women of color, to Black and Latina women. We have an incredible communications team, and our publicist had interest from CNN. We had a lot of interest, Fast Company, Vogue Business, I don't even want to misspeak and miss some, but Fortune, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, all of the big outlets. And CNN said, hey, we love that you have identified 183 Black and Latina women who have raised more than $1 million in venture capital since starting this research report in 2016. They said, we want to put it on the homepage of CNN.com. And can you help us with getting photo approvals for 183 women? Because we don't own the photos, right? We don't take the photos, so then you go down the rabbit hole of photo rights and this other things. And it was interesting because there were some of the women that we had identified and somewhat anonymized that then said, I don't want to be anonymous anymore, right? I want to be known to the world. And lo and behold, we also discovered a few other companies that had intentionally been so stealth, so concealed, because they felt that their identity gender, race, ethnicity was going to close doors and opportunities for them. And then when they heard about this, they said, what proof do you need? I'll send you my, my articles, I'll send you my letter from my lead investor. I've raised more than $1 million in capital, but it's always been a disservice to me because as a woman of color, if you go out and say you have raised $1 million, like, you got enough. Does anybody say that to non-minority men? No, right? They give you more even when you don't need it. And then we see it in TechCrunch that they're like, I didn't even need the capital, but I took it so that I can expand at my leisure in the future. We don't get that opportunity. So for very different reasons, we're like in the mode of like, some folks wanted to be anonymous before, now they don't now. How are we putting the data together? How are we telling these powerful stories? And how are we as a nonprofit organization moving, a small nonprofit, moving at the speed of light to make sure that the most relevant information gets in the hands of our founders so that they know how to, often footnote their decks, their investment decks, to just even show how rare they are as a founder. Because Black and Latino women receive less than half of 1% of venture capital dollars. All women receive less than 2% of venture capital dollars. The math is simple. That means 98% of VC dollars go to men of any ethnicity. So we're fighting a variety of battles. They're similar yet dissimilar in so many ways, but I think if you take away the exact work that we're all doing, we are fighting very similar battles.
And that's a great point. So I'm curious, is there pushback? We're talking about all the great things that have come out of kind of a very terrible time in everyone's lives and the accelerating factor. I'm curious, have you seen any pushback into kind of the, let's re-normalize what things were like before COVID and where that pendulum is starting to swing?
I'll jump in really quick and say no. I'm speaking for the women that we serve.
Yep.
We did a research report when COVID, it was our first kind of quote unquote responsive research report, where we said something's happening in the world and we need to survey it and understand it quickly. When we did that, the data was staggering, astonishing. It was sad. Most women of color could not stay in business 6 to 8 weeks, didn't have money for payroll, couldn't apply for PPP loans. So many founders had been told what I think most founders are told, don't pay yourself. So then they're like, I don't have an income to go get a PPP loan because I don't have a salary, right? We did a 1-year look back report that came out in 2021 looking at the 1-year impact of COVID-19 on Black and Latino women entrepreneurs. And we entitled the report Pivots and Perseverance because more than 75% of those same women and more that we had surveyed a year prior said that they had, yes, had very difficult times, but they had been able to pivot their business, persevere, and find new avenues of success, revenue, company growth beyond their wildest dreams. So I say, no, most of us don't want to go back to where we were pre-pandemic, and even those that aren't entrepreneurs, that are career, I'm sure a lot of you are like, you have great executive positions, and you're also hybrid or working from home, and I'm sure you also don't want to go back. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Great. And can we get the healthcare perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say that I haven't seen things revert fully, but I think time will tell a little bit because, again, related to reimbursement models and the approaches, the fact that there is still a big push for tele-anything, this fact that there's still openness to, I think the thing that won't change for sure is this alternate sites of care. I think enough of the length of the pandemic and enough of the population, whether it's in the federal space or in the non-federal space, are now used to the fact that I don't have to necessarily go to brick and mortar to get done what I needed to get done. Whether they've started to do more at their pharmacy or they're doing more in some other locale to have their needs serviced, and the ability to be able to do things through the telephone, through a video conference. I think that will stay, but the big change will come on if the regulation and legislation continues to stay. We're still under, the emergency phase, and so some of the things that we've been allowed to do in the health space are still enabled that way. So the question just will become what becomes permanent or not. License portability is one of the areas they've been a little bit flexible on, and that there's implications to the way virtual health is provided with that. We do mental health counseling, non-medical mental health counseling, and that's been beneficial. If that reverts, that will make it a little more difficult. So there's things that they allowed to happen that if that can endure, I think less will revert. And I think the general public wants it to stay. I mean, just like, it's like, no, I don't want to go back to the office every single day, but that's more on the personal side. So
I think it's incredibly well said. I think most of the public does not want it to go back. I think that there are systemic issues that some are still playing out, like you nailed it on the regulatory stuff. I could not agree more. I think also, the experiences are still pretty clunky. Some of these new, they're still pretty clunky. And so I think how fast the adoption continues, or whether some of the things that kind of have gone to a new normal then re-accelerate again, will come down to, does this make me feel better known, understood, cared for, and does this make life simpler or not? And that requires that the data is, relatively interoperable. It requires a certain degree of good experiences, right? And I think that, most healthcare companies are really scrambling to make sure that we are keeping pace with the consumer demand. I think there are challenges, though, like with provider supply. So if mental health professionals can't treat people outside of their state, for example, we may have way more people who want to have telehealth visits with mental health professionals than we have supply of providers that are willing to provide through that modality. So it's almost like it's complicated. There's some things that are like accelerating, but then the supply doesn't match, or the data's not there yet, or the experiences aren't there yet. So it's like growing pains. But I believe that we're not going to go back. The only question is, how fast are we going to be accelerating toward the future or not? And there are things we can control, and there are things we can't control that will determine the way. And then I think the other thing is, of course, where we're working. And I see a disconnect there too. I see a lot of employers who want you in the office, and a lot of employees who don't necessarily want to be in the office. And at Cigna, we have something called purposeful presence, which is come in the office when it makes sense. And when it doesn't, you don't need to, kind of thing, which I think treats people like grown-ups, which is smart, and lets them use their best judgment. But this is going to be another kind of push and pull, I think, where we don't have all of the acceleration moving at the same pace.
So I want to pull on a thread a little bit. We're not going, if the general consensus of the panel is, we're not going back to kind of what it was like before the COVID pandemic. And we've got kind of this medium place where we're looking at where the pendulum swings. Something like bedside manner in the healthcare space. If we're going to a remote telehealth type of space, and in telework, how do you have those conversations around office norms? In healthcare, how do you convey bedside manner? Any thoughts on how you can design a customer experience to meet that?
Well, I think it's going to be different because it depends on who the customer is. So I would say for myself, interacting with, a telehealth appointment and then being able to follow up through text, I actually feel better about that because I can get the real-time feedback, the real-time information. There are others that are not comfortable with texting and wouldn't want to do that, and so therefore they may not feel that presence. But I think with the way the technology has evolved, that it has allowed it to be more, you can feel a little more present if you are doing a video telehealth appointment, will help with that to some extent. But again, I think it will depend on the individual. And I think that's where I thought, Katya, clunky is the right word. It's like, whether it's data, whether it's technology, whether it's the person, I think we're going to settle into something that will be a norm that will be based on how each individual wants to interact with the healthcare system. And I think that, we've always had, well, I don't know, maybe you never had a provider that had a bad bedside manner, but I've had providers that haven't had the greatest bedside manner, and you kind of just go with it because they're there for a purpose and you're getting through the purpose. But I think you would settle in and stay with a provider that had a better bedside manner, whatever that looks like. I just don't think it's going to necessarily have to be that I'm sitting down with you. It's back to, do I have the information that I need? What's the level of information I feel comfortable with? And did I receive that information and care? And I think that will play out, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, I agree. Again, we have similar yet dissimilar issues, and I think one with like a remote workforce as well. And as an organization focused on, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging within the work that we do every day, there's just a series of new hiccups, right? Even around healthcare. So we were on our first ever company retreat. I took everybody to Martha's Vineyard. Somebody got sick. She's like, but I don't need to go to the emergency room. And I was like, can you do a telehealth visit? And she's like, she has to be in her home state to do the telehealth visit. And I was like, what's the point of telehealth? Sorry. So, we made it work. We did some holistic health things, and she felt great. It was fine. But, there's just like these little hiccups, or even now trying to figure out like the right insurance policy for a remote organization where everyone is in different states. Like, how on earth does that work, and why on earth are the plans not yet caught up to where we are in this moment, even as a temporary fix? So now I know, folks, that maybe we can go solve these problems together. But these are good problems to have, I think, though. I think all in all, these are really positive growing pains for like where our world is moving towards and where our communities are moving towards. And I grew up as a little girl really always curious about tech in the future, and I never wanted to like be the Flintstones. I always thought we were going to be the Jetsons. And so I'm just like waiting for the time that we can like hit a button and like get scanned and just do and take the medicine and keep it moving. So I think all of us want to keep it moving, but I also think we're just in a world where, whether it's financial oversight, talking about helping our founders fundraise, whether it's medical rules, whether it's SEC rules, whether, like all of these things are all changing, and none of the systems are designed to support the needs of where we are in this moment. And everyone says they want change, and then you have folks like us that are there to help ensure that the change actually not just happens, but that it is sustained and then improved, because it's as you say, it's clunky. So I think we see a lot of folks thinking, we're good. Like, I'm like, no, we're not good. Can you keep iterating, please? So hopefully we have a lot of bright minds, but open perspectives to how the world needs to move on all of these fronts in the future.
Yeah. What a great note to end on.
Yeah, that was a good red bow on this panel.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well done. I want to thank the panelists for your time today. And I could keep talking, but we're at time. And I want to thank those out in the audience and those tuning in for their time today. But thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you to the panel. We could see some problems there being solved directly on stage, which was awesome. Some core conversations over 2 days have been underlined by connectivity. So we're very excited for the next session, where we'll have Neville Ray, who's President of Technology at T-Mobile, in conversation with Jasmine Keys, our Strategic Director at Reuters Event. So welcome on stage, Neville and Jasmine.
We change the rules in customers' favor. We put them first. That's what makes us the Un-carrier.
We've created this powerhouse company. We built the country's biggest and fastest 5G network.
We're taking our 5G network to a level that others simply can't follow.
We're unleashing innovators to build the 5G future on our network.
Couldn't decide who would sit where.
There we go. Those lights are bright, aren't they?
Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us, Neville. We're really looking forward to having this conversation about 5G, which is, I'd say, one of the biggest technologies that we need to talk about at this event, the biggest innovations. So in 2012, T-Mobile were, failing is an awful word, but they were about to be acquired by AT&T. And when that didn't go through, it really ignited quite a remarkable turnaround story, didn't it? And so What role has the network played in this success, and how will 5G keep that momentum going?
Well, great question, and thank you at the outset for inviting T-Mobile and me to this Reuters event. We're delighted to be here. And thank you for wearing magenta too. Look at that.
I did this on purpose.
That's awesome. love that brand color. Yeah, I mean, this last 10 years, maybe just I'll spend a couple of minutes and update people on the T-Mobile story, and then we can talk maybe.
Yeah.
My lane is network and technology, but obviously I've been an integral part of the business for a couple of decades now. But 10 years ago, we did have a combination attempt between AT&T and T-Mobile that didn't go through. But that was the genesis of what we call the Un-carrier movement within T-Mobile. Come back to that word in a second. But John Ledger, who became, and is still pretty famous in the industry, he joined the company, built a leadership team. Mike Sievert came in as the chief marketing officer, and Mike's now our CEO at T-Mobile. And that team set about really rebranding our business, but standing for something different in the industry. And we became a very powerful disruptive force in wireless. And we called that the Un-carrier because we looked at the competitive situation in the US where AT&T and Verizon pretty much dominated the marketplace. And there were third and fourth, less well-heeled players in T-Mobile and Sprint who were battling against, AT&T and Verizon with massive balance sheets and massive scale. So the challenge for us was, well, how do we disrupt the space? And so we birthed the Un-carrier, which was all about not being the other guys, right? It was about how do we stand for something different in this space? And the approach was all about attacking what we called customer pain points in the industry. So, for example, we canceled contracts, which were endemic across wireless, here in the US marketplace. We took away the pain of, if you ran over your data allocation, which people really didn't understand 10 years ago, don't understand today very well, but to avoid punitive pieces like that. Made it easy to upgrade your phone. Didn't charge you when you roamed outside of the US on data networks in other parts of the world. I mean, there's a whole litany of customer pain points that we broke down over a period of time. And what that allowed us to do, it drove tremendous growth for the company because people really latched onto that branding message and what the company was standing for and delivering. And that growth allowed us to fuel then investment back into our network and our business. And wireless networks are very capital intensive. We spend billions upon billions of dollars investing in these networks. And so we had this growth cycle that we were able to, perpetuate. And that took us to a point, 2.5 years ago, almost to the day, when we successfully closed our combination with Sprint. And so that was a combination of the third and fourth player in the market. I always like to say, people say that's a 4-3. I don't want to get into competitive politics, but that was really a 2-3 combination. And so Sprint and T-Mobile came together, and we've now created a powerhouse business with a tremendous network that has allowed us to really stimulate the rollout of 5G here in the US. And it's early, but we have been able to take the mantle and really charge forward with 5G. And our competition is now trying to catch us, which is a complete reversal of where we were, if you went back a decade ago or even 5 years ago. So it's been a tremendous turnaround story. The company is still very Un-carrier focused. I was listening to some of the earlier, panelist comments. We're very entrepreneurial in nature. We love to think about being a small, still disruptive force, even though we're a huge company now.
Yeah, you were saying before you have such a young workforce and such a huge workforce now as well.
We have, literally as the two companies came together, we've combined two very, excited teams about how they take, wireless forward. It is a young team. We have a massive fleet of retail stores. We have a large volume of folks dealing with customer issues and upgrades and all those different things in the US. I'm not sure what the average age is now. It's much younger than me. I'm not reflective of what this company, T-Mobile looks like these days at all. But yeah, I think our average age is well under 30. It's in the 28, 20, 27, 28 range, which is exciting. And there's a lot of energy in the company. And it's amazing when you create something that's disruptive and is doing good things. 5G is ultimately, we'll get into the details, but is going to bring a ton of goodness to society and communication and connectivity. And folks love that. Folks want to be working for a company where they're making a difference.
Of course.
And I think that's the piece that was really underneath, the uncarrier culture, and that we carry forward today.
And when you're number one in the world for something, number one in the world for 5G, there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that in terms of tech for good and making that social impact. And we will get into that in just a minute.
Yeah.
But before we do, I want to talk about the hype around 5G.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of skepticism about the impact. It's clear that there are many applications, but it seems to be quite incremental in the experience, and it needs to be disruptive. It's a word that we've been using so much throughout these last 2 days.
Right.
So how long will it take for 5G to become mainstream, and why is it so important that we're pushing for this right now and not in 5 or 10 years?
Yeah. I don't disagree, Jasmine, about the hype, right? I mean, because I think that's part of the problem and the perception around 5G and what it can do, today. Because the story was overhyped if you went back, 4 or 5 years ago. At a point in time here in the US, at least, I mean, my world is, domestic US.
Yep.
And, all of the carriers, all of the wireless operators were in a position whereby nobody had the assets or the spectrum to really roll out 5G effectively. But now we do. We could spend 20 minutes talking about spectrum in the US. It's a massive discussion. I mean, but that's the fuel in the tank to feed, be it 3G, 4G, or now 5G. And so what's happening now, I mean, T-Mobile has been building out, as a result of our combination with Sprint, at a furious pace. We've been combining the networks and combining the assets of those two networks, primarily the spectrum. And that's afforded us this kind of jump start. And so 5G is becoming very real now. It wasn't 2 years ago. It certainly wasn't real on millimeter wave networks, which is very high band, low coverage spectrum. Now we have, so T-Mobile today has a network, a 5G network, that covers 97% of all Americans. So that's a pretty stunning stat. People don't realize how far this network has moved. The geographic coverage alone is just tremendous. And on top of that then, we're now adding layers of spectrum that bring all of these 5G capabilities in connectivity and services that we'll talk about. And I mean, this may sound like a simple analogy to folks in terms, because people say, what is 5G? What does it do? And the simplest way to think about it is, I often use like a freeway analogy. So we all know, be it a freeway here, a motorway in UK. I am from UK originally, so I remember congested motorways. But we all know what happens, commute hours and bad times a day and so on. So think about a 3-lane, freeway motorway. And what 5G does is it adds multiple lanes, not 3 anymore, but 6 or 9, even 12 lanes. And so I think folks can understand what happens when you have that freedom and you have massive capacity and road to run. And also the vehicles are way more efficient and capable running on that new roadway. So 5G is extraordinary. I'm incredibly excited about the 5G opportunity. But the hype is there because we started too early. And I just say this last point. 5G is very real today. So one thing that we were passionate about, and you just referenced it, we'll come back to it later on, for T-Mobile, was how do we take 5G and connectivity across the US? And how do we connect, rural communities and small towns that are still living in maybe a 3G world or very poor, home broadband connectivity? And so we've been pushing on, one, getting that coverage across the US, but also driving a new category for us, which is home broadband. And so there's lots of terms, fixed wireless access, home broadband, but bottom line, we're now connecting communities and homes across the US, urban, suburban, and rural, with wireless connectivity, not fixed connectivity, not a cable connectivity, not a terrible DSL connection, but wireless connectivity. And that inside the last 12 months for T-Mobile, as we've been building and rolling out our network, I mean, we're 1.5 million customers from a standing start a year ago. It's $1 billion run rate business. And we intend to take that to 7 to 8 million customers over the next 3 years. And so 5G is very real for those customers. I've got great examples from the recent, hurricanes and, what happened with Ian in Florida and how communities were staying connected on our fixed wireless service. This service is very, very real for people and it's expanding. So that's That's very real. And then last thing, if you're on a 5G phone and on a 5G network today, you are consuming, maybe we don't have the new killer application, whatever that might be on the smartphone, but I tell you, people are digesting enormous volumes of data. Video consumption is 2x in 5G. Social networking communication, it's doubling. We're seeing usage in a 5G world double from where we were, in a 4G world, which is fascinating. People are really enjoying 5G when they come onto these networks. And so back to your question about the hype, I mean, we're in this period as the networks are now getting built. We're starting to see great applications and utilization of all of that capacity and capability. And there is a whole wave of innovation that will come onto these networks, as it did for 4G.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think the way that you're delivering it in an equitable way and how it's impacting those communities is incredible. It's really powerful. And of course, we're here to focus on tech for good. Casey Rotter, I mentioned this earlier, she's the founder of UNICEF NextGen, and she spoke yesterday about bringing internet to schools and the positive impact that can have on the whole community. So, the work that you're doing in 5G, I know it's focused within the US, but it's going to have that impact and that influence on the world and make, things that Casey's trying to do more achievable. So I guess how do you see that influence across a global influence?
Yeah, well, let me pull that apart a little bit and talk about what we're doing in terms of connectivity for good, right? And we've been very focused on the digital divide, and people think about the US as this massively high connected marketplace. Nobody needs it's so far from the truth, right? There are massive broadband connectivity is massively fragmented across all environments in the US, urban, suburban, rural, you name it. And there are very, very large sections of our community who are very poorly served. Either they don't have the service or they can't afford the service. That's one of the problems in the home broadband marketplace. It's been very monopolistic in many, many parts of the US for decades. And so one of the things, because we have a lot of passion in the space and our employees and teams do too, so we launched a project called Project 10 Million. This was before the pandemic came. And the essence and drive of that program is to provide connectivity for, the initial focus was kids who are not connected when they leave school. So it was about the homework gap. So kids are doing great in school, they have all these assets, they go home, mom and dad can't afford, home broadband. So they go home, can't do the homework, right? We rapidly learned during the pandemic that the homework gap became the schoolwork gap, right? These kids were going into virtual environments, couldn't connect, couldn't be taught. I mean, huge issues. I mean, the amount of work that we did in New York is stunning. So what have we been doing there? So Project 10 Million is about providing hotspots and free service to those communities and those school districts. And so 10 million is how many connections we want to provide. We're almost halfway. We're at 4.3 million connections that we've provided. There are over 1,500 school districts across the US who are leveraging that service today. And now, yes, we're post-pandemic, so kids, thankfully, I'm not sure they see it that way, back to that last discussion, but most kids are going back to school now. But when they go home at night, they have connectivity, and we are targeting that 10 million, size and scale. So that's one area where we've been, very focused. And then maybe we can talk, if you want me to talk about 5G, other areas where we're bringing benefit, I can do that too.
Yeah, I mean, different verticals. Where are you seeing the most considerable impact?
Yeah. So, I mean, I talked about home broadband, so that's a whole big new category where we're driving goodness of connectivity. And honestly, we're going into rural communities across the US who have been badly served forever. And we go into those communities with fixed wireless access and capability, and it transforms a community. Now, the economic capability, the work from home capability, all those things in those communities is being transformed. So that's one area. There's bringing very powerful connectivity with 5G, and 5G allows this. We couldn't do this in 4G technology because we didn't have the lanes of freeway, right? Now we do, and so we can provide extraordinary connectivity compared to what may exist in those markets. I think, then I think about all these other, the goodness, 5G can bring. And I was listening to the last panel there, and, You think about verticals like healthcare. And so 5G has all of these dimensions of capability that 4G networks never did. So for example, the lanes of spectrum provide much faster speeds, that's one. We can also provide much improved latency, so responsiveness to what you are doing on the network. Easiest case to think about there is gaming. Gamers will rapidly see what poor latency is and what good latency is. Now we're building a network to connect billions of things, not millions of people on phones. So 5G architecture is all about massive connectivity.
The IoT.
And IoT in that space. And so if you think about, so let's pick one, healthcare. So you think about a world today which is still primarily highly reactive in healthcare. You go to the doctor, you contact your doctor when you're sick, right? Or when you have a problem, or that's how most people operate. So imagine the world where now through sensors, man, women, worn equipment, you can now have proactive healthcare whereby your body and the devices on your body, not invasive, are communicating to your healthcare provider. So your healthcare provider calls you to tell you there's something wrong, rather than you going to your healthcare provider. When you talk to the healthcare vertical about the power of that and what we could do, you can actually turn healthcare almost upside down, right? When you think about reactive to proactive healthcare, how much money can be saved, how many lives can be saved. And so how does 5G make that happen? Because now 5G connectivity, low battery life, high battery life, low battery consumption is another factor of 5G, and massive connectivity. There is a world a decade from now where many of us will wear some form of body monitoring, which allows your healthcare provider to see data, manage data, look at trends, and provide you proactive healthcare. Stuff like that is very powerful. It's happening. We see the interest and excitement, in verticals today. So that's just one. How we're going to communicate as a society is going to transform for sure. We're all used to this thing, right, and staring at a piece of glass. But here's my other projection, right? So 5 years from now, many of us will be wearing 5G capable eyewear and wearables, and so that's going to change form factor and consumption of data and information off of networks. Now, why? This will all be optional, but you could have simple applications like navigation that are in your field of vision on 5G connected wearables. I mean, it may be information sharing, maybe retail shopping. There's an infinite number of applications and services that real time can come to your field of vision. That's very, very powerful. There's massive investments being lined up. The 5G networks that we're building can support that. So is social media and social networking going to change with 5G? You betcha, right? The way we actually engage and consume data today is going to change. And as what we do in a fixed environment continues to evolve. So I know there's a company out there that believes 10 years from now we're all wearing, our VR headsets, right? And that's how we live our lives. That's going to be predominantly in a fixed environment, but some of that is going to move to a mobile environment. You may be on your train commute or your bus commute or whatever it might be, and you will want to engage in what's a pervasive metaverse world. 5G networks are going to be able to support that level of connectivity, that latency, experiences that you can now avoid having to stare at something. They come to you real time. So there's going to be massive change in how we communicate, what we communicate. All of those things are coming, and they're enabled by this kind of powerhouse 5G story that's emerging.
Brilliant. So many applications that are going to make a huge impact, a huge social impact. So finally, what is the future of T-Mobile and 5G? How are you looking globally? What influence are you going to have? Final last words, Neville.
Yeah, I think I'd get in trouble if I said we had global ambitions. We're a US player. But no, I mean, I think the fun piece for us is we have accelerated US adoption of 5G capability, and everybody's impatient. We've gone through this hype, this hype phase, but 5G is now becoming real, and I think the US marketplace will drive a ton of innovation, onto these 5G networks. And so I look at the the pure size and scale of the 5G network that we built here at T-Mobile, it's one of the biggest in the world. We can't quite compete with China, right? I mean, that's a massive and enormous scaled activity there. But if you look at the rest of, you know, the world, we're out there leading. We just won a global award. We don't try and win global awards. We try and win US awards. We win lots of them. For the most availability on a 5G network. So what does that mean? It means T-Mobile customers are connected more to 5G than any other customer set globally. So that tells you, gives you a flavor of how fast this 5G connectivity story is really moving. So for me, it's all about driving and continuing to evolve this network in terms of its coverage, its depth, its performance, its capacity, capability, latency, because the use case environment that's coming, the verticals in business, enterprise, consumer, are literally endless. And you know, if you look at the adoption and start of the 4G era, most of us got that all wrong, but it created a massive mobile economy. You know, companies like, pick one, Uber, right? Didn't exist in a pre-4G world because the connectivity couldn't support that. Think about a world now where that connectivity capability is scaled in multiple massive dimensions. The promise of 5G is actually, it's coming and it's coming fast. And so we see ourselves as very responsible for helping drive that, driving goodness that comes from that, and at the same time making sure our customers are very happy and excited about being with T-Mobile.
Absolutely, it's riddled with complexity, and but it's progressing, and the impact is undeniable. So, thank you for your work, and thank you for joining me on stage at Momentum, Neville.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine, and thank you, Neville. Healthcare came up in that session, and it's a lovely seg into our next conversation, which is around digital innovation and putting the care back into healthcare. Delighted to welcome back on stage Cameron Fox, Health Tech Lead with the World Economic Forum, and also Katja Anderson back again, Chief Digital Analytics Officer with Cigna. Welcome.
Thanks, Reuters, and good morning, everyone. So, my name is Cameron Fox, and I lead our health tech work at the World Economic Forum, where we focus on the role of public-private cooperation in an international setting to improve the state of the world. So, we are here to talk about digital innovation and how to put the care back in healthcare. Now, I think all of us in this room have experienced rather depersonalizing experiences working our way through the healthcare system, feeling frustrated, confused, watching a doctor look at a screen instead of you. But what's not as obvious to me is that digital innovation will necessarily change that. So I'm delighted to be joined by Katja Anderson, the Chief Digital and Analytics Officer at Cigna. Now, Katja, my first question to you, how did we get here? How did we get to a place where the care is not in healthcare? Is this something that went wrong with digital? Is this the pandemic? Or is it C, something else?
So thank you, and thank you for having me. And it's nice to be back up here. I'm really sorry for everyone in the audience. I think it's the first time I've ever been in danger of being overexposed in my life, so you get a double header here. But I'm really excited to talk about this topic. And I think we can blame digital for many things, but probably not this particular thing. I mean, I think we have a healthcare system that the incentives are all upside down, right, in terms of getting great care for the individual. It's just an incredibly, incredibly complex set of issues. And we have, incentives that certainly encourage us to treat the sick, but not to keep people well, for example. I could name, dozens and dozens of issues. I think to answer your question and why do we end up that way, I think some of it is who is incented to pursue what behaviors between providers, payers, customers, patients, employers, right? All of that's a bit upside down. I am optimistic, though, that while we probably can't change all of that overnight, that we can get better at working backward from a human being because of digital. So I'm on the side, not surprisingly, given my day job, that digital can make this better, but we have to be very thoughtful about how we implement it. And to your example, you know, when I think about bedside manner came up in the last panel and sort of human-based care, what does that mean, like bedside manner? To me, it means you have a provider, a physician or some kind of medical provider, who actually knows something about you, cares about you, and makes things simpler and clear, right? And I think in the IRL, in real life experiences right now, are anything but that. I mean, the last time I went to my, went to the doctor, I waited in the waiting room for 45 minutes, and then I got promoted to sitting in a office, right, sitting in a lovely, elegant paper gown for like another 30 minutes. And then my provider swept in with a laptop that he looked at more than the laptop looked at me. Okay, well, what's going on there? Well, I'm not feeling like he's working backwards from me, but he's working backwards from the system we have, right? And so what digital, I think, can allow us to do is to create new front doors to care, where I can go in and see everything about my healthcare. I can see everything I need to see. I can see where I can get care. I can get care wherever I am, or when I need to go interact with a provider. Hopefully that information will create connectivity before the system itself becomes connected.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and given my day job, I hope to agree. I wonder, you know, when we think about design decisions and flipping the script, working backwards from the end user, there's often a tacit assumption that that end user is the consumer, but it seems like one of the most difficult parts is actually changing provider behavior. They're overburdened, they're trapped in the system as well, and we're at a point where in the US, doctors spend on average, is it 25% of their time in face-to-face interactions, and they don't want to be there either. They would prefer to spend their time doing the thing that they trained for so many years to do. So what has gone wrong there, and how do we flip the script? How do we get to a place where we're using their abilities and their humanness in a way that, you know, is what they're trained to do?
Yeah. Well, you clearly think with a product mindset. So what I mean by product mindset is you are working backwards from the human being, in this case, the provider. I agree, very overlooked in the system and in the conversations about digital innovation. The second thing is a product mindset's about how are you providing value to that human being, right? Not the value you define, but the value for that human being, right? And then how are you testing and learning your way into, that's the third dimension of product mindset, how are you testing and learning your way into the right, we would call it a product market fit or experience provider fit in this case, that's actually going to deliver that value, right, in a way that's human-centered. Okay, so that's product mindset, very little of it in healthcare. Very little of it. And so what we are doing at Cigna is introducing the product mindset. So I'm going to Phoenix next week. I go to Phoenix often because we have a healthcare system in Phoenix, our Evernorth Care Services. And what I do when I go there with my team is we spend a lot of time with providers. And we can go into clinics and spend time with providers watching what this life is like. Because it's one thing to know it, it's another thing to see it. And so I sat with a physician charting. Like, you wouldn't believe what that experience looks like. So he would go in, he would meet with a patient, and then the actual charting took as long as the interaction with the patient. So going in, writing a summary of the visit, clicking a ton of boxes, what is, you know, and this is a digital experience, but I wouldn't call it a provider-first digital experience. It was a digital experience designed for what's needed for billing systems, for claims, and so on and so forth. So I think the answer is we have to come in with that mindset and design backward from the provider. And the more that our systems are provider-centric, consumer-centric, the better they will be. And the great thing is, I think that is possible without like trying to fix the entire healthcare system, because that's what digital does, is it helps us disrupt a system, right? And find ways to streamline, reorient, and solve problems for real human beings, which I think is more possible now than it's been before.
That's really interesting. So I wonder, you know, maybe we don't need to change the system, but it's so hard to work inside of the system as it currently stands. So What are you doing at Cigna to get around that? You know, there are so many different players, it's fragmented. We talk about problems with interoperability all the time. What does that mean to do this design, test, learn mindset?
Well, the first thing is I'll say what it's not. So in the previous panel, I talked a little bit about it's not helping people navigate the system we have. It's not aggregating a bunch of fragmentation, and it's not like picking off individual conditions and trying to solve them one by one. Like, that's not what we need to do. Instead, we need to create digital front doors for all the different folks in the healthcare system that bring together the data, which again, that's a big challenge, but I'm very excited we're working on that, and there's a lot of movement and regulatory tailwinds, frankly, around data interoperability. To begin to bring together for the individual what they need to know when, for the provider what they need to do when, and I think when you start to create a better solution, you can start changing the system because people will not put up with the system they had and the demand will change. So to take a really simple example, if you have a way better experience as a consumer with the healthcare system, that is great for your employer that's probably paying for your healthcare, right? And it's probably great for the employer because they want happy, productive, healthy employees, and that is something they're going to start demanding from health plans, right? So it's almost like we have to create the, reverse out the demand to combat the incentives and to put pressure on the system for these solutions that are more human-centered.
Right, that makes sense. One thing that I think about a lot at work is what this means for those who don't have access right now. Mm-hmm. Are we inevitably going to make a system where we're just increasing the digital divide, health inequity, whatever you want to call it? What is the role of digital in making sure that doesn't happen?
Right.
And how can we build systems that are both good for the provider, good for the consumer, and also good for those who don't have access to healthcare right now?
Right. So I think that's a great question. I think there are a few dimensions of it to pick apart. So first of all, there is a risk of a digital divide if you just stick a bunch of digital first, virtual care solutions out there that require high-speed internet, and you're not wrapping around it, and you're not being consumer-centered, back to the point here. You're not having a product mindset. And you're just building all this nifty stuff that doesn't take into account, does someone have access to the internet? Do they have a smartphone? Will they be able to navigate this? Are they a digital native or not? So what we do there is we have a hybrid approach. So one, we absolutely want to design an ideal set of experiences, but at the same time, we have human beings who help walk someone through how to set up, for an appointment through MD Live, for example, which is our telemedicine solution, or right, if it's an issue of I don't have the internet, I don't have a computer, those appointments can be done on the phone, right? And so we can adapt to that. And so we also, though, have programs where we go out in communities with mobile clinics, right, to do primary care. But I'll give you a couple stats that I think will hopefully back up my optimism here, that it's a net positive for expanding access to care rather than something that's going to create a digital divide. And that's that the real problem for many people is getting access to care in their area, being able to do that in a timely way, right? Having that be affordable, and having that be accessible. And if you can get urgent care or primary care or mental health care from your home, that is more, or for wherever you are, that is more of an equalizer than not. And so maybe it helps to have a human example here, because I was struck by one the other day. We had a customer who was a patient. She lived in Washington State. She has lung cancer. And she has elderly parents who live in Idaho, and she's taking care of them too. And so can you imagine, right? She's struggling with cancer. She's going back and forth to Idaho to care for her parents. And then her own health is not good, right? She is a smoker, she has hypertension, so she has all these issues she's combating, but she doesn't have time in all of this to go to a primary care office, sit around, wait in the waiting room, go see some. She does not have time. And so for someone like that, this was a great example from MD Live, like being able to get her primary care on the go, right, virtually. And so much of her health was able to be managed that way. Here's a program for quitting smoking. Here's medication for your high blood pressure. right? Here's a program for managing your weight. Here are medications that you're going to be needing, and we can monitor those, right? So I think, when you think about someone who doesn't have bus fare to get to an appointment, or someone who's struggling with all these issues that are part of like the social determinants of health, I think that bringing care to where people are is very positive, as long as you're taking into account not everyone's ready to use it, and so you have to wrap around those individuals the assistance that they may need to adopt that.
I think it's a great point, and this is something that we really harp on a lot in the work that I've been doing, trying to understand what this means in an international context. How do you do this in low resource settings, or even in high resource settings? And what we keep coming back to is this idea of high tech, high touch.
Yes.
And understanding where it is that you can take things away from that provider or from that consumer so that they can get time back, and where it is that you do need a human.
Yes.
How do you use it as a task extender, not something that's supposed to take jobs away,
right,
or take away that human face that you do need, or those that aren't digital natives that are
right,
going to need help doing that. So I think that's just such an important
I'm going to
point.
steal that soundbite. High tech, high touch.
High tech, high touch. It's a great.
It's a great way of looking at it. It's a great way of looking at it, because we want the high touch reserved for when you really need a human being.
Right.
But right now we have high touch manual processes. We have high touch bureaucracy. So I really like that complementary way of thinking about it.
Yeah, we've been collecting case studies of what folks are doing in different resource settings, and one that I really love that's taking this idea of high tech, high touch, and also understanding who has social capital in a community and who has that gravitas to affect someone's behavior, and then enabling them with very simple digital tools. It's a company I'm working with that's mostly in Southeast Asia, Reach 52, where they worked with Buddhist monks in Cambodia to train them up on very simple apps with tablets that don't need constant internet connectivity, and then they can go into those communities and take blood pressure, take A1C readings, these very simple things that so much of the world still doesn't have access to. And when we look at some of the stats, WHO says we're going to be short 17 million healthcare workers by 2030. That is a gap we can never fill with doctors and nurses. We've got to understand how to extend the reach with digital without taking away that human face.
Wow. I love that story. I mean, for two reasons. So one, fun fact, I used to work for Reuters as a journalist at the beginning of my career, and I was based in Phnom Penh, so I can visualize what you're talking about. So that's the first reason I love it. But the second reason is you make a great point about alternate sites of care, right? Yes. This marrying of technology with a trusted person in a community is magical together, right? And I agree with you. There are not enough providers or hospitals, and we have to be thinking outside in alternate sites of care, and digital can be a great source of connectivity among those. It's a great example.
Agreed. That idea of alternate sites of care and understanding where that social capital lies, it's something that we've found works almost anywhere, whether it's Buddhist monks in Cambodia or a company we're working with that's using former college football stars and the cults around college football to bring more folks into a care pathway. So I think that there's something here that we all need to learn from.
Yeah. Well, and I think you're making a good point about who are the trusted people we turn to for our health. Dr. Google, probably, but also friends, family, trusted influencers in our community.
Absolutely. So we're just about out of time. So my last question, what's next for Cigna? What's next for you?
So I think the most important thing going forward for all of this that we're talking about are human beings and the cultural change we need within our organizations to bring about the cultural change we want in the healthcare system. So, what's next for me is, yes, I'm very excited about wearables, and I'm very excited about all of these incredible technologies and all the things we talked about in the last panel. But the thing that keeps me up at night is not, are we going to be able to harness all that for good? It's that, can we move fast enough within our cultures to do the human-centered, agile, test and learn? This is a new way of thinking and being and doing innovation that many organizations are not yet comfortable with, right? And I think the winner in healthcare will be whoever can learn the fastest. And so I'm very focused on building the culture building the digital product and technology practices, building the analytics teams who can learn really fast, because we're not always going to understand every human, every need, and the best way to do that is to not only be using our data to figure out what to do next, but generating data from what human beings are doing and bringing that together to have more precise, personalized healthcare over time.
Amazing. Katya, thank you.
Oh, I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. We have one more fireside conversation in this session, and the focus is security and how security can up-level your business. So delighted to welcome on stage Jeff Belknap, Chief Information Security Officer with LinkedIn, and our moderator, Blake Montgomery from Gizmodo. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Blake Montgomery. I'm a tech news editor at Gizmodo, but if you hate this conversation, I write for the New York Times. And I'm here with Jeff Belknap, the Chief Information Security Officer for LinkedIn. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, and if you hate this conversation, I work for somebody else.
Perfect.
I also work for the New York Times.
Perfect. I wanted, just so we all can get to know you a little bit better, I'm wondering what your first job in cybersecurity was.
Oh, my first job in cybersecurity.
You were talking backstage about working at McDonald's, so if that has cybersecurity lessons too, by all means.
Just between us. So pro tip, don't give Blake any secrets. I think my first real job in cybersecurity was I had kind of a decade-plus career in networking and telecommunications, but I had those sort of like basal 5-year-old boy instincts of like, I really want to be a cop or a firefighter or like a helicopter pilot. And then later in my career, I had an opportunity to join a small security startup based out of Salt Lake City called Solera Networks. And that was a great place for me to sort of take my networking background and apply it to security. And I really had the opportunity to learn what the security industry was and apply those skills that way. And it was really neat. It was a really neat time. And that started me down this path of being a wayward youth that's running security programs.
And here you are, helping other wayward youths into cybersecurity. And you're curious,
helping is debatable.
This conversation, we're talking about what cybersecurity can do for you from a business perspective. Right. I'm curious if there are pieces of what you're working on at LinkedIn that you see as perhaps consumer marketing initiatives, even more so than they might be like fixes of cybersecurity, like big cybersecurity problems. I know Apple has made a huge deal about their cybersecurity practices in big billboards that are sort of inescapable. So I was wondering how you think of cybersecurity as consumer-facing marketing tool.
I think that's a fairly recent development, and it's one that I really I believe strongly in. Right, the place where we are as a society is such that your individual security needs to be a priority for the companies that you do business with. And I think one of the special things about working for a place like LinkedIn is the company's culture is very member forward and very customer forward. And one of the tenets of the organization is to put members first, to always be thinking about what's going to be best for the members at LinkedIn. And I think one of those, that being one of your tenets, everything you do, you're thinking about, how is this going to impact my members? What can I do to improve the security, the safety, the experience of members on the platform? And I think a lot about how we do two-factor authentication, for example. While certainly I would love to see us be the industry leader in using modern two-factor authentication, I think one of the things that we do well is we make it very easy for you to turn that on. And it's a simple thing that you can use that we don't charge extra for it. We don't make you give over your phone number for it or anything like that. We have plenty of options for you to choose so that you can pick the right combination of what feels the best for you from a privacy perspective and from a sharing perspective. And how do you protect your social identity on a marketplace that's so important like LinkedIn? And I think we didn't have to do that. We could certainly have come up with an excuse to charge more for it. And I won't shame anyone, but I know there are plenty of websites and plenty of enterprise or consumer products that do charge more for that. And instead, we decided like we're going to make sure that this is free, that this is available, and that you have the tools to protect your account. And certainly, I think that line of thinking is something that's very appealing to me.
Do you find that consumers today are more expectant of good cybersecurity practices than they were a year ago, 5 years ago, certainly 10 years ago?
Definitely more than 10 years ago. I think it's a slow change. I think we are moving from a time where consumers started from a position of, you're going to take care of all of this for me, or it just doesn't matter, right? And I think certainly you've been on the internet probably at least as long as I have, or you're at least 20 years younger than me. The reality is like, it didn't matter as much. You didn't worry about it as much. But now I've had my identity stolen dozens of times, according to the letters that I get, and I have enough free credit monitoring to last me can probably pass it down to my children. And so like now it matters. It's like, wait, that's a bad thing that keeps happening, right? So I think where we're going is a place where consumers and especially enterprises I think are leading the way here of making sure that if I'm doing business with a company like LinkedIn, what does that security program look like? How are we building a base for us to build upon that's based on trust? How do I know that I can trust you with my data? And I think consumers are coming to this also very rapidly, where it starts with a conversation about privacy, but that really leads into a longer conversation about, well, now that I've decided to trust you with some of this data because I find value in the service that you provide, how do I know that you're protecting that? How do I know that you're doing the right thing? And I think that's absolutely the direction we should be going. Consumers should be asking harder questions there and holding people to a higher standard.
Be careful what you wish for. I mean, last week, speaking of stolen identities, last week, Krebs on Security reported that unidentified scammers were creating profiles of chief information security officers. I was wondering if that happened to you.
It did not. I wish somebody would. I think be happy for somebody else to respond to all my emails. But I think, I mean, that is a problem, right? That's not something anybody wants to happen. You don't want somebody misrepresenting your brand. You don't want somebody who's in a position of authority that is not the person that represents your brand and how you secure it. And certainly we have some of the world's best, most talented engineers, product designers, product managers, policy folks. We are working hard to prevent things like that. But the reality is, these things are relatively new. This is not necessarily the same as fighting misinformation or disinformation, or in my job, making sure that you're protecting against a data breach or a data leak. This is a whole new set of problems. And I think it also, highlights that Silicon Valley is special and that we can pull together a lot of this talent, but it's incredibly difficult if you're not one of the top companies in Silicon Valley to fight this kind of difficult problem.
And I mean, one other aspect of cybersecurity is that it can be a time-consuming and very expensive investment. You've worked at companies of, it sounds like all sizes, basically. Mm-hmm. And so I'm wondering, like, were there points at some of the smaller companies where you told the executives, we need to be investing in cybersecurity now? And what is the difference between, like, what you have to do now versus building cybersecurity from the ground up?
I think when you're building from the ground up and you hire somebody like me, I don't need to convince you that you need to invest in security. I think when you've hired somebody to head your security program, you've decided, if it's a very small company, maybe the board has decided it's time to invest. If it's a larger company, the executive team has decided that, wherever the company is going, building this program early and investing in it early is going to be better for how fast the business grows. It's going to give you entrance into some market that you want to identify. But you have to do it early because it takes time, and you have to be fully committed because it is not inexpensive. So I don't feel like I've ever had to like really convince somebody to do it. I think where most of the conversations come from are, hey, your business, you want to move into the federal space, or you want to move into a country where you haven't been before. Those regulatory regimes are going to be very different than what you might expect if you're based in the US, right? Dealing with the SEC might be very different than dealing with whoever the telecom regulatory body might be in a different country.
Roskomnadzor, not exactly friendly.
This is where I try to be thoughtful about what I say about regulators. Regulators have a very tough job, and I think they spend a lot of time holding people like us accountable, meeting those requirements. But investing early means like you can hire a couple of lawyers and just satisfy your compliance requirements. If you are really committed to doing what's best for your customers, and I think ultimately that comes out, your customers will stay with you longer if they know that the decisions that you're making are based on their best interests. And I think this is also one of the things I love about LinkedIn is like, we are making decisions about how we conduct our business because we're making a long-term bet in that if we do what's best for our customers and our members and the people that use LinkedIn, like that will help us grow. Our success will only come from doing what's right for those members and from those customers. So you invest early in things that, it's not going to necessarily help my business grow immediately, acutely to build the world's best data protection platform, right? That's just not required to sell more subscriptions or to help people find more jobs. But it is required if you want to be in this business long term and you want to scale up to 800 million plus users, you have to be able to protect that data. Because the second that you stop being able to convince people that you can be trusted with what they are trusting you with, like you're done. That you are now on the downslide.
And I mean, speaking of regulators in other jurisdictions, LinkedIn pulled its flagship product out of China and started this new app, InJobs. I was wondering like what challenges that has presented to you as the CISO. I mean, is InJobs under your purview?
It's not, right? Obviously, we're a complex, large business. I think any time that a company is operating in a complex regulatory environment, you're always going to be balancing those decisions about how do we meet both the spirit and the word of the law, because you want to lead with integrity and compliance, and then how do you run your business the way that you think is best for your members and your customers. And I think the reality is, and I'm sorry for anybody that's a regulator, either in person or online, a lot of regulation gets built with great intentions, but not by people that understand the technology necessarily. So sometimes there are requirements that you are asked to meet that might conflict with your goals or might make it very difficult to operate in that regulatory environment. So I think it's smart, regardless of what kind of business that you're running, to constantly be evaluating what those demands are and then thinking about how you should change your product or if you should continue your product.
And in that case, in the case of a complex regulatory environment, perhaps not. I remember that phrasing from the LinkedIn statement in the story I was reading. Are there, in your job currently, I imagine that you are basically collating the goals of a lot of different departments. So how do you approach collaboration with departments that might say, I don't need to bother with information security? I imagine there are not that many at LinkedIn, but.
I think this is not a problem that is unique to LinkedIn. I think it would be, I imagine I have a lot of peers that would like the statement to be, I don't need this, like I've got this covered. I think more frequently it's
much like a user.
Yes, more frequently it's much more like, please go away. I am trying to run my business, please bother someone else. And I think this belies a shift in the trends of security, right? So where we were maybe even 5 years ago, 10 years ago was security was the team of no, we were gonna come in here and stop you from any stupid mistakes you were gonna make. And where we have pivoted, hopefully, is to a position where it is no longer my job solely to make sure that you don't make a mistake. What it should be, if you're running a security program the right way, and your business is investing in it the right way, it should be, how am I gonna make you successful? What am I gonna do to make sure that whatever you're building, whatever part of the business you're trying to expand, that can be successful? And as a security professional, where that success can come from is making sure that I am not getting in your way in an undue way, that we are aligned in both of our goals, like I talked about a minute ago, that growing that product in whatever region that is, or building a new product in a new market, that we're thinking about what are the security demands, what are the compliance demands, what are your customers going to be expecting from you, and what are the potential risks that we need to de-risk out of that product. How do we do that ahead of time when we build the product, when we're planning it together, instead of sort of shipping the car to the end of the line and going like, Jeff will put seatbelts in it, that's probably fine, right? We don't want to build any more products like that. And I think a lot of what I've spent the last 10 years in security leadership positions doing is making sure that we're building a program where we're partners early on. We understand the business. We are not a fancy IT shop that costs more than the rest of IT. We are business partners, and we understand how to make your part of the product successful.
So it sounds like users expect more from cybersecurity departments, and so do other units of the business.
Absolutely. And I think when those customers and when those members expect more, you get to be part of that conversation. And I think it's good for everybody.
Are there any lessons you took from security incidents in your past roles that you think about a lot, like as the CISO of LinkedIn?
I think the thing that most people take away from the security incidents are honestly less about the technical things. I would imagine that if you could do a study, a longitudinal study, long-term study of all security incidents, what you would find is most of them, the organizations that were affected kind of understood what the problem was beforehand, or understood after the problem happened. Like they were, I want to be very fair here, sometimes they are not preventable, but like it's not like you had to invent a whole new discipline of security science to solve those problems. The thing that usually comes out of those incidents are, how do you manage people that are dealing with a crisis? How do you get information to the people that either in your comms team, your legal team, can put it in the hands of customers so they understand what's going on, can put it in the hands of business leaders so they understand what you're doing and what's happening? And how do you build processes that scale around those issues, right? So solving a crisis in a 150-person organization is very different. I could just stand in a room like this is and stand up and shout and tell everybody what's going on. In an organization that's 25 or 30,000 people, that's not realistic. I have to have regular methods of communication. I have to have regular ways to collect that information. I have to have regular ways to share it with all my stakeholders. Those problems are hard. Coordinating lots of humans, we were talking about this earlier, managing humans is hard. Managing 30,000 plus people's emotions about what's going on, even if you're like a lowly salesperson, like you might be worried, like, is my business over? Am I out of a job? So at the end of the day, like it is my job to make sure that people understand what's happening and can keep other people informed about that. And I think what I've seen time and time again is that is probably the hardest part of managing an incident.
Managing the people involved in the incident. How do the hackers feel? We want to know.
In that case, I care much less about how they feel.
Are there pieces of what you're working on or about cybersecurity, the kind of new developments in cybersecurity that really excite you for the future?
Well, if I stick with my theme of people, I think the most exciting thing right now is that we as employers are finally figuring out how to solve the talent gap. And I think the real secret, if I can be so bold as to be biased, is finding out that you can build security engineers. You don't have to just go look for people that are perfect. If you think about investing in the long term, you can bring people in that were working, I don't know, as a journalist, or as I've brought people in as recruiters before. And if they have the right skill set, if they're curious, if they're detail-oriented, if they are motivated learners, if they are good in chaotic situations where all information may not be present at any given moment, and synthesizing that and communicating with other humans, like you have all the base skills that you need. I can now teach you to be a productive security engineer. Now, even if you might not be capable or might not be interested in learning how to program or do something very detailed, there are a lot of roles in security that you can bring people into. So one of the exciting things that we do at LinkedIn is we have two different programs. One's we partner with a group called Year Up. And that brings people from a variety of different backgrounds into the tech industry. They have a program where one of those tracks is focused on cybersecurity. So you're taking people that might be a cashier, they might be working at the mall, maybe they do have a college degree, but security was just not what they focused on. Now you can bring them in and mentor them, and then you can move into the other program that we have, which is called a Reach Apprenticeship, where we'll bring them on as a full-time employee, and we will now spend the next couple of years investing in you, teaching you the craft and the trade of security. And I think when you come to a new job and you are excited about that and you want to learn that brings a level of passion that just does not come if you are the highest compensated employee that was ever found, and I just happen to be able to afford you. When you're passionate about something, you will learn that thing and you will be fantastic at it. So I think I'm really excited about how to bring new people into the space.
It is exciting. Let me go update my LinkedIn. I'll be right back. We have about a minute left. If there are any questions from the audience about security, or if you want a job.
I know a good website for that.
It seems perhaps not, so maybe we should go eat lunch.
Let's go. We've created a culture of fear, but let's go create a culture of sustenance and satisfaction.
Well, thank you for joining me, Geoff.
Thanks, Blake.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Blake, and thank you, Geoff. We are going to take lunch now upstairs on the terrace, so please join us there. We have a workshop taking place around the corner with the Technology Policy Institute. This is on threats and opportunities from tech regulation, I should say. And we'll be back here to start again for the final part of Reuters Momentum at 2 o'clock, so please join us again then. Okay, I'll see you upstairs. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce Topher White from Rainforest Connection, Ron Baker of IBM, Ashley Jennings at the Texas Innovation Center, and my colleague Luke James from Reuters Professional for the Smart Biosphere, how technology can provide regenerative resources at scale.
I mean, wow, that's a lifelong ambition, walking on stage to that song. So, box ticked. Good morning. My name's Luke James with Reuters Professional. Particularly excited to be hosting this next session. So, last week in London, Reuters held a global climate meeting. The universal takeaway was business needed to lead and drive sustainable climate action. The question then related to how. And a key part of that was investment, research, development. But ultimately, it was pointing technology in the right direction. So we've got a room here full of brilliant technological minds. And the question often arises, where is the big innovation? You know, I'm not going to sit here and quote Peter Thiel, sort of flying cars and 140 characters, but there's got to be a purpose, you know? Sabina this morning said that wonderfully. I think, to quote that, I don't believe in technology for the sake of technology. It has to have purpose. So we're not here to colonize Mars, not yet. But we're going to approach this session with the same passion and intent. This is about big innovation. This is challenging what we know. And we need to think big, okay? This is circular, sustainable practices to safeguard the materials, food, fuels upon which our future depends. So this is inspiration, but with practicality, and delivering a message and template I think everyone in the room and those of you watching worldwide can really get behind. So I'm really excited to introduce this panel. First of all, Ron Baker, distinguished engineer with IBM. You've got to tell me how you get distinguished into your job title, Ron, because that's phenomenal. Ashley Jennings, Managing Director of the Texas Innovation Center. And last but not least, Topher White, who is a conservation technologist and founder and executive chair with the Rainforest Connection. So we're going to break this into 4 stages. The first part is goal and opportunity. And Topher, I'll come to you first. Talk to us about the Rainforest Connection. What is it? What's the goal? What are you hoping to achieve?
Sure. So Rainforest Connection, we're a nonprofit tech startup based actually right here in Texas. Focused on some of the ideas that you brought up. How can ecosystem protection come about based upon the implementation of technology? And in our case, that comes from 3 pillars. First of all, being able to collect massive amounts of data, both in real time and not, from around the world, the most wild places that are out there that need protection, using technology and great science to kind of bring it together and find the insights that we need, and then partnering with local groups on the ground, so indigenous groups, NGOs, governments, corporates, to be able to use that data in real time to protect areas and learn more about it. It's almost like a nervous system for the natural world in a way, reaching out around the world to do it. We focus particularly on sound because sound is a really rich, sort of unexplored frontier of data, especially on ecosystems, and also one that people hadn't really gotten into yet. So in the forests, you'll notice that there's just a cacophony of noise, and we can decode that using science, technology, and great infrastructure that exists in a lot of these places to be able to make sense of it and get people there to make a difference if they can.
A nervous system for the natural world. I love that. How long has it been going?
About 9.5 years now, but really better, never better than right now, I gotta say. Although, of course, the problem is more urgent now than ever before.
I'm going to come back to this in a moment, but Ron, a key part of your role is environmental intelligence. What are IBM doing? How are they applying technology to solve some of these challenges?
Well, a lot of the same things that have been talked about through the previous sessions, right? The accumulation of more and more data and the availability of that data. So we spend a lot of time on how to acquire it, how to curate it, how to cleanse it, make it more consistent, store it, and then then we can do a lot of the kinds of analytics you're talking about. I was interested to hear about the sound. We do audio analytics in things like vibration of trains and things like that. So there's lots of application of that, of video, of Internet of Things sensors and other things that come in. And so we take that and we combine it with weather data. A lot of people don't know we acquired the weather company about 5 years ago. So we have an enormous amount of environmental data related to weather and climate, air quality, things like that. And we put a lot of that data in context, overlay it with satellite imagery and vegetation management. So we have a whole series of things like that in addition to our other products that I'll mention a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm going to dig into the contextualization piece later, but Ashley, first of all, great to have another Austin local. I thought you were only one, but I realized Ron is up the road as well. Yep. But great to have an Austin local on the panel. We've got big tech, we've got an NGO, we've got yourself from the University of Texas and the Texas Innovation Center. Talk to us about what that is and how you're linking this conversation together.
Absolutely, and for anyone visiting for the first time to Austin, welcome. We have historically been a tech boom town, but I think it's really exciting what's happening here right now, especially on the hardware and software side of things. So welcome, welcome. We've also taken in more Bay Area residents than any other region outside of Texas. So if you're from California, don't move here kidding, but we welcome you. So I have one of the greatest jobs in the world, which is that I get to work with 3,000 researchers across the University of Texas at Austin. We're a global powerhouse when it comes to research, which is really exciting. I specifically sit in the Texas Innovation Center, which serves as a venture studio, so working collaboratively with faculty, graduate student researchers to take their intellectual property and spin it into companies for the market. And so we have a vast portfolio of companies ranging from alternative energy to advanced materials, robotics, CPG, AI, ML, and everything ranges from really early stage research all the way through faculty who show up at our doors with maybe a little bit of funding on the government side, and they're looking for their next piece of funding. But our overall goal and mission is to create a collaborative community and culture on campus with researchers, with industry, with partners out in the market so that we can get tech from the labs into the global ecosystem.
And Ashley, before I move on further, just talk to us about the biosphere at University of Texas. There's lots happening. How big an issue and a challenge are you seeing, and what are your overall comments on that?
Absolutely. Well, Austin is really special and unique in that we're a super collaborative city. So the city of Austin works hand in hand with the Chamber of Commerce, works hand in hand with South by Southwest, works hand in hand with us at UT Austin. And so outside of TXIC, in the early stage research development that we're doing there are two pretty big initiatives on campus that are taking place. One is called the UT Energy Institute. That's comprised of over 300 researchers focused on interdisciplinary projects. They host summits, events online. They have large buckets of funding to pour into innovative solutions. They had a really incredible hydrogen summit last year, and that all that data is online if you want to go take a look at some of the special speakers we had there and experts in their fields. So the UT Energy Institute is one on campus that is really driving some great initiatives. And then we have something called Planet 2050 Texas, and that is focused on an 8-year sprint around water, energy, urbanization, and ecosystem services to really educate. We have a K through 12 education component to that initiative, events, programming, again, bringing it across city planners, archaeologists, geoscientists, engineers, scientists are best and brilliant under that scope to think through this 8-year sprint and how we can drive impact and solutions in the coming decade.
Very good. I'm going to dig into that a little bit later, but look, I want to talk technology, okay? You're all working across slightly different, nuanced ecosystems as a collective ambition. Ron, you touched on it earlier, but Topher, I'm going to start with you. Talk about the technologies at play here. What are you using? How does it work? How does it scale? And what can you do more on?
Sure. I mean, we're using global infrastructure. And when I say that, I mean telecommunications in a lot of ways to get data out of these craziest places. Like we're talking the remote rainforest. In some cases, we're talking oceans. We're talking places that are under threat, and a lot of places on the edge of society or the edge of civilization. But still, like that's almost a blue ocean of new data and what that can provide. The work that both of you are doing in terms of more populated places. Again, we have this plethora of data that you're able to make use of for insights. There's a whole nother sphere that exists in terms of what's happening in nature itself. Again, we focus on audio data because it is like so rich in terms of what you can do with it. I think the system that we build, for example, right now, I'm going to pull out the sounds of the rainforest in real time from, let's see, Sumatra right now.
Is this real time?
This is real time, yeah. And again, pretty quiet. It's like 11 o'clock at night. But, this morning out there, it would sound totally different. And within this, let's see, this is, let's see. Oh yeah, this would be just a few hours earlier. And so within that, you're going to see this huge ecosystem of lives, of connections, of insights, essentially, very similar to get out of the city between, say, rush hour and middle of the night. And that's what we're trying to do, just to prove that there is a lot there to pick out, that there are insights we can pull from it, almost like eco-mimicry in a way. Like the same way we can copy a Beatles shell to build the right airline or airplane foil, we can also take behaviors from nature that we never actually picked out before. But that's our goal as well, and also to protect these places in real time as well.
I mean, that's phenomenal. The first piece then sounded like I'd listen to that to go to sleep. The second piece, maybe not so much. But the point I'm making here is it's about contextualization.
Yeah.
Also, I'm assuming there's a huge body of audio here as you contextualize it. How much is there? How much have you currently got?
Of data?
Of audio data right now.
Oh, I mean, probably hundreds of years worth of data out of entire regions. And we're just getting started with it, right? That's the tip of the iceberg that we've come up to this point. And now that we're good at what we do, hopefully we can gather many more. In fact, there's some moonshots around what we have to gather and why towards the next years.
I'm glad you said that. You spoke about contextualization. There's hundreds of years, you say, of audio?
Yeah, hundreds of years of continuous audio, probably close to a millennium or so.
So I think we can say a lot, right?
Yeah, let's say 75 to 80 million different recordings of audio from around the world.
Ron, what do we do with that?
Well, we just had a session right before this on storage, right?
Yeah.
And what's really changed in my time in the industry is the cost structure of storage. I mean, I remember starting out my career, 1 gig of storage was about $1 million, right? And so the ability to store all that is pretty significant now. So because the storage costs have come down, we've been able to, the whole era of big data has been enabled, and then on top of that, the machine learning the mathematics behind that have advanced so quickly recently that we can start to see these kind of patterns just from sheer volume, right? And so they're very insightful. Now what we need to start focusing on is kind of coming full circle is, all right, the storage cost is relatively inexpensive, but it is still drawing power, it is still got a life cycle of management, et cetera, and operations that are having an impact on the environment itself. So how do we refocus again? Because we used to literally count bytes, right? Because storage was so expensive that you really paid attention to it. So we've not had to pay attention to it. Now we'll see that start to come back around where we try to be as efficient as possible. How can the models, do we need that much data? Can we build models on smaller amount of data? But the possibilities of patterns that we have not discovered yet, with more and more sensors coming online on more and more things, food, track and trace, et cetera, you're gonna see a lot more insight. And the idea is to drive efficiency, right? Usually we think of that as efficiency in the cost structure, so we're making profit. But now we start to look at ESG, we can look at efficiency of the other areas and start to measure those better as well.
ESG came up earlier, we will come back to that. You mentioned weather in your opening remarks. Any examples of how you've managed to contextualize already that you can talk to the room?
I'm sorry,
You mentioned weather at the start.
Yes. Yeah.
Any examples there where you've actually taken contextualized data points? And
yeah, we use weather. Obviously, you see it on your app and you do predictions, things like that. But what we do a lot with enterprises is we do a lot of risk assessment. So anything from supply chain disruption to facilities management or predicting what your loads are going to be for energy companies. Do you need to move people to protect them from safety, for safety reasons, like the big snow we had here a couple years ago, or the heat wave that just recently went through Europe, et cetera. I mean, lives matter in those cases, right? And so the ability to assess risk and take action before those things happen is pretty significant. So we have a lot of work in insurance, of course, but also in incident management, emergency management, public sector planning, things like that. So there's huge numbers of use cases for that kind of data.
I might dig in slightly later, but Ashley, I want to bring you back into this. First of all, talk to me about some of the macro challenges that you're seeing. And then secondly, I want you to follow that with how the TIC are attacking these maybe bottom up with some of the research on the ground that's taking place.
Absolutely, and I'm glad that you mentioned water. So as we continue to combat, to stall, to potentially reverse global warming, and we take carbon dioxide out of the air and try to place it somewhere safer, the brunt of that has been placed on the ocean. So the ocean's acidic levels have risen 30% since the Industrial Revolution. And right now, 90% of that CO2 in the biosphere that we're taking is putting back into the water. And so this has created, obviously, and will continue to create problems. And so there's two parallel things happening at once. We have to preserve oceanic life, those ecosystems, but we also have a global population that continues to increase from a food supply, right? And so what I have found fascinating on the ocean side and some of the innovations happening there, regenerative ocean farming. And this is really interesting in that these farmers are taking seaweed and placing it above the ocean level on the top of the surface, and below you have pulleys and levers full of mussels and scallops. And they've created vertical farms underneath the water in these areas, which seems pretty simple, but is actually a 3D dimensional component that they're bringing in with these types of innovations. And a vertical farm in the ocean, specifically through a company called Greenwave that's doing this type of work, can create up to 350 tons of ocean vegetables per year to combat our increasing population and need for food supply, especially as our food needs are changing and our diets are changing. So that is one macro level innovation that I've really appreciated diving into. And vertical farms overall over the years have been a little inefficient, very expensive, but as technology continues to get in our screens, our smartphones, our devices, LED continues to get better and more powerful, which is what's utilized in vertical farms on land. And so we're seeing an even more usage of vertical farms. So from a macro level, that's just one thing that I've noticed. From a micro level, really excited to talk about a few of the research projects going on at UT Austin. So we have this great team. It's a PhD out of chemical engineering, a PhD out of biomedical, and they've teamed up with a nuclear engineer, and they've identified the problem around offshore oil rigs, and that when they're abandoned and oil has ran out, a lot of times they're dismantled by explosives. And most of the time, /30% of our barrier reefs are attached to these oil rigs across the world. And so they're specifically targeting the Persian Gulf Coast. The team is from Saudi Arabia, and they've noticed that they can go in with their beachhead of hydroponic farms. And so these offshore oil rigs, they want to test out hydroponic farms, not dismantling them, not utilizing the explosives to dismantle or disrupting that ecosystem in that specific area, but figuring out a way to use the infrastructure in place that's there to grow food and vegetables. And specifically where they're from in Saudi Arabia, they noticed that they would have to import lettuce and spinach from Egypt, Southeast Asia, sometimes Australia. And so they're hoping with this project, not only can they take 7.5 million pounds of carbon out of the biosphere per year, but also produce potentially up to spinach to feed up to 90,000 families per year.
So these are farms on the oil rigs as well?
They're utilizing the oil rigs,
All right.
abandoned oil rigs, to create hydroponic farms. And that literally is one of our PhD students. I think she's 24 years old thinking this way. And so just have a lot of hope for this next generation, currently that's making impact, right? So that's one example. And then on the freshwater side of the house, we have a chemical engineer who's come up with a methodology to create biodegradable fishing lures. As of right now, 10,000 tons of plastic fishing lures are consumed into our streams every year. And if you go into the market and you do a deeper dive, this is a market that really hasn't been disrupted all that much. And so we're really excited. His company is called Nano. So the first company is called Project Xylem, and the second company is called Nanoscale. And he's in early stages right now of working on an NSF proposal to continue R&D. And what he's come up with is really, really brilliant. We're excited to continue helping him commercialize the product.
That's awesome. Topher, I could see your brain just sort of turning into gear as Ashley was talking.
Also, as a credit to TIC, this morning she casually dropped. They're trying to build a particle accelerator up the street in UT Austin as well. So clearly TIC gets a lot of really great ideas in there.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions there, and this is probably to the group as a whole. First of all, I guess from a tech perspective, AI, in the first instance, where can we extract more from it, okay? How dialed up is it? How far can it go? And secondly, Ashley, you've spoken to a couple already, but where else is this applicable? What you're doing particularly, Topher, what industries are you looking at, potentially the room here in front of us, where there's a natural synergy with other areas of the market?
Yeah, so in terms of our team is looking in terms of how fast and how quickly and how efficiently can we identify species in existing ecosystems, see how they interact with each other, and go from there. Also, that includes the search for new species, the search for lost species that have been gone for a decade or more, which helps us to understand how adaptation is really taking part. We know, based on the weather reports that are out there and all the work you guys are doing, that there's a lot more pressure on species now through not just climate change, but also through habitat loss and encroachment than ever before. Those are kind of an opportunity to see the way species adapt over time, and not even just over time, actually fairly quickly. Because in the way they adapt, there's real genius, like hundreds of millions of years worth of genius that's kind of being unlocked in these pressure moments. If we miss the chance to measure that, and miss the chance to take it out, then we'll miss the chance to learn from it and adapt, perhaps even monitor or adapt the way we work in cities, the way we work with each other in society. So that's the real opportunity we're trying to pull out of it. But even more so, it's how can we turn ecology into a big data problem? The more data that we have, the more we can throw at it. and see what hypotheses can be seeded that people themselves wouldn't necessarily come up with. And I think that's one of the biggest opportunities, both in human-based data, anthropogenic data, as well as ecology as well.
We're using AI all over the place. So in my organization, we do supply chain tracking, intelligence management. We do building facilities. We do asset management. We do environmental intelligence that you mentioned. And we have weather amongst other things there. And those things all can tie together and link into a lot of what we're looking at in what we have a product called Envisi that does ESG reporting and measurement. And we can feed that data from each one of those into this. On the AI front, let's say you're doing something like a manufacturing process and you're monitoring whatever your assets are. Again, the IoT sensors, right? We're seeing more and more of the asset of the future on how to maintain that. We can detect really quickly when something is wrong. So anomaly detections, we find that much faster than we used to be able to, and we can see patterns that say, if you don't do something, this is going to be a problem in 24 hours, right? And so predictive maintenance, predictive energy usage. In the data center management area, we have products that look at what's your workload? Are you being as efficient as possible? Because typically data centers are over-provisioned. Most companies over-provision, be conservative. And so, we can actually do a much better job with AI in predicting what the load's going to be, even dramatically changing loads. We have retail predictions that go up and down based on specials they run or seasonal items that are, and sometimes they're just very nonsensical in a way, right? And we're getting better predicting those and scaling up and down so that the efficiency again is much better.
So Ron, question for you. Which is driving which? You've got a big background in the smart city space, for example, we spoke about earlier. Is the technology applied there now moving into the biosphere and what we're doing in that? Or is it coming from the biosphere and examples like TOFA, is that coming back to you that way?
I think it's both, yeah? Right? I really think it's both. And this is, you think about this has been true of technology in general anyway. We take aerospace technology and apply it to building cars over time, right? Because they're completely different aspects that all of a sudden someone figures out, hey, this is a great idea that I could apply over here. So we're seeing the same thing with AI models and data and transformations like that. So I think it's going both directions in terms of the adoption.
I really appreciate hearing you talk about the supply chain work you're doing as well, and how that kind of bridges what's happening, of course, in the areas that we're talking about to the areas to the clients.
Yeah, we always looked at supply chain from the time it comes in the door for what I'm doing until I'm done with it and it's out the door, and that's it, right? That's all I worry about, right? How do I drive cost and efficiency there? What we're seeing is we're starting to expand that life cycle. It starts with trusted companies, right? And you say, okay, what am I bringing in? Well, I want commodities and I want materials and things that are being responsible, right? So we put conditions in place, but we essentially trust those companies to do the right thing when we send it in, but our boundary kind of stops. And now the same thing on the back end. How is it being disposed when it's done? We're seeing more and more what I would call due diligence, right? Where we don't just trust the companies, we actually start to say, all right, show us the data, right? Show us the actual tracing of the food or the recyclable packages all the way through the supply chain and how it's going to be disposed at the end. So it's expanding that horizon and everybody's they're held more responsible for it as well. So that visibility is starting to get better on how we do that, and the technology for tracing it is getting better.
Is the hunger for that coming from like more data that you can plug into it, or is it coming from the suppliers, the consumers? Where's it coming from on the hunger side?
I think it's driven more from the suppliers. We're actually seeing RFPs come to us saying, we want you to show how you're building and operating your software as a part of the condition for purchasing.
It's a nice segue because I want to sort of bring this round to the element of partnership, collaboration. Ashley, you spoke. Was it the second project, Nanoscale? 24-year-old. Is that right?
24-year-old was the first one, but Gabe is probably 26, 27.
Oh, 26.
Fine. So I think Sarah spoke earlier about purpose and talent and how it fits in. I think all of us here would love to have that level of passion and intellect into 24-year-olds, 26-year-olds that are driving this forward. There's a real emotive piece behind this now, but how do you make it work? Okay, what's the relationship from having some phenomenal ideas, incredibly intelligent, passionate people, and having a pathway to actually have impact?
Absolutely, and nanoscale is a great example of that because I'm walking you through kind of the translational research process and what that looks like with a piece of a discovery that's disclosed in the tech transfer office, all the way, how does it get to a shelf on the market? And a lot of the time, partners, collaborators are key, industry partners are key. And so, for instance, like nanoscale, early stage development with this technology, and so we fully go after non-dilutive funding as much as possible as we continue to pour into the prototype, continue on with R&D, and de-risk the technology as much as possible before getting institutional capital, and put him in front of VCs and angels and investors in the community. So what that looks like is, going after SBIRs, which are small business innovation grants under the federal government. And if you look at a pie chart of all of our government agencies under SBIRs and under STTRs, half of the pie chart is the DoD, and the other half is the NSF and the NIH and the EPA and the FDA, and so it's interesting because we sometimes will try to find dual use with these technologies because of that DoD component. But nanoscale, so right now we're figuring out and writing a phase 1 proposal with the NSF, and that would be a $250,000 investment to go utilize for a year and a half to prove out the project and get to that next benchmark. Year 2, hopefully, we will have brought in additional capital, whether that looks like, family offices, angel investors. Maybe there's a corporate out there who cares about what he's doing and wants to pitch in, or there could be potentially a licensing component as well to the technology. But year 2, hopefully get it out, improving it in the specific market that we're going after first, here, the Gulf of Texas right here, and then years 3 to 5 is, industry partnerships, hopefully getting picked up by year 5, acquired by a big box retailer, and being marketing-wise, being out there in the world at an Academy or a Dick's Sporting Goods or REI or whatnot. But all along that journey, my team, my executive director and I, we're the team who helps these researchers, we have to find letters of support for these SBIRs, for these grants, and those letters of support look like experts, corporate people, leaders who care about what he's doing, potential buyers, clients. We have to navigate the ecosystem when it comes to a funding standpoint. A lot of times that's our own network out there, boots on the ground, building up partnerships with our awesome VC community here in Austin and beyond. And so I would say partnerships are key, especially in university research, because not all research is going to go on and be commercialized. A lot of it gets licensed, or we need to find corporate sponsors to continue on with sponsored research.
I was going to say, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the smarter cities we talked about, literally hundreds of use cases with really good, the technology, and it was always the funding issues that were the problems on how do you create a business model around it. Things like affordable housing, right, where the people who need it most can't afford to pay for it, so who does pay for it? So the finance part is critical to those.
Huge.
There's a couple of quite good questions actually we're trying to weave into this. We're sort of talking around now, but maybe Topher, for you, the Rainforest Connection, 9.5 years now. Loads of audio. What's the role here of the corporate partners in actually allowing this to function as it is? How are you empowering them? And I guess what are metrics for success, and how are you demonstrating that?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. So, we're a tech startup, so we actually live on corporate infrastructure. Like, that's, of course, how it works, whether it be the cloud, whether it be telecommunications, whether it be the whole way in which we communicate with those on the ground. But yeah, we're driven by corporate partnerships. And I think we were talking about how there's no other force in the world that has the ability to make so much change as quickly as possible as corporate backing. Like, corporate influence affects culture, affects the world more than anything else right now, and that's a potential chance for great, great good. In our case, we have fantastic partners, including some of the ones who are here today, and many more we'd like to find. And I promise you, it's such a great opportunity. There is no solution to climate mitigation today without protecting existing forests as well as other ecosystems. Like, if we don't protect existing forests, then we won't have hit our goals. But I promise you, it's so exciting what's there. There's, like you heard how exciting it is, there's whole blue oceans of data to be taken out of it. If you want to train AIs on novel data, that's where it is. If you want to find exciting stories to drive your marketing, to apply your technology and your tools to entirely new and amazing stories, that's where it is. And it's also where the people are that you haven't met yet. Like, those are your potential customers, or those who protect the forest. So that's what's driven our partnership, and that's why I'm very optimistic for our future. If it was just about, philanthropy, if it was just about building like an incremental business model for this, I don't think we could succeed fast enough. But with corporate backing, with partners that I hope are here today, we can.
And I'm actually going to ask that question at the bottom of the screen now, and maybe start with you, Ron, in terms of how can you talk more about getting internal buy-in to support this initiative? So what's that process? What works, what doesn't?
I mean, for us, ESG, of course, has become really important. Like I mentioned, we're starting to see RFPs come in, so that gets your attention right away. The requirements that we'll have for reporting will be important. For us, we do a lot of integration of the data internally and bring those together. So you start to see the benefit of that, and you start working the priorities, right? Because everything, we never have enough time and resource to do everything we want. So it's always, how do you weave the story on prioritization? How do you really get not only the intellectual but the emotional support of that? And putting all this data together, we had talked a little bit earlier about, what can you really measure today and what can't you measure, because some of these are a little bit more difficult. I like the analogy of a puzzle, right? We have a whole bunch of pieces sitting around in all jumbled form, and we have to start putting it together. And the first thing you always do is you kind of put the frame together, right? With the edge boundaries. And that gives you the scope, right? And that helps bound the problem. And we do that with our data as well. How do we bound the set of things that we know about? And then you start looking at clusters of things you can put together. And I can take the data from this system and feed it in and report on what's the carbon footprint of our data center. I don't know everything, right? It's still kind of scattered all over, but I can start to cluster pieces of that together and integrate them and see that. And once you see that progress, I've got a coworker in IBM that literally timed his children doing a puzzle, and the time between pieces. When you start off, each one takes a little bit longer, but as you progress, you start going faster and faster. And so how do you do that internally? You start getting momentum in those different areas, and pretty soon the pieces start coming together a little bit faster and faster to try and get the picture that that you're trying to get for your reporting.
Got you. So you think about ESG. The term arose 2006, I think. It will dominate conversations in Sharm in a couple of weeks' time at COP27. Are you saying now that ESG, or critically ESG reporting, is probably the most important piece, more than SDGs, for example? Is that really is this the crux for corporate buy-in?
I'm not sure if I'd say completely, but I think if you start, what you measure, you can manage, right? And so the more visibility you start to see with that, the more focus we get on it again. As I mentioned, we didn't focus on storage, for example, because it got so cheap, right? And so we can do, we go speed to market, right? Well, now if we start seeing that carbon footprint measurement and it's a focus, we'll start designing for it.
I'll put the same question to the two of you over there. Coming from different perspectives, do you have a view? Is it something you're looking at? Is it a completely different position? Any thoughts or comments? And it might be there's not a view, and that's fine. But I'm trying to get a feel from the corporate buying perspective. What is it when we're looking at scale?
Working in public sector, I think it looks a little bit different than private sector.
Yeah.
Both have to play hand in hand in order to continue moving innovation forward.
I mean, our case study is about finding the systems that can kind of multiply on their own. That is pretty well founded. Like you don't need necessarily lots of new ideas. You just need to put the right tools in the right hands and champion those who are using them the most effectively. And fortunately, that's the people that people are most excited to get in contact with. People, in our case, on the frontiers, both in technology and on the frontiers of, frankly, civilization, in these wild places. There's exciting things to come out of that. So.
No, very good. Ashley, I want to put this question to you, if you're happy to talk around it slightly, which is the political climate in Texas. Austin is a city, and how does that impact or impede potential objectives or goals?
I couldn't see the question because the plant said political climate.
So here we go, it's back.
Sorry.
Political climate.
How does the political climate in Texas impact or impede your work to provide sustainable solutions locally? So,
city versus state, by the way, would make a difference.
I mean, well, we're sitting specifically right now in Austin, which is somewhat of a blueberry and a red cherry pie state. But I would say from a city perspective, the city cares deeply about these initiatives. And I know there's a movement for net zero by 2050 on a local level. And you've seen a lot of, urban innovation and transportation innovation and ambassadors and programs that have been a part of that. From a state level, we are funded state but federally as well, going after these federal grants. And so I think right now it's more exciting than ever to be in research because research is being funded at a better time, at a faster time. And so, yeah, I wouldn't say that our political landscape is affecting our efforts right now in translational research or commercialization.
I think that's a pretty good answer. It was a tough question, whoever asked it. We've got a few minutes left, and I want to talk a little bit to legacy, okay? Topher, what's the end game? Why are you doing this, and where are you going to leave it?
The end goal is to kind of realize what I think is one of the most important responsibilities of us on Earth right now. And that's not just to protect the environment as much as we can, because I think we all understand that's important. It's also to realize that we live in this very lucky moment where since humans have existed on Earth up until now, there's never been this much change, this much pressure on nature. And as we mentioned, that's an opportunity to learn from nature. So it's the most interesting ecological moment since we've been around. And no matter how much work we do, this is probably the most biodiverse the Earth will be for the rest of the time we're here. We can do what we can to protect it, but we have to do everything to collect as much and learn as much about Earth right now, such that 1,000 years in the future, 2,000 years longer, people will look back, scientists will wish that they could be now, just like be here now to study where we live right now. So from the point of view of a biosphere, from the point of view of understanding life on Earth that has existed up until this point, we have a great responsibility to capture it, save it, analyze it, and make it available in ways that aren't just for the purposes of our own science, our own scientists, our own questions, our own needs, but those for the rest of our existence, I'd say.
I'll be honest, I feel quite privileged listening to you speak on stage. It's pretty inspirational. Ron, when you hear that, how do you feel? With the moments that Topher's talking to you, what he's collecting?
Yeah, I mean, it's when I was probably his age, I mean, you're pretty much focused on, your next week and, not as conscious of the biosphere and what's going on. And so it's nice to see this next generation, with that understanding and actually putting it into action. So, for me, as much as I love doing outdoor activities and things, it concerns me a lot that, my children, my grandchildren may not have the same experiences and have to make choices about, value choices about things as simple and basic as water. If there's anything that, we can do to help influence corporations to take a stand on these things and invest in these things, that's where I hope I can help.
And Ashley, the Texas Innovation Center's a couple of years going now. What gets you out of bed in the morning with this? And, when we speak next year or the year after that, what are you hoping to show and change?
I mean, what gets me out of bed every morning are the problems that our researchers are thinking about solving and the impact that they're thinking about making. And I love that you said this generation, because higher ed right now and really pouring into ecosystems with large institutions in your cities It's really important because it's the most concentrated area potentially in certain arenas where it's experts, researchers, all in, educators all in one area thinking about the same thing and that problem. And so what gets me out of bed every morning is our researchers. What I'm excited about as we continue to focus on commercialization efforts around our R&D is seeing some of those big solutions and those big ideas coming to life, potentially maybe having one of those turning into a unicorn one day out of UT Austin, a few big ones on the sustainability side, of course, but just really pouring into our research community. And honestly, more than anything, we've got to fund deep tech. Deep tech needs to be funded, and we have to continue to attract deep tech funds here to Austin, to Texas specifically, to keep moving this research and this type of innovation along.
Great answer. This timer is really, really catching up with us, isn't it? We've got 45 seconds, and I want to leave this from all three of you. This conversation can keep going, okay? So if we're looking at a takeaway now, we're here for 2 days. There's some great folk in front of us and watching. Ron, if you want to start, if there's a takeaway or an action point from this conversation you'd like to see happen, what would it be?
As much as anything, more action, right? Corporations have a tendency to publish, statements and points of view and, and say the right words. It's really got to come around to priorities that we generate in execution. We've really got to focus on execution.
Execution. Ashley, for you?
More partnering, as much partnering as possible. If you'd ever love to stop by, if you're industry or a VC in the room, stop by the Texas Innovation Center, pull up a chair, have a coffee with us. Let's riff on some innovation. Partnerships are key, and building the bridge between industry into higher ed and into the public sector is important.
More partnering, definitely. And also to be really excited about the fact that there's a whole frontier of new data and new consciousness, new opportunities to understand what it means to be alive and to be human right now, all available to us if we just work together to get it.
Fantastic. Well, look, this conversation's been amazing to host. Let's keep this conversation going. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ron, Ashley, and Topher. Thank you very much.
Harnessing technology for positive human impact. Please welcome to the stage Sabina Ewing from Abbott, Sarah Wilkinson back to the stage from Thomson Reuters, Casey Rotter from UNICEF NextGen, and our moderator, Mary Elizabeth Poiret from EY. This session is sponsored by our global technology partner, EY.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I am Mary Elizabeth Poiret. I am our Global Chief Technology Officer, the Deputy, and it is wonderful to be here with you all today. My role in our organization is leading a team of global technologists, really working to build long-term value for our clients through strategic platforms, products, and solutions. As you heard, today's panel is all about creating positive human impact with technology. So let's get started by introducing our panelists. Sarah, do you want to start?
Sure. I'm Sarah Wilkinson. I'm CIO at Reuters. I've had a varied career, 23 years in investment banking, 7 years in government, running the Home Office technology in the UK, and then the NHS technology in the UK. And absolutely delighted to be here today. Thank you.
So Sabina Ewing, I'm delighted to join you today, representing Abbott. And as many know Abbott from our response relative to COVID, I'll just simply share that I am proud every day to join the 113,000 colleagues in over 160 countries that touch and deliver and drive to products, technologies that really impact over 1 billion people on the planet every year. And so I've been in IT for over 25 years, having spent the last 15 years in life sciences because of the mission of helping people live healthier, longer lives.
Welcome. Casey?
Hi, happy to be here. I'm Casey Rotter. I'm the founder and global lead for UNICEF Next Generation, which is a fundraising incubator and thought leadership platform within UNICEF that engages people between the ages of 21 through 45 in our work. In diverse industries, we bring together the tech leaders to help us do even more good for children. Very happy to be here. Excited to have this conversation.
Excellent. Sabina, let's start with you. You hit on the fact that technology, certainly over this period that we witnessed through the pandemic, it had to be accelerated, right? It had to be accelerated for good.
And it can enable unprecedented access, but it doesn't come without its complications. How can you ensure that as we move through technology in the healthcare area, that it's a force for good?
So first off, I would say that it starts with intentionality. As you talked about the accessibility, one of our focus areas is how do we democratize and empower people? I often describe the pandemic as a digital defibrillator, because if you were not on your digital journey, you got a jolt through the pandemic. And as a function of that, it's extraordinarily important that everyone is intentional about how are we going to not only utilize the latest and greatest technologies to bring that to bear relative to healthcare, but also how we democratize. How do we make it accessible? How do we empower and put it in the hands, not only of our customers, healthcare providers, but also patients? So I think about instances where, for instance, with our continuous glucose monitoring capability, we've made sure that we make it accessible and affordable. We have made multiple versions of it and we haven't changed the price. So it's also about thinking of how do you touch so many people? Most people, since we're sitting here in the United States, almost half the population of the US is either diabetic or pre-diabetic. So recognizing that over half a million people have diabetes, and it's forecasted to be over 700 million by 2045. So when you go after the big things that matter in public health around the planet, you want to make sure that you're thinking about accessibility and affordability.
Absolutely. Well said. Sarah, Thomson Reuters can really reach out to billions of people within seconds. And you talked about in your opening about the ability to be trustworthy. How do you go about making sure that you're building trust as you reach out?
Oh, it's a big question. I mean, I think there's many facets to kind of what we might traditionally have called the customer trust functions in big organizations. Certainly, we think about it a lot more than responding to incidents, which I think was the previous focus of a lot of customer trust functions. And of course, the team are absolutely critical in that still. So they stay very tightly in touch with all our customers if anything happens, which is bumpy. But we're extending it way beyond that now. And the important thing for us is that we build trust on a continuous basis with customers. So we know what customers want of the products and where they have concerns and what things they would like to see addressed or improved. And we seek to kind of constantly stay in touch with them and tell them when those things are being shifted in products and give them heads up, get them involved early in projects, in user groups, etc. The other thing I think that's important about customer trust today is that we need a constant stream of signals from our customers, from the market, about what we can do that will improve trust, and obviously anything that we're doing that is degrading trust in any way. And so I think trust functions in organizations are being increasingly thoughtful about how they get data back to the organization, about how the market experiences factors related to trust. So I think it's increasingly sort of big focus area. It's becoming more of a discipline, if you like, and more of a sort of deliberate thought process, this whole business of trust, as opposed to simply an uncontrollable side effect of work. So.
Absolutely, and it's tough to build. We often talk about that to build trust, you have to make a lot of deposits, and one withdrawal can wipe it out.
It's absolutely right.
Right, and so it can be a major.
Yeah, and a lot of it's about the way in which you handle those incidents, obviously, and seeking to be absolutely honest and straight up with people when you have issues. That actually can build trust, weirdly. If people know that when there are difficulties, that there will be a very direct and open conversation about it, that can drive greater trust and allow you almost to get through more difficulties going forward with your customers.
Absolutely, absolutely. Casey, let's talk about next-gen leadership. You have a presence in the US, in Thailand, Italy, Vietnam, and the UK. And last week, I understand you launched in Germany. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
How does technology enable next-gen to advocate for children worldwide?
Thanks. So technology obviously allows us to convene and meet with our members. It kept us really going to have a community across borders during COVID. It was ever more important. We launched our first global board. We started in the US originally, and then we scaled to many countries, but we also have a global board that we launched in January. And so we have members from Dubai to Australia to South Korea, Europe, and so with our global board convening, the time zones aren't the most ideal, especially I live in Los Angeles. I didn't figure that out when I took this global role. Should have done that already, but we convene obviously, and technology allows us to do that, but it also allows our members to amplify our work in really interesting ways. And the role that our members have in, a lot of our members are tech leaders and emerging leaders in the tech space. And so what's really exciting is the way that they keep a legacy organization like UNICEF ahead of the digital curve and really challenge us. I'm sure there are a lot of people here that are surprised that UNICEF is talking about innovation and technology. We're a 75-year-old organization, but I would actually say we're leading in tech and innovation when it comes to social good. One of the things that I think is the most important and what actually attracts our members to us is the work that we're doing and how they can kind of help us do that. I'll be speaking later this afternoon with one of our Next Gen members who's a leader in crypto. People are probably surprised to find that UNICEF has a venture fund, a VC fund, and a crypto fund, which we'll be speaking about in a case study later today. But Sean Rowland, one of our Next Gen leaders, has really helped us kind of push us and champion us in that work. And then one of the things I think is the most exciting for me is how we're helping to close the digital divide. 1.2 billion children around the world do not have access to the internet. And so I think we really need to start there. 1.2 billion children do not have access to the internet at home. And nearly half of the world's schools are not online. So if we think about that, I don't know how many of you have children, but imagine the last 3 years with schools shut down, what are those 1.2 billion children doing and at home to continue their learning? And so that's where UNICEF comes in. We launched a partnership with the Telecommunications Union, which is the United Nations specialized agency for information and technology. And we launched a partnership called GIGA. And so we're mapping all the schools in the world to the internet. Not everybody knows how many schools there even are. We estimate 6 to 7 million. And we're connecting those schools to the internet and working with different partners in order to make that happen so that everyone has access to information, opportunity, and choice.
That's amazing. Thank you. Let's shift and talk a little bit about emerging tech. I think it's great that, a legacy organization like UNICEF can really get on the forefront of that, and hopefully more children will have access to emerging tech. Sabina, as we talk about attracting talent in the emerging tech space, how do you think about that at Abbott? What are you thinking about?
So first and foremost, I think we attract starting on our purpose and our mission. That's the foray into it. But also recognizing that in order for us to continue to be innovative after 133 years of being in business, it's important for us to use the latest and greatest capabilities. And so as we look at our talent and those that are in the organization, because it's not only about attracting people into the organization, it's about how do you harness the power of the people that you currently have. Mm-hmm. And so as a function of that, we're looking at not only for the purpose of our business, where we are, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it is in terms of what does the metaverse look like for us in terms of education for healthcare providers. It's about AR, VR. It's about how do you have the right level of smart sensors in terms of your equipment within your manufacturing processes. It's a function of how are you looking at all dimensions, if you will, of what I would say represents digital for me. So most people use the word digital,
yes,
and it means a lot of different things. But for me, it represents how do you bring to bear the latest and greatest technologies to substantially drive improvements in your organization, to substantially drive, if you will, performance. Mm-hmm. And so in attracting talent, it's a function of the type of work that they're going to do. And we're on this journey around modernization. So that's another vector of, if you will, of really helping not only the people that are coming into the organization, but also the people who are already there and preparing them to be the workers for the future. So I think of every buzzword that people use. And every technology that folks talk about, I don't believe in technology for the sake of technology. It has to have a purpose tied into what we're trying to do for our organization. And there's a serious role that data and advanced analytics play in terms of how do you enable predictive analytics as it relates to the testing equipment that you have. It runs the gamut. So sharing not only the technologies, but the purpose and how you're using the technology, that's been an incredible sort of draw relative to talent.
I think that's very well said. I know, one of the most rewarding aspects of my role at EY is seeing great talent come into the emerging space and how they can dramatically transform lives. At EY, our purpose is building a better working world, and I often say our technologists are on the forefront of that and really connecting that. And what I've seen is the more that you can connect this talent that we're bringing in, connecting the technology with their personal purpose and having it align with our companies, that's when you get that trifecta of difference, if you will.
Absolutely.
Other thoughts around attracting and retaining talent that Casey or Sarah you'd like to share?
I support everything you just said. We're obviously making greater use of technology in a variety of different ways. As you said, you can, I love the kind of analytics that you can use now to identify long lists in the recruitment process, not least because it does tend to drive a more diverse long list. You're not dependent on the people you know or the people recruiters know. You're likely to, if you kind of do this in a more scientific way, you're likely to reap a much broader set of potential candidates for any given role, so that's pretty cool. There's some pretty cool stuff I've seen in terms of kind of using blockchain to verify qualifications. More and more people are using that now. That's a sort of slow, messy part of the process. So I think there's a lot of different ways in which we're using technology now in that recruiting cycle itself, which is valuable. And then I back everything you say about the what retains people is more than ever purpose and how you can ensure people stay connected to that purpose particularly in a kind of world where they're not often face to face with each other.
So if I may add, because I think it's really important, when we hear the term emerging technologies, folks tend to think of a certain generation that has access to that. And as a proud Gen Xer, middle-aged, non-digital native, I think it's really important that we all recognize that every person, every day, everywhere has the ability to engage in technology and emerging technology. So when I talk about, we have a strong early in career track, and you're pulling in that new thinking coming out of the university and early in their careers, but I'm looking at all of my folks who are mature, seasoned leaders in the experience that they have, and how do we then insert emerging technologies into what they do such that it unleashes something new and different and novel. So I often wanted to talk about the fact that it's about all generations relative to emerging technologies, and not the notion that it's only the early in career folks who have insight on it.
Absolutely. And Sabina, maybe you can expand, you hit on two themes, I think, as we were talking about the attraction and retention of talent. One is accessibility. How do we democratize, make it accessible for all? And the other is around diversity. All different kinds of diversity. How do we make sure that that is pervasive and that we're building that accessibility and diversity in our workforce and the impact of technology?
So I'm going to rewind and hit play again. Intentionality. Right? When I think about having been in technology for over 25 years, and by the way, when I started, I was 10 coding in 2GL, so I've been at it a little longer than 25 years, maybe 26, right? But I do think that when we think about diversity, I think about it's all inclusive. One of the things that I shared with the panelists is I love the fact that it's an all-female panel, but I would love to see some men sitting on this stage as well around this particular topic because of the importance that it has in terms of human impact. But moreover, I would say, number one, when I look at diversity, it drives difference in thinking. It drives innovation. Innovation drives new capabilities, new ideas, new ways of doing things. And it is a function of where we have to go. In our world, we seek to be as diverse as the communities that we live in, that we work in, that we serve. And that's a really important and critical part of how you function as an enterprise, I would say. And so I look at diversity not just on classic dimensions of gender or race or other demographic designations, but it's more so about how do you drive different thinking. And so to Sarah's point, having that diversity allows you to drive to new outcomes, new ideas, new ways of thinking, new ways you're looking at data. All of those dimensions play into it. So intentionality. You know, you talked about the metrics for recruiting. You have to set the standard, you have to set the expectations, and you have to execute on that. So it's not just lip service.
I think it is important to think about diversity perhaps more broadly than people still have a tendency to do. You know, I've been in, I'm sure all of us have, been in rooms where you have what looks like a very diverse group of people, you know, in terms of gender and race and every other kind of measure, and they behave very homogeneously. It's fantastically true, and there's also you know, people get to the top because of certain traits, certain ways of speaking, certain backgrounds, certain social status, and it's amazing how homogeneous the group can be. I think you have to constantly challenge yourself to think about the genuine diversity, and of course that requires, you know, psychological safety and trust within the group of people that are around the table as well, for people to genuinely be having a broad, open dialogue, challenging positions, challenging biases. So it's a very complex field, diversity, and I think sometimes we're in danger of dumbing it down, you know, to your point. So a big agenda for all of us.
Definitely. Speaking of broad, Casey, I mean, you all are tackling crises and conflicts all over the world, particularly for things that are affecting our children. How do you see technology sort of making a play in a fairer future?
Well, I think access to the internet, especially for young people, is the main barrier to allowing a digital future where everyone has opportunity, choice, access to information, and the ability to work and do a multitude of other things online. So I mentioned that we're working on Giga, which is trying to map all the schools in the world to the internet and actually get schools online and get children online so that we can then, you know, build the future workforces for companies like yours. But I think what we're also, we also have to take care of the children now who do not have access. We know that mapping, you know, mapping millions of schools to, in order to get them online is going to take a lot of time. And there are 1.2 billion children already right now that do not have access to the internet. So what about the children today that need access in order to gain access to education? Because we know things are going on in the world where children can't go to school. We've got wars. We've got, you know, hunger-prompted migration. We've got a growing refugee population. And we've got weather catastrophes, and this is causing millions of children to not be able to go to school on a daily basis. And if they don't have the internet at home, how are we taking care of these children, and how are they getting an education? So we partnered actually with Microsoft and launched in 2020, perfect timing. Well, we fast forwarded a little bit because of the pandemic, and we launched the Learning Passport. The Learning Passport is app and browser based, so that kids can access it access their classes and curriculum on, when they do have access to the internet, download it, and then later fulfill their classes at home. And this allows, you know, local curriculum, it allows a multitude of languages, and so this is just showing the different ways of innovation partnering with the tech sector in order to close that digital divide. I'd be remiss, as we're talking about developing talent, to not also mention our African Drone and Data Academy as well. It's a partnership spearheaded with UNICEF across Africa. We're training the future tech leaders of Africa in drones and AI and how to use those for humanitarian purposes. And graduates are graduating and going on and becoming part of the tech sector and really remembering how best that they can use drones for humanitarian purposes. We can get faster information about rural communities. We can, you know, deliver supplies faster, and so there's some really incredible emerging tech that's coming out of Africa as well. That hopefully, you know, they're graduating, they're becoming part of companies, and they'll continue to help build the future that they want to be a part of.
Yes, Sarah.
I don't want to interrupt your flow of questions, but I'm just inspired by listening to Casey. There's one thing I just wanted to mention about, it's an initiative that's been kicked off by Thomson Reuters that I heard about a couple of weeks ago that really inspired me, so I just wanted to share it. So there's a group within Thomson Reuters called Thomson Reuters Special Services, based in Washington, and they do a lot around data and analytics in public sector, but they look at threats across the world. One of the things they look at is the threat from human trafficking. One of the observations they made a few months ago was that there was a radical increase, I think they were saying sort of 600% increase in specific targeting of particular communities for the purpose of sexual exploitation. And they could see a lot of data that showed that people were specifically targeting Ukrainian refugees, a lot of whom obviously are women and children and older populations, and people specifically searching for Ukrainian refugees and quite clearly intending with the intention of sexual exploitation. So they reached out to OSCE, and we've kicked off a campaign, to cut a long story short. It's called Be Safe, and it's a campaign to get information to these specific communities, to Ukrainian refugees who've landed in other countries, to help them to understand the nature of the threat against them and to help them to know how to get help, and it gives quite specific guidance about where to get help and support. So if I could make a small plug for them, because it is a fantastic initiative, if you can search for the Be Safe campaign and amplify it through your own channels, retweet it or share it or whatever, so that we can get information as much information as possible to this vulnerable community. But I think that's another example. I mean, it's like you're a hard act to follow, but that's another example of where we can really kind of use our organizations for enormous good.
Thanks for sharing that. Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about a topic that I think is the defining topic of our generation, ESG. Every company is talking about it, and we often say at EY, it's everyone's business, right? Being in the business of ESG. Sarah, how is Thomson Reuters really looking and tackling the ESG arena?
Oof, that's another big question. I mean, I suppose there's two ways to answer that from a CIO seat. There's the stuff that we do, within tech to think about how we reduce our carbon footprint, and then there's the stuff we do as a tech organization to facilitate the broader organization's response to ESG. So, I mean, all of you are doing this, I'm sure, so I won't go into the basics of it. Some observations about some of the things that I think are less obvious in our own work. So we're focusing every bit as much on end user compute as we are on the service, which I think hasn't always been intuitive for CIOs. And that's because there are more of them, and typically they tend to have a shorter lifespan than servers. And because I think we have tended to focus very much on energy consumption, when a device is with us. It's the, what do they call it? I've forgotten the exact word. It's the third order as opposed to the second order consumptive effects. And with end user devices, an awful lot of the carbon consumption is in the manufacture, it's in the packaging, the logistics, the distribution, and then at the other end in the disposal, the decomposition, recycling effects. About 3/4 of the carbon utilization is in those aspects. So they're sort of outside the organization. Scope 3, that's what, Scope 3 emissions rather than Scope 2 emissions. So, but if of course, you don't have the luxury of just focusing on the stuff that's immediately in front of you. We are, as buyers, responsible for that entire consumptive pathway, and that's important for us to remember. And, there are dead simple ways to affect that, obviously. You can reduce the number of devices per person, you can reduce extend the lifespan of devices with people. But I think the biggest lever we have in that is in the supply chain. So the way we source devices, we are mandating the use of recyclable components. We're being quite specific about the expectations we have around the handling of the devices at the end of life, how they're disposed of, how they're recycled, etc. So I think, and all of us can do that. It's relatively straightforward. With our sourcing partners, we can push for, a quite different set of responsibility in that whole process. On the server side, I mean, I'm sure we're all doing various things to kind of try to make our own data centers more efficient. You can try and improve, power efficiency quotients. You can improve cooling systems. You can change the layout of data centers in ways that make them more efficient, etc. But I think the harsh reality is that all of those things, it's hard to make macro differences without very significant investments. And the economies of scale in the hyperscale, public cloud providers obviously allows them to do this at a massively different level. So the way in which you can affect the best kind of carbon footprint reduction on the server side really is just to get onto the cloud, and that's what we've ended up doing. That much less focus now on domestic initiatives in the data center, so to speak, and just put all the energy behind migrating as much as possible to the hypercloud. And that's the most powerful lever we've got. In terms of supporting the broader organization's response to ESG, I mean, there's a ton of things that you can do in tech. There's obviously one of the challenges in ESG is measures and metrics, and that's all still pretty messy and complicated and not terribly well standardized, but it's absolutely critical that we are playing as hard as we can on that field. And within techs, obviously we've got a role to play in terms of getting the data right, getting the analytics right on that, and getting as much analysis and reporting as we possibly can to support that. We obviously own the whole end user computer state, so from the S bit of ESG, the experience that our users have, our employees have in their use of tech is absolutely critical, and can be a critical part of ensuring that the environment is highly equitable. On the G side, I guess there's many things, but we have enormous amounts of data, and the way in which we use that data, the way in which we interpret it, the insights we derive from it, that has to be a hugely responsible process. The data has to be physically cyber safe. It has to be used in very responsible ways. We have to make sure that the insights that emerge are truths, etc. So, I think there's a myriad ways in which the tech function is absolutely critical to ESG generally. I'm sure it's the same with you guys.
Absolutely. And I would say that now we're looking at sustainability more broadly, right? So we put together a plan, our 2030 sustainability plan, where we articulate across a number of dimensions how in which we want to advance our ESG efforts, whether it is, as you point out, relative to the supply chain, whether it's relative to our people and our talent, whether, and also tackling things like you talked about, relative to data, and how are you being even more transparent, because given the explosion of data that we are under and will continue to see, all of those dimensions are extraordinarily important when we talk about ESG, I know for us at Abbott. The other piece I will say is, as technologists, I actually think we need to really be thinking about it differently and recognize that there are going to be even greater challenges coming our way, and there are higher expectations of us as it relates to ESG and how we help the organization not only define those measurements, but also how we think about articulating, quantifying, and our efforts around ESG. So it's one thing of how it's evolved so far, but I do think that there are going to be even greater demands that all of us as technologists need to be thinking about even more assertively.
Absolutely. I know at EY we're focused both internally on our own sustainability, but we're also focused on helping our clients with the same challenges. And we look at it really in two sides of the coin. The first being kind of the measurements, the metrics. If you think about doing a quality audit and making sure that the sustainability metrics that matter are being measured in the right way and in a way that people can trust. And then secondly, of course, building tools, technology, expertise that helps our clients think about how to go as deep and as broad in sustainability as they possibly can. So it's an exciting area, one that I think is very challenging, and one that I think technologists bring a unique value to. So it's an exciting part. But I think I agree with you, Sabina, there will be more challenging times ahead for us to tackle. Well, it has been incredibly inspiring for us to be together as an all-female panel. I agree. We definitely want men in the conversation, but this is probably one of the first panels I've had the opportunity to be on with senior female leaders, so I appreciate that. Let me maybe end with a final question about legacy. I mean, we've covered a lot of ground today. We've talked about emerging tech, we've talked about accessibility, we've talked about diversity, we've talked about trust, we've talked about ESG. So as you wrap that all together, Casey, maybe start with you. As a senior leader, what do you hope your legacy will be in this area?
So
So I've worked for UNICEF for over 16 years. I joke that I started when I was 10, which is not true. I've been joking about that for about 10 years now too. But I guess I'm just, first of all, I just feel so lucky to be working for an organization like UNICEF during this time. I think a lot of us can feel so hopeless or helpless. There's so much going on in the world right now. And so knowing that I get to wake up every day and work for an organization that's trying to move the needle a little bit already makes me really proud. But then on the other side, I get to actually connect the future and emerging leaders and current leaders that are doing really incredible work around the world to kind of help innovate, find new fundraising techniques and resources in order to kind of push the needle further. So I guess I really just am so happy of that intersection point of kind of marrying UNICEF's reach, expertise, and access with your and our next gen members' know-how and access, influence, and ideas. And so I think the potential is really exciting. And I guess, you know, I know it sounds idealistic, but I would love, you know, my legacy to be that we helped UNICEF maybe one day go out of business, which would mean that the world is taking care of its own children, and every child actually has a true opportunity for a real childhood. And I guess also just, I'd be remiss not to say, talking to, you know, the tech leaders of the world right now, we can actually join together with our influence, our reach, our resources to map every school in the world and connect every school in the world to the internet. So I'd do a side legacy of let's do that in our lifetimes together. And I'm not even saying you have to do it through UNICEF. We know it's much bigger than ourselves, so let's figure out a way to do it, whether it's with us or on your own. But thank you, and thanks for having me up here.
Great, so I will answer the question across a few dimensions. The first one is, in my current role at Abbott, Abbott's been around, as I shared, for over 130 years. And having been a former runner, I would say, I think of it like a relay race, in that someone handed me the baton. And so for the duration that I run my leg of this race, that I would have advanced Abbott's legacy into the 21st century, inclusive of modernization, inclusive of digitization, and certainly, as you mentioned, relative to the security of its products as well as the enterprise. And I would also say, you know, outside of that, I'm the mother of 2 girls, 12 and 6. And as an African-American female, I want to be a role model, not just for them, but for every young person that, as I am, an immigrant to the United States, every kid that's in one of those countries that you said is not currently connected, that they have a recognition that you can boldly go out, you can boldly pursue your dreams. But also, for me here in the United States, I want people to see leadership differently. So to your point, Sarah, about sort of that homogeneous dimension, even if people look different physically, it's about being able to demonstrate that leadership can look different, and that if any way that I am able to allow other people to fulfill and unleash their full potential as part of my legacy, that would be one well received, so that my daughters, quite frankly, get to do whatever they want in this world without folks having to put any designations on them.
Inspiring. Sarah, what about you?
Well, I mean, I guess like everyone in the room probably, I mean, you want to leave a technical estate in a better place than you inherited, so you want it to be kind of functionally richer and safer, more secure, lower risk, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think that the thing that you always come back to, as these guys have, is the people. And that's the, you know, what matters most to me is that the people who've worked in the organization, you know, leave better able to lead technology wherever they go next. And that's, you know, in terms of the way we've taught them to actually do the discipline of technology, to operate as engineers, but I think even more important in terms of their sense of responsibility and in terms of the focus and the attention they give to technology as a force for good in whatever they do next.
If I could add one thing I just thought about. So in the lexicon for those in an enterprise, we often say, we call it the business. We're IT and there's the business. I want to change that lexicon to recognize that technology is the business in every domain in the 21st century. So if I can just make it where our people in IT no longer talk about the business and recognize that we are the business, that I think would be even icing on the cake of what I shared before.
That's fantastic. You stole my thunder a bit, because that would be mine as well, is that instead of talking about it as two entities, the business and technology, recognize that all together we are better, right? And that it's not IT and technology, we are the business, and the business is us, and the business is technology in a way. So, well, thank you very much for your time. It's been a really inspiring panel, I know for me, and I hope for our audience members as well, both in the room and all over the world. And look forward to the next session. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay. 3, 4, 1 second. You actually only need 3 chairs, so I can. So I'll use this one. Yeah. Hello everyone and welcome back. I hope everybody in the room enjoyed the lunch, and everyone who's watching on the live stream, I really hope you enjoyed those sessions we just had recorded. But we are now back live here from Austin for the final afternoon of Reuters Momentum. We're now going to have a conversation around trust and technology. Welcoming back to the stage Sarah Wilkinson, Chief Information Officer at Thomson Reuters, who spoke about the importance of trust very early on at Reuters Momentum in one of our first sessions of the 2 days. She'll be joined by Lee Rainey, Director of Internet and Technology Research at Pew Research Center, and Monica Anderson, Associate Director of Research, Pew Research Center. So let's give them a round of applause.
Well, thank you very much, guys, and thank you for coming back from lunch. Great to have you guys here and to get some time to talk about what I think is one of the most crucial things that we're going to talk about over this summit, really, the whole issue of trust. Pew Research Center have spent nearly 3 decades now looking at the rise of the internet and the impact of digital technology on people's lives. And their research sort of looks at 3 big shifts, if you like, the rise of the internet and broadband connectivity itself, the rise in the use of mobile smartphone devices, and the rise in the use of social media. And it's going to be great to hear from lead researchers today, some of the findings from that research. It's really interesting, I think, if you look back at their research, which is all on their websites online. There's a real optimism at the start of the research, the turn of the century, at the birth of the internet, about the potential of the internet, about what it might mean for everything from shopping to dating to business to society and democracy. And then over the course of the last decade, you see a sort of degradation in sentiment. People becoming more anxious about big tech and the power of big tech, more anxious about the impact that can happen online in a negative way, so antisocial behaviors, harassment, bullying, the concerns and anxieties about mistruths online, issues around privacy, security, anxiety about cyber attacks and what the impact of that might be. So these are deadly serious issues. They affect our businesses, they affect our communities, they affect our nations in terms of how we can operate. So it's fantastic to have you guys here today to start to talk about some of the stuff you've seen. Thank you very much for joining us. Let me start by just asking you to introduce yourselves. If I could start with you, Monica, that would be fantastic. Sure. Just a little bit of your background and what you look at in terms of research.
Yeah, so my name is Monica Anderson. I am the Associate Director of the Internet and Tech Project at Pew that's located in DC. I'm actually originally from Texas, so good to be back in a place that loves breakfast tacos. In terms of my research at the center, we study everything on my team from online dating to driverless cars to social media use. In particular, I've done a lot around the digital divide, attitudes about online activism, as well as a lot of studies about teenagers and their experiences and attitudes related to social media.
Fantastic. Lee.
And I'm Lee, the director of the Internet and Technology portfolio at Pew. Our mandate is to study the social impact of the internet. And so watching those three revolutions unfold, first of all, makes me feel like the most blessed social scientist in the history of social scientists. I got to see three revolutions, and a fourth and a fifth are already underway now. There aren't many fields that see that amount of change that quickly. So studying all that, the rise of broadband, turned people into really different kinds of communicators and information recipients. The rise of mobile connectivity made them think about the provision of information and social activities on the go. And the rise of social media completely rearranged social arrangements in society and in communities and things like that. So it's kind of a cosmic look at what we do, and we just have this wonderful mandate to venture into every field that we can find a technology angle to.
So, I mean, I think given the enormous impact of digital technologies on people's lives, I think research in this is quite a responsibility, really, as an organization. I mean, you've got to be very rigorous about your methodologies, about your use of data, about the conclusions you reach, about how you communicate those. I think it would be great, before we get into some of the data that you've looked at, could you just tell us, perhaps I can ask Lee if you could answer this, just how do Pew research work? What's your approach to the research that you do?
There was an executive summary of what we did with that mandate to study the social impact of the internet. So we look a lot at social interactions, communities, healthcare, education, things like that. What we weren't asked to do was spend a lot of time thinking about commerce online. There are lots of interesting data shops, many of them proprietary, that tell people how to sell widgets online and how to do things better on that. So that's not what we do. The main methodologies at Pew, the ones you might have heard of, are big, nationally representative polls of American adults and teenagers a little less frequently than those adult polls. And we also now supplement that with a lot of data science work. Computational social science is part of the toolkit that we are now using as an interesting way, as a sort of gut check and reality check sometimes in what people tell us in our polls, because sometimes people don't tell the pollsters the truth. And so there are some ways that we can cross-match their opinion data with other things that they do. And we live to be a fact tank. We are conscious of not wanting to be perceived as a think tank, because think tanks are in the business of advocacy. They see problems and advocate policy solutions. We are meant to study big, important cultural problems political issues and things like that, big policy debates, but not bring any agenda to it. So Pew is not, the Pew Charitable Trust fund us, it's a big philanthropy in the United States, but they are very, very insistent that we not have an agenda driving our work. We're not cheerleaders for technology. We don't have policy positions that we are advocating, but we do want to bring sort of a journalistic sensibility to understanding the big problems that people are thinking about when it comes to technology.
Fantastic. Okay, so should we get into some of the findings? Let's start with big tech. So there will be people watching on the live stream who are working in big tech today. There are many, many of us who work very closely with big tech, and of course we're all very, very impacted, very heavily impacted by it. And I know public opinion has sort of ebbed and flowed to some extent on this. Monica, can you tell us what's the latest in terms of how people feel about big tech, and particularly some of the nutty issues like the nature of regulation and antitrust enforcement and content regulation and things like that? What are you seeing?
Yeah, so our surveys have definitely picked up on, the phenomena of techlash. And this is something that we have definitely seen accelerate post the 2016 election. So just some numbers to illustrate that. So in 2015, 71% of American adults said that they thought big tech companies had a positive impact on the country. Today, that number is 50%. And in the backdrop of that, we see that those things, those negative attitudes are shared by both Republicans and Democrats. So, as pollsters, there are not a lot of things that we see the parties agree on, but there's both sides are growing more negative about the effect that big tech is happening on the nation. I think another couple of things to point to is that when we ask questions specifically to pinpoint people's attitudes, one of the things that continually pops is the belief that social media companies are censoring political viewpoints. So 77% of Americans think that that is something that's likely happening. That number is also growing from the first time we asked that in 2018. And again, we see that majorities of both Republicans and Democrats feel that way. To your point about regulation, that's when it comes a little kind of tricky, and what I like to say, some of the paradox that we see in the data. While we see that there's declining shares that think that these tech companies are good, or they're concerned about censorship, when it comes to regulation, the numbers don't really show a broad consensus, right? So we have about 45% of Americans think that big tech should be regulated more than it is now. That number, though, has declined about 10 percentage points just in the last year. On the flip side, when we asked a question about content regulation, you see slight majority say that they actually don't think that people should be able to sue tech companies. So even though we're seeing ways in which the public is, some would say, souring on big tech, there's not a strong consensus that they want the government or the courts to be making those decisions.
And so I'm just interested in, I know your research is more about sort of describing sentiment than necessarily unpacking all of it, but do you have a sense of what is driving the reduced trust in big tech?
Yeah, so one of the questions that we were able to ask a couple of years ago was just looking at following up on people that said that social media had a negative or positive effect on politics, why they feel that way. And by far, some of the biggest reasons for that negativity comes around misinformation and fake news. There's a lot of concern around digital privacy and surveillance. What do these companies have access to? There's also this general concern about censorship, and that's particularly what we see among Republicans and conservative Republicans, this idea that social media companies are gatekeepers. And I would say in the backdrop of all of this is, even though we're seeing kind of more negative attitudes about social media companies, the numbers of who use social media have remained relatively stable. And so I think that's another kind of broader point, that even if there is a level of distrust, even if there is concern about privacy, we don't necessarily see a large swath of people leaving these platforms.
No, that is interesting. And were you saying that, I mean, in general, are you seeing sort of a politically aligned split in sentiment in these views?
It depends. So on our question about censorship, that's widespread among both Republicans and Democrats, although I would say conservative Republicans are particularly likely to feel as if these companies are censoring. When we ask questions about kind of whether or not social media companies have too much power, influence, again, we see Republicans are a bit more likely to say that than Democrats, but there's still about half of Democrats who say that. So in a sense of when we see, you know, in some of our other work around, you know, just general attitudes about, let's say, immigration or abortion, there's these huge political differences. That's not necessarily what we see when it comes to our tech questions.
Okay, that's interesting. So, Lee, perhaps we can build on this. I mean, this issue of privacy and what people are doing with data. Can we just think about that in terms beyond big tech? So just in general, what's people's sentiment now? What are their anxieties? What are you seeing in the data?
That's a really shrewd way to frame the question too, because I think everyone in this room doesn't necessarily think of themselves as a worker for big tech, but what the basic public attitudes about it sort of cascade from their attitudes about social media companies and obviously big tech companies onto people like you who are running technology operations, gathering data and things like that. When, in the particular context of privacy, which is an essential element of the trust story about the way people feel about tech companies, there's always been a paradox at the center of polling about privacy. On the one hand, Americans and lots of Europeans say it's a preeminent value to them. It matters in their intimate relationships, it matters in their relationship to their neighbors, the companies they use, obviously, their governments and things like that. And yet, they behave in ways in which they don't necessarily enact their concern about privacy. They are sharing their credit card information with lots of people. They are perfectly happy to be participants in favored customer relationships and things like that. So in the recent years, that general paradox has been layered with some other things that have happened. 3 big events occurred in the past decade, really. First, the Snowden revelations. In June of 2013, the minute we began to survey after those revelations were made, there was a really striking convergence of public opinion about both the government and companies. In the good old days, before people were thinking that the government and big companies were aligned in many respects, people would have different judgments about concern about government information and concern about what companies were doing to them. There was sort of a merger that took place then. It was a merger that was enhanced later that year, 2013, with the Target breach, when massive amounts of consumer data were breached. And I think some of the coverage of that, partly it was the holiday season, so it was going to get covered anyway, but it came in the wake of the Snowden revelations. So again, people are thinking now that the government and companies are working together in some respects and also looking for the same stuff in the same way. Then comes Cambridge Analytica in 2017. And for a lot of people that we talked to about privacy, what that revealed to them was that even the small little breadcrumbs of information that they left, and their likes and their emojis and their shares and their comments on innocuous things on social media, could be aggregated in ways that would form a super robust picture of who they were, what they liked, how they did, who they were related with, which is a huge insight into people's lives. And then, of course, there were the cybersecurity issues that sort of merged with the data breaches things, and now Americans are sort of essentially thinking of this cluster of things, privacy, surveillance, and cybersecurity, as this mass of things that they're concerned about, they're confused about, they feel no control over their data, and when we ask a straight-up question, do you think the benefits of collecting and using your data outweigh the risks? Many more Americans now say the risks outweigh the benefits than say the opposite. So it's a story that's been evolving, and I think Americans sort of enter the discussion about privacy thinking now, bad things are probably happening, I don't know what they are, and that's kind of freaky.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting listening to you, because that sort of anxiety about a risk that isn't well described, I think is seen in lots of places. Before I joined Thomson Reuters, I was running part of the health system in the UK from a tech perspective. And one of the things we were trying to achieve was to use the extraordinary data that is in the UK health system, because because it's a big national health system, we have 53 million lives, all the longitudinal records that were discussed this morning by the health group. And the value of that for medical research is just extraordinary. And when you sit with focus groups, they understand the value of that to medical research, and they understand the need for the data to get to medical research to generate all these possible findings that are kind of hidden in the data, but they're deeply anxious. They're deeply anxious about business accessing the data and the potential implications of insurance companies, pricing up risk on the basis of relatively minor clinical conditions. They're anxious about, government getting the data and potentially using it in ways that people might not agree with. So, looking up people, immigrants, or sort of that are not yet sort of approved, and seeking to deport them, and that has all sorts of other ramifications, like the potential implications for immigrants not to seek health care, even when they have kind of communicable diseases. And it becomes an sort of almost intractable problem, because as much as you secure the data, as much as you you build these sort of what we used to call trusted research environments, very safe technical containers for the work to happen, and you can put independent bodies overseeing who has access to the data. But the reality is, people still are anxious about the potential, particularly for government, to use data in ways they might not agree with. And unless that sort of those use cases are, or the enforcement against those use cases is enshrined in law, they remain anxious. And the nature and the complexity of this risk is such that, you do see people do tend to kind of catastrophize in some ways. They think of the worst possible outcomes from the use of the data, and it can be quite hard, I think, to sort of move on from that. But anyway,
The other thing that is disorienting to people about this is in the post-Dobbs decision environment now, where location data is something we've asked about for a while, and there's sometimes people like to share it, sometimes people are freaked out sharing it, particularly when it comes out of their homes and their Nest thermostats and things. But now where they go, what medical clinics they visit and things like that, has a way of coming back to really seriously harm them, and nobody was thinking about that quite the same way before the abortion decision was made here.
Notice the way these things impact each other is really interesting. Right, the clock's ticking away, and there's tons of other things I wanted to ask about. Can I just ask a little bit about what you're seeing about sentiment around social media? What do people feel about social media these days?
Yeah, I think, as we talked a little earlier about, in the backdrop of tech last, definitely there are some negative attitudes about social media and censorship, and, this belief that social media companies are more likely to support liberal views over conservative views. But on the positive side, and particularly when a lot of the work that I do is looking at attitudes among teenagers, which is definitely a population that, they're definitely at risk for a lot of these things, the more nefarious side of social media, right? So cyberbullying, data collection, or just kind of feeling like your entire life is now kind of in the public domain. But what we see in surveys and also focus groups of teens is time and time again, they give us a more nuanced view of what life is actually like. So they talk to us about the drama they encounter, or maybe the pressure they feel to display themselves in a certain way, right? Post things that are popular and will get a lot of likes, but at the same time, we see, about 8 in 10 teens say that social media is a place where they can feel more connected to friends. We see about 70% are saying that it's a place where they can show their creative side. I think that's another kind of big thing with social media as well. It's given all of us, but particularly youth, an outlet to show the things that they're really interested in. And I think it just goes back to, there's also a belief that social media, in terms of politics and discourse, can definitely be a challenging place. But, one of the things that we've seen a lot of is how people are using it for online activism and political engagement, thinking to things like the Black Lives Matter movement and how intrinsically it's linked to social media. So, what we see is that the public is telling us there's good sides and there's bad sides, but just, on a broader note, it's not all doom and gloom.
It's good. It's good to have a bit of that optimism in there. Time is tight, but I would like to just ask quickly how people feel about some of the more sort of technically complex areas of tech. So, Lee, if I could just pick a couple. I mean, what are you seeing in terms of attitudes to cryptocurrency, and what are you seeing in terms of attitudes to the future of AI?
Sure. Well, we took 2 surveys about cryptocurrencies, one in September of 2021 and one in July of 2022. The needle didn't move at all. 16% of American adults have traded, used, or invested in cryptocurrency. The same between last fall and this fall. And think of all the stuff that happened in crypto in the very public ways, the naming of arenas and stadiums, those Super Bowl ads that were over the top with Matt Damon and Larry David and stuff like that. So it's interesting to see that there was no uptake of crypto, even with that amount of promotion of it. And we see that about half of the people who have done that felt that the investment results that they had hoped to achieve didn't get borne out. So there's sort of, and in ways that'll get implicated probably in trust of those platforms and maybe even blockchain more generally. And about half of Americans are aware of NFTs, but only 2% have bought them yet. And interestingly, which is not a pattern we see in a lot of our adoption data, as many women, actually slightly more women than men, have bought NFTs. And so there are interesting ways now that the dynamic in tech adoption might be pushing in a different direction in that thing. When it comes to AI, the simple message is Americans are wary. They're concerned. They understand some of the problems that might arise in it. If you ask them about particular use cases, they're pretty excited in the abstract about health uses, and they're more wary about things that essentially challenge human autonomy, human decision-making, the capacity of humans to affect what's going to happen to them in the future.
Fantastic. Okay. So we're out of time, but I'm just going to give you 1 minute, because I think this research is absolutely phenomenal, to just say if the public can help or anybody listening can help in any way with your research. Maybe I'll give it to you, Lee. What would you say? Less than a minute.
The beautiful thing about data is that it represents human beings, human activities, and the environment around us. And so the stewards of data in this room, you're being super careful with it, you're being quite thoughtful about it based on what you've described here. From the public research side, I would just encourage you to think about the ways that you can invite more researchers, more public actors into the kinds of data universes that you are part of. There are tons of PhDs graduating in this field. There are tons of postdocs who can't get jobs at colleges in the way that they used to. There are innumerable citizen scientists who are interested in this kind of work, and the noblest thing is to understand what human beings are doing and try to make their lives better. You have custody of a lot of that, and I would encourage you to share it with places where they wouldn't necessarily look at it through the lens that you're looking at it, how to make things more efficient, how to make them less expensive, how to sell more things or things like that. But they can probably extract from the things that you are gathering some really, really important stuff about the human condition.
Great. Well, that's a pretty passionate call for open data, wherever it's possible. And with that, I'll just say thank you very much for your time with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah, and the team at Pew Research. I'm going to build on one of the points Monica made there in the last panel now and look at the future of tech-enabled activism. So I'd like to welcome Tom Singer to the stage from the Austin Technology Council, who's leading today's discussion. And he'll be joined by the team at change.org, Nick Allardyce, the CEO, and Elaine Zhou, Chief Technology Officer. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. How's everybody doing? Awesome. You ready to talk about tech-enabled activism? All right, so my name is Tom Singer. I work for the Austin Technology Council, and we are a 30-year-old organization that promotes the growth of technology. For all of you who are from out of town, welcome to our fine capital of Texas City, and welcome to the folks from change.org who are going to talk to us about this tech-enabled activism. We have Nick Allardyce and Elaine Zhou. She is the CTO of the company. He is the CEO of the company. Nick, tell us a little bit about change.org.
So change.org is a platform for people everywhere to organize in their community on the issues they care about, collectively bring together their resources and create change. That's everything from the kind of national or international that you might have heard of. There was a campaign around everything from, like, say, Trayvon Martin, like a decade ago, which had like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of signatures, to the hyper-local campaign to like get the local community park cleaned up, or to try and stop it from being developed into a high-rise set of skyscrapers. So every end of the spectrum you can imagine. More than 70,000 campaigns are started on Change.org every month.
Wow.
Hundreds of millions of users, and we have teams in about 18 countries.
Sure, over the last decade, I mean, things have really, really changed when it comes to empowering people to actually take place in things of how they want to see change, right? So signing petitions is a big deal, a big part of what you all do. It's still the number 3 way that people get involved in civic things around the world. But how is change really sort of being made through your organization? What's really happening?
I mean, I think to put it in context, we're at a moment in history in which more people are getting involved in their communities and in the causes that they care about than at any other time in human history. Just around COVID as an example, in 2020, more than 600 million people used Change.org to sign petitions to basically react to the rapidly changing environment that was affecting communities, industries. That was everything from making sure that the right health procedures were in place at schools to getting PPE for frontline health workers. And that is a trend that we're seeing more generally. Like, there are more people involved in electoral campaigns than ever before, people volunteering, going to the polls. And I think that's fundamentally driven by a couple of things. First, you have technology lowering the barrier to entry for people to discover, identify, and act on the things that they care about. We talk to the people who use Change.org all the time, who are saying things like, I've got a busy job, I got kids, I got the yard to clean up, and like a huge number of challenges in my personal life, but because of social media, because of Change.org, because of other technology, I'm able to rapidly, easily engage at a time that works for me with the issues that I care about. So that is really lowering the barrier to entry and bringing a lot of people to the table. The second thing that I think is really driving this explosion of activity is honestly like a distrust in institutions. We had a little bit about it in the session just before us, and that was specifically focused on people's perception of big tech. But the same trends are mirrored in people's perceptions of government, people's perception of like large organizations, and a growing awareness of how they are failing different parts of society and their ability to create policy, to serve different communities. So on Change.org, what we see is people coming together with their communities, and that could be their local communities, that could be their communities of interest, to take a stand and say, hey, here's something that I want to see different. We're going to tell our stories, we're going to ask for that, and going to talk to the people in positions of power and drive change, whether that's at a policy level or anything like that. And so more than around one campaign wins every hour on Change.org. And we see a lot of people use that as a starting point for activism, essentially, as like an easy entry point, which then leads them on into many other parts of their community activism journey, which can include everything from launching organizations to political campaigns and stuff like that.
Nice. So Elaine, what are the challenges and the opportunities for tech-enabled activism? I mean, as the CTO, you must pay a lot of attention to how does tech really make this work?
In terms of opportunity, the first thing that jumps to mind, everybody will think about scale, right? Technology makes things scale. I mean, you think about petition, and people utilize petition as a way for change. It's not new, right? People are doing it decades, 100 years. But what is new is technology make it easy and make it, much bigger volumes in terms of traffic. I'll give you an example. In 2020, the pandemic started. U.S. was in the election year, and then we have the global racial justice movement happening. Our traffic literally tenfold, right? How can, a system that we can automatically scale up to be able to support this kind of movement, support our starters, and also support our supporters? That's huge. That's the opportunity there. And the other thing is obviously the ML. There's a lot of talk about data science and ML to utilize this to further automate these workflows and process. So that's the opportunity out there, especially allow us to Nick said, further lower the barriers for people to participate in civic actions. With ML, that we can actually find a much better way to connect the users, create recommendations that is relevant for them, right? Traditionally, if we're doing campaigning in a manual way, it's easy for the large campaign to take effect, right? But how about smaller campaigns? How about smaller campaigns that derive from these large campaigns? For example, 2 years ago was part of the racial justice movement. So there's a lot of petitions started to take down the monuments in the US, right? And that started small. I mean, people really campaigning for the local monuments in the towns and cities. But technology, our platform allowed them to connect with different leaders and different supporters around, everywhere in the States. And then eventually become a global movement. So that's the technology enablement there. And I can go on and on. Obviously, there's challenges, and no surprise, there's a lack of trust there, right? Including tech, the distrust in tech. But I do think that if technology help, and technology cause the distrust, technology companies also are responsible to solve this problem, right? And I think we actually in a perfect position to do that. Think about, there's a lot of people talk about in the last 2 days about people want connections. We talk about Strava's want people build connections and communities. And that's exactly what we do, is connect our movement leaders to the supporters. At the same time, the newer generations have way more sophisticated understanding of technology. They worry about privacy, right? Security. And then we have the marginalized communities worry about safety. So these two things are kind of in conflicts, right? But technology is perfect it is a challenge for technology, but it's also in a position that it helps to solve this problem. And I think we're in unique situations that both help to build the connections, but also provide the necessary safety, security, and privacy measures.
Well, you talk about that need for connections. One of the things that I talk about and that we talk about at the Austin Technology Council is that community, collaboration, and conversations can help solve all problems. So how does a platform like yours help build that sense of community so that people can collaborate and have conversations?
The thing that I would offer here is a lot of people come to Change.org feeling unheard, feeling like they have been trying to raise the alarm bell about a problem in their community or something that's affecting them personally. And when we talk to the people who are organizing the campaigns on Change.org, one of the most strong themes for the kind of aha moments, the moments of greatest connection, is when they are able to find a community of like-minded people who have their back, who say, like, not only do I believe you, and I think this is a real problem, but I'm going to contribute my time, my voice, or my money to help you move this forwards. That moment of connection is such a big breakthrough, because this work is hard. Community active people put themselves out there. They face a whole bunch of personal threats, whether that's reputational, whether that's personal security. We've talked largely in the US. We operate across the world, and in the immediate aftermath of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, we had to work incredibly fast to try and make sure that the privacy and security of our Russian users was 100% locked down, because we're not just talking about reputation there, right? So people put themselves out there with incredible risks, and to have a community of people who have their backs and where they don't feel alone and they're part of a broader group of people working for something is something that actually is able to sustain the momentum of a particular cause. Because there's so many people who come to the table and who have a spark. Maybe they're activated in a particular moment, when there's some something that happens in the news or something that affects them, that like activates them. But real change requires enduring commitment, you know, like not just the kind of one and done flash in the pans, but instead the like ongoing commitment to kind of find the way through. And to do that, people need support around them. They need a sense of community. And so that's one of the things that we're really focused on trying to create on the platform.
That's nice. So Elaine, I want to come back to you because you were talking about the whole idea of technology, and you were talking about this international thing that it's impacting the Ukraine, and then you have the Russians and you have the rest of the world, people coming into these different causes that they want to impact. How do you feel as the CTO that the technology that you help create can actually impact these important world issues that are happening in history as we live?
Oh, it's incredible, motivated and yet humble experience, and I can tell you, all my teams, all the engineers are extremely grateful and motivated of the opportunity, helping all the activists in the world. Right? I mean, many engineers come to change. They're not activists, right? But they want to support the movements and support these causes. I remember just a few months ago when the war broke out, we literally immediately that day off, like we're on high alert. Our entire DevOps team, security team is high alert. I mean, you can imagine the potential attack that we have. How can we do that? And it's really motivating, and at the same time, really forces to think harder. What can we do? What is the creative solutions out there to both support people and protect them at the same time, have various ways to help them continue to foster this online community, allow these movements to take place?
Nice. So Nick, activism has never been easier than it is right now because of all the technology, and people are making their consumer choices. They're voting with their dollars, and employees actually have more power over their employers if they don't like a policy that they have. How did this all happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got a few different things intersecting, and I mentioned a couple of them earlier, but just to kind of double down on them. One, there's that lowering of the kind of barrier to entry, and that's everything from it being incredibly simple to start an online petition or to create a fundraiser or things like that, to incredibly, like much easier than ever before to find like-minded people. Like you're no longer bound by the communities of geography that you may have once been bound by. And so I think that's the second thing. Third, part of it, I think, is there's kind of a macroeconomic trend, which is like as the world has got wealthier, honestly, I think folks have been able to kind of turn their attention to these global causes that honestly have had not enough attention historically, whether that's global poverty or whether that's climate change. But more generally, when you look at surveys of the most recent college graduates and new generations entering the workforce, kind of values alignment is like at the top of the list for what people are optimizing for. More and more people, I think, are looking for ways to make sure that their work is not just a kind of way of putting bread on the table, but a way of aligning their values and living out their kind of best lives. And honestly, the opportunities to do so kind of suck in many situations, right? And so I think you have a lot of entrepreneurship, a lot of innovation as people are essentially inventing new ways of living in those kind of values-aligned ways and making sure that their actions on a day-to-day basis reflect those.
So what do you guys think is the future of activism? Elaine, we'll start with you.
Well, I definitely think that technology will play a strong, role here. It's to be able to connect, solve the problem of people both want connections at the same time, want safety. And also finding relevant information easier. Like for example, one of the things that we are doing right now is traditionally we using ML to help the petition starters to find the like-minded people, obvious, right? So it's basically everything is a petition-centric. Now we're shifting to make it supporter, user-centric. How can we find a collection of petitions and causes that are most relevant to you as an individual, because you might have multiple interests in different areas at a global level, national level, and the local level. So what we want to do is technology will be able to do that. So really, empower people to not just find alignment, but also identify themselves and be able to contribute whatever way they want it.
I think this trend of people's distrust of institutions and the lowering of the kind of barrier to entry around community activism is driving a really interesting shift in the way that change is being made. Increasingly, I think we're seeing these entrepreneurial individuals who are increasingly leading the global conversation or the national conversation or the regional conversation on the different issues that are affecting communities. At a global level, think about people like Greta on climate change, who arguably is shaping the kind of global narrative on that far more than many of the kind of environmental institutions that have been doing this for decades. And she's doing this as a solo kind of activist. And that is replicated across every single issue, cause, category, local, national, international, that you can imagine. And so the trends that I think we're seeing in the creator economy and in e-commerce, honestly in journalism, where you increasingly have these entrepreneurial individuals that are building audiences, driving change, and doing so essentially as brands and small businesses, is showing up in activism as well. And I think we're going to see an explosion of that over time as more and more people essentially enter the workforce trying to find ways to live their values. And I think that's going to lead to much needed innovation and diversity in the types of ideas that are brought to the table, to the solutions that are proposed, and honestly the risk-taking in the way that social change happens, because they're not going to be bound in the same way by some of the institutional barriers that I think sometimes hold back the social change space. And so that's something that I'm very excited about. And
Sure.
Change is kind of focused on helping support as well.
Well, we only have a minute or so left, so the one thing I want to touch on is while there is this big movement and all this, there's also still a lot of apathy within companies and within communities sometimes to want to join together to work for a cause, whatever that cause is. Sometimes companies might be scared that, oh, if we take a stand, we might offend somebody. How do we get past the apathy when it comes to change and activism?
It's not my experience that there's apathy. Instead, there are other barriers that hold people back. So when we look at the barriers that hold people back, it's actually they care about something, but they're concerned about personal risk. They're concerned about it being sustainable, or there's a lot of burnout. They don't know where to start. And so I don't think about motivating people. I think the motivation is there. I think more about, well, what are the barriers that are holding people back? And how do we systematically knock those down? Because I think when we do, we'll see incredible things.
Nice. Elaine, I'm going to give you the last word.
I think part of that is also they want access to the tools. They want people to share the experience with them, the tools, what techniques will work, and be able to allow all these leaders connect to figure out how can they move better movement. Malala started her first petition on change.org years ago, right? Nice. So how can we enable these future leaders and to have these movements, and that's what we are for.
Awesome. Big round of applause for Elaine and Nick from change.org. Thank you all very much.
Now we move from empowering activism to empowering entrepreneurs. For our next session, how are financial markets boosting accessibility and inclusion? I'd like to welcome to the stage Nicole Valentine from the Milken Institute, who will be leading discussion today with Gaia Bologna, Chief Data Scientist at Prudential Financial, and Bridget Abraham, Chief Compliance Officer at Remitly.
Thank you. Let's get this conversation started. There is a global wealth gap where the divide between the richest and poorest is growing. At the Milken Institute, our FinTech and Inclusive Capitalism programs focus on financial inclusion, financial fluency, and access to capital. To close the wealth gap, experts have suggested that we increase higher quality education, promote retirement savings and lifetime security, increase access to small business capital, and expand opportunities for home ownership. They've also suggested that we enable more access to financial services. These solutions are transactional and more executed digitally. We're going to discuss the role of finance in tackling the digital gap and ways we can accelerate innovation and encourage entrepreneurship with customer-centric FinTech innovation. So I'd love to get started with Gaia. Gaia, you are the Chief Data Scientist at Prudential Financial, and I want to start with a conversation with you on the wealth divide around the world and your perspective on how data can help address issues on closing that wealth gap.
Thank you so much, Nicole. So if you think about it, when we think about the wealth divide, income gap between across the world, globally, inside communities, is usually driven from where you live. Really, your geographic place is going to tell you where you're going to go to school, which kind of people you frequent, your community, how you are going to be able to learn, and your income. The digital revolution that we are going through, digital transformation that has been even accelerated by COVID, and data, what really help us to do is break those barriers. Now we can offer the same level of services from educational, but also to financial services across communities. So really we can help to close the gap globally. We are doing a lot of work internally in the United States, but also on the global level, to really address those issues. So we are not just responding to requirements, for example, from regulators, to try to be fair across and going against redlining, that always it's a problem. But also we want to be able for people to make the right decisions. And we need to provide them the right information, but they don't need to be in person to get to it. Now we can provide the same level of service wherever they are. It's us going to them, not them coming to us.
Can you give us some examples of the work that you've done to impact the communities that you're serving, some of the solutions that Prudential has?
Sure, we have a couple of solutions that I can share. One is what we are developing over here in the States, and another one instead is what we are doing in the emerging market. Inside the States, what we are really building are, it's a digital application where we are trying to address needs at every life stage of our communities. Our products are usually covering risk. We sell life insurance. We also sell annuities. We also provide asset management services. Typically, these kind of services were done on one-on-one conversation in person, try to provide full support, but you needed to be there. Now we are building a recommendation engine that can be leveraged in any kind of digital application that would allow to address the needs of everybody where they are and in the way that resonate best with them, so that they can really understand properly the financial decision that they are making. Talking globally, we are doing something similar, and actually over there, I have a couple of examples that I would like to share with you. On one side, in Brazil, especially, the penetration of life insurance was quite low before COVID. We had about 12%, not we as Prudential, but as an industry. People just culturally didn't think that life insurance was important as a product. Now, of course, COVID changed the perception from that point of view. Prudential as a company, what it did, it really changed the industry over there. It came in and started to offer COVID coverage of course, everybody else after that followed. But we were the first one that started to close the gap between what the consumer need and what we had to offer. Then the second part is now that people understand better that they need life insurance, how we can get closer to them so that they can actually get it. And we started to build digital experiences where people were able to get quote and buy insurance and learn which kind of insurance they would need without going away from their houses. And especially during COVID, nobody could go anywhere. So it was really a way to get to serve the consumer needs where they are and the way it works best for them. And also I have another little one.
Go for it.
I can keep it for
well,
later.
I'll turn to Bridget,
Yes,
but thank you. I'll come back to you. Bridget, the Chief Compliance Officer at Remitly. What is Remitly, where is Remitly making an impact on inclusion and access?
Yeah, so at Remitly, our mission is to focus on immigrants around the world and how we can create the most trusted financial product services for them. And so that's really the core of how we think about our impact. And the reason why Remitly was built in the first place was to create more financial inclusion for people who are moving their lives to a new country, either by choice or by circumstance, and be able to integrate into that new country where they're moving from low or middle income countries to higher income countries and really integrate in there. And as we all know, traditional financial services often limit their access to the financial services that they need to rebuild their lives. So at Remitly, we wanted to disrupt that, and we created a process to send remittances globally around the world that are fast, more cost-effective, transparent, and most importantly, safe and secure, right? So if you're sending your hard-earned money back home to support your family and your local community, you want to make sure that money's getting there on time when you need to and what you want to. So some of the ways we do that is by creating innovative solutions to identify customers who may not have traditional means of documentation and other things that you need for traditional financial services. We do it by creating a transparent solution so you know where your money is. You can have conversations with your recipient online rather than outside of the system. And thinking about that. So we're really customer-led and really use those customer needs and specifics around their certain circumstances to build that product in a safe and secure way, and we focus a lot on that and trust in particular. What do they need to do with their money, and how do they need to access it so they can be integrated into the new market that they're in?
What are some of the specific services that you provide that directly meet their needs? Can you give us some examples of how, when someone is immigrating with their family or with themselves, they're moving, what are some of the services that you're providing that directly hit them in that pain point?
Yeah. So oftentimes when someone is moving to a new country, they are moving with intention to better their lives and their families' lives, as well as support the family and friends and community that they've left behind. Mm-hmm. So the specific service that we really seek to provide is a safe and transparent way to move that money back home on a reliable source into multiple ways to get it there. So being creative around how can they access that money through mobile wallets, through cash pickup locations in some cases, and through depositing into local bank accounts. So we partner with other strategic partners such as banks and financial institutions and other fintechs in order to deliver that money in a safe and secure way. And I think that meets their need in being able to create that peace of mind and have that knowing that their families are taken care of back home when they can. And I think the innovative way of doing it that sort of breaks up the traditional products that we've had in the past is creating less customer friction, so really driving their needs around how can you do it fast and secure and a much easier way to do it, so you're not taking up an hour and a half to transit to a different location to go and send your money and send it back home, which takes precious time and energy on the send or receive side. Also ways to keep your money safe and secure, so we have innovative ways to look for whether you're being fallen victim to a scam. We try to reduce our fraud rates rates by looking at the customer data around there to protect our customers' money as much as we can.
That's great because there's vulnerability in
Yeah.
that need to move and move your life and your process. And so your finances are very, very important. I'd love to get a sense from both of you, some takeaways that, and some things that you've done in your work that have connected the dots among your consumer-centric way of innovating and the way that your products have perhaps evolved because of the consumer input and feedback in your products and services. Love to get a sense of some of those examples.
Sure. So we're very customer-led. Everything we build is really trying to look at those customer insights to make sure we understand what our customers need and what they want. We have a consumer analytics team. We also have many conversations with our customers locally and take surveys to make sure we understand what's working, what's not working. When they call in and we have customer complaints or we miss or have a cancellation, how do we use that data to understand what makes us better or worse and how do we integrate that? Our customers have told us that remittances are core to their peace of mind and becoming assimilated more into their local community to know that back home their families are safe. Oftentimes, you can imagine immigrants are willing to give up some of their nice to haves, right, of a nicer apartment, of more furniture in order to make sure their families are safe and secure back home. So it's key and important. And so when we've asked our customers what they need around that, they've said, some of our customers have said that in order for my family to be supported and invest in the future, if I'm receiving remittances from abroad, 51% of our customers say that they feel like they can invest in that future if they receive those. Whereas on the opposite side, if they're not receiving those, 70% say they cannot sustain or invest in future things in their community if they don't receive those remittances. So taking those facts and those nuances and what works and what doesn't work and what customers need is key and paramount to understanding how to build our product.
Yeah. Thank you. Gaia.
Sure. So if I think about, for example, the work that we do at Prudential or I've been in the financial services for a while, and I've been always in data science. And the way I see our role, especially in the modern era, it's more like a mission. We can really understand the needs of our consumer because we take the data about not just the dry data, how much money they make and what is their behavior when they have a loan, right? But we can actually look at their daily behavior, how they're spending their money, what are their needs, what are their preferences. And many of the financial crises that we had were linked to wrong financial decisions and the fact that people cannot think ahead. They do not have enough information or the right education to make the right decisions for them and their family in the short and the long term. So what I see in the industry and what I've done personally together with my teams in the different companies that I work on, it's really building experiences that on one side, we try to serve the information that people need when they need it and in the form that they can really absorb it and make the right decision for their future. Everybody knows how to open a credit card. Very few people knows how to use it properly. We had a huge crisis on the mortgage side. That was, the last one was completely driven by the fact that people were having a mortgage on houses that were overpriced and they were picking the wrong mortgage. And that put a lot of families in the middle of the streets. So how we, that are part of this industry and actually we know how to use technology and we can collect data on a massive scale, can use those information to help people to have what they need, all the needs, all the means that they need to make the right decision for their future and their family. And this is what we're building whenever we see a new app. And this is not just big corporation, like the great part of having financial, all the fintech, why they're so successful. Because everything that they're designed is designed to serve a community, is designed to serve a specific purpose, and is designed around the needs of people, not just selling a product. And our spot over there, it's helping the consumer, but also help these entrepreneurs in building the product that they can build maybe much faster and test it directly on the population so that we can actually develop those products in the way that are serving the needs best. And then company like ours can integrate it and share it on a global scale.
There's a lot of players and market players and participants in the space looking to create solutions for entrepreneurs, for those who need it most, need financial services most. But I'd like to ask both of you if you feel like in this moment we are missing some opportunities to do better in providing more services, quality services that can meet the needs of the underestimated, underbanked, underrepresented in our financial system. Just where are we missing and what can we do better and how can we do better? I really want to kind of drill down based upon some of the experience that you all have in this space.
You want me to start?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll go next.
Sure. So a lot of the work that the industry is doing, it's often reactive. Like COVID, we all reacted to it, and we had the famous digital transformation that actually helped us a lot now, but still it was very reactive. One thing that there is a giant elephant in the room, it's climate change. And a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck. Entrepreneurs have barely the money to do what they need to do and maybe pay a couple of people on their payroll. But every time we have a new earthquake, a new storm, something that impacts community, we actually are unprepared. Those communities are unprepared to be served, and those people that are already in the lower band of the income gap are the ones that have no means, no savings to be able to overcome those issues. So I think we are missing really the opportunity to look forward, to build something that is scalable, sustainable, and can actually help those communities to get ready for the future, for events that unfortunately happen, and they do not have the ability to manage it properly and support their family and support their community in the right way.
I would have some similar thoughts as Gaia. I think what I think as an industry we're missing is continuing to focus on those populations that are the most vulnerable, right? So from a business standpoint, moving forward, it's not always the easiest thing to see where how much we depend as a global society on these folks, and from a human perspective, how much we should help and take care and lift people up. And I think that's just, it's a big miss, right? So how do we really think about creating those financial services and others that are going to be, to Guy's point, less reactive and more help people move forward to make their own choices, have products that are tailored to their needs and not just like a large group individual needs. You need to be very, like at Remitly, we are always talking about how we're very global, but we're locally relevant, right? So you can have a wide range, but each part of the world is unique and different and has different needs about what needs to take people forward. And we have to think about financial services and how they can be tailored to create better financial inclusion, to create a more proactive approach to things like climate change and others, which disrupts millions of people, well, almost quarterly at this point. And how can we make that so it's not such an upending, life-changing event, because I don't think those are events anymore. They are part of how we live.
So at Milken, we talk about the difference between financial fluency and financial literacy. Mm-hmm. Financial literacy is knowing, financial fluency is understanding. How have you provided more understanding of your services to the communities that you serve so that they can utilize and leverage them for their greatest advantage? I'd love to know how you're executing that with your customers.
Sure, we are executing that at different level. On one side, with the direct relationship, like getting closer to the consumer, leveraging, for example, the digital transformation and the digital experience, we create content that we can personalize, that really can speak to the person that is reading it. We try to understand first what they're looking for, and then we create those experiences that adapt in real time and share content in the language that best resonate with people. But then at the same time, we support our advisors, for example. Advisors really are able to talk to people on a one-on-one scale and help them to make the right decision. What we provide to our advisors, it's actually the right talking points. What really they resonate with that person. Like Bridget was saying, it's all about personalized, coming to you with what works for you, explain to you in the way you can understand so that you can make the right decision. It's not just talking to you about the product, but also understand what are the implications and the impact of the use of that product and why that is better for you than another one. And also the risk that you are trying to manage leveraging the financial product.
I think we approach it from both of those ways, and I think there's, with the digital channels and getting more of a reach, I think there's more opportunity to create more of that financial fluency, I suppose, in order to understand how do products actually work? How do I make my money work for me in different ways rather than just transactional based, and how can you build more of that? But on the other side, we also do some work with looking at communities in general, so partnering with local institutions for an entrepreneurial portion of a business, that perhaps restaurants in a community, and how do we then partner with someone to educate how to promote their businesses online, how to manage their finances for their business, and look at things like that. And that's a small example. I think taking things like that on a larger scale will be incredibly powerful. But I think all institutions like us have a responsibility to continue to promote education, not just our products and our services, which I think will lead to better adoption of your product as well.
Yeah, agreed. I think that when we talk about financial inclusion, we don't always have a measurement tool for it or a benchmarking for it. We'd say we want to make more financial inclusion, bring more people into the economic system. I'd love to get a sense in the last few minutes, how do you define the impact, and how do you measure the impact of your products and services?
Yeah, we measure our impact through multiple means, one of which is going back to the survey that I actually touched on a little bit around the impact to the local communities. So if one of the goals is to build impact around bringing people up and creating things for the future, investing in education, investing in perhaps buying a home, things that are more foundational to building your financial wealth or just stability and well-being, we often meet with our customers to look at how are we measuring that impact. So we're seeing how much the remittances and the stability of getting it back and forth on a regular basis is meeting those needs. And like I said before, 51% of our customers say they can do that when they're receiving funds regularly from people around the world, and the ease and the access of it helps to build that. We see a direct impact of how much remittances are important to people, which 70% of remittances are used for daily activities, regular fundamental needs. And I think looking at how that impacts and that changes over time will measure our impact to how we build wealth.
Great. Gaia, last word. How do you measure impact in your work?
On one side, it's using kind of the legacy systems. You do survey, try to understand how close you are to your goals when you talk to people about your product or the financial solution that you are there to provide them. But on another hand, we are starting to build a system of sensors across the experiences that we build, so that we have a sense, are we really providing the service that people are looking for? How easy it is for them to go across those experiences and reach the goal that they were looking for? Are they dropping out experiences? Are they clicking too much all over the place? So it's really, on one side, yes, you can always ask, but first of all, service can be a little bit biased, and it's a smaller population. On the other, instead, with leveraging the digital transformation, we can really create with this system of sensors across our experiences to truly understand our experiences tailored so that are serving the purpose that we want. Are we creating the impact that we are looking for? And those system of sensors that can really help us to keep changing the experience on a real-time basis using, for example, machine learning, so that we can keep improving. Every single time that a new person is going to go through our experience, we are going to learn something, and we can change it in real time to get closer to what their needs are.
Well, thank you for this conversation. Keeping the customer at the center of your products and services is definitely going to add to closing this wealth gap that we discussed. And it was a pleasure speaking with both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, everyone, we have an all-star panel now to round off today's day of conferencing, and also a really important topic, accelerating net zero, leveraging technology to decarbonize further and faster. So please welcome to the stage Pamela Fletcher, Chief Sustainability Officer at Delta Airlines, Dr. Van Truscott, Executive Director of the Innovation Center here at the University of Texas, Dr. Kevin Ma, co-founder of Altec, and once again returning Tom Singer from the Austin Technology Council. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so this has been a great couple of days here at the Momentum Conference, and this is the last panel. So I want you all to be engaged. If you have any questions, we might have a little time at the end for that. So let's jump right in, because we're talking about accelerating net zero and leveraging technology to decarbonize further and faster. And so Pam, you are with Delta Airlines. Could you tell us a little bit about your role?
Sure, I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer at Delta Airlines. I've been there 8 months, and we are laser focused on creating our path to net zero. And while that's net zero by 2050, a long journey, we're all about progress now, and I hope that we can talk about that a little bit today.
Nice, we sure will. And Kevin Marr, you are the co-founder of Altec. Could you tell us a little bit about your role?
Absolutely. So as CEO of Altec, I kind of lead the team. We're trying to develop kind of next generation safety systems for enabling clean technology. So trying to help infrastructure stay safe.
Nice. And Van Truscott, you are the Executive Director of the Texas Innovation Center at the University of Texas. Tell us what you do in your role.
Well, I'm really happy to be here today. At UT, I am the Executive Director of the Texas Innovation Center, and what we focus on is essentially to build a collaborative community that helps our researchers and our grad students essentially form startups that are based on university research or intellectual property. And we have a portfolio of over 40 companies in different stages of the startup life, from pre-seed, seed, to all the way to B series. And we provide resources to really take the technology out into the real world, which is, exciting to be here today to talk about where all these technologies really start that we're going to be embracing in a new clean world.
Yep, and all of this idea of decarbonization of industries is really essential for all of us to meet, these climate goals that we have. And you kicked it off saying by 2050 was that. So given aviation's status as what I would call a hard to decarbonize industry, what are the steps that you're taking to help move that needle for aviation emissions?
Yeah, great question. And hard to decarbonize is how our segment and a few others are classified. However, we are focused, and at Delta we believe in the notion of you don't have to choose between seeing the world and saving the world. And so we have an expansive strategy to not only decarbonize our business, so reduction, removal, elimination of CO2, but even beyond that. And we focus on 3 main pillars of our business: our emissions that are largely driven by jet propulsion, Our experience, so what you actually experience on board the plane, as well as around the plane, everything that happens, when you're sitting there on the tarmac and when you return to the gate. And then our ecosystem, all of those facilities and, other important businesses and activities to have our business run well, such as our, as I said, our facilities and our supply base, which is vital to the work that we do. And for each of those 3 pillars, we have short, medium, and long-term goals. And so our approach is that short-term are the things that we control, so we can make progress now. And so we're doubling down on the things where we can make progress now, which have a lot to do with what we fly and how we fly. And then in the medium and long term, that's where we really need to, those are things that usually have a lot of stakeholders involved. Sometimes there's policy involved. And so we really need to partner, form influential coalitions, nurture, and sometimes invest in technologies and infrastructure to really bring about the solutions that are going to be needed.
Nice. So there's a lot to do there then, right?
There's a lot to do.
So what are some of the things that you guys are doing that you find most interesting, that you're like, this is really going to take us there? What are some of the things you find to be the coolest?
Yeah, well, I find a lot to be cool. I've been at Delta now for 8 months, and so I'm just completely fascinated by the industry and the company. It's been a great journey so far. So everything's a bit of a learning moment, which I love. Here's what I find fascinating. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer by education, so I love technology and looking at the disruptional technologies that it's going to take for the future to fully decarbonize our industry. I have a deep interest and passion in that. But what has really struck me is the passion and engagement of our employees and our customers in this journey. They care. And so even though with those of you that are in the sustainability space, if you know about the Science-Based Target Initiative, which focuses on decarbonization, there are many things that also contribute to waste, to inefficient water usage, et cetera, that our people are passionate about. So we have taken great strides across our business to do things like eliminate single-use plastics. So we've taken 5 million pounds of single-use plastics off of our planes per year.
Wow.
We take weight out of our planes. We change the way we fly, the routing for landings. So those are things that people can actually, they see it, they know it, they expect us to change, and that while it may not apply to our Science-Based Target Initiative, we're going to do it anyway because it matters.
Nice. So Kevin, as we look to the challenges of this acceleration to net zero, safety is not often something that's discussed a lot, and this is something that you study. Can you describe sort of the role safety plays in clean tech adoption and what innovations are being done there?
Absolutely. Safety is one of the, it's kind of the redheaded stepchild. No one really wants to think about it until it comes up, right? So for example, in the energy storage space, the energy storage market industry, you get a lot of these innovative companies putting together fantastic products to help us decarbonize, rely less on fossil fuels, help support the grid. And they build all this stuff, they put it in, and then they go to the permitting folks and say, all right, we're good to go. And the permitting folks say, wait a minute, what about these safety concerns? And they go, what safety concerns? And so they have millions of dollars worth of investment sitting there, not making any return, right? Because it's just sitting there. And I think that's the biggest challenge, is that everyone thinks about technology and the performance. What's our performance metric? But then safety is an afterthought. And instead of saying, well, let's wait till someone calls us out on it, usually a fire service or a fire department or a local authority having jurisdiction, permitting building folks, I think the challenge is, can you take safety and bring it further upstream? Can you say, hey, while we're doing our performance metrics, can we say, well, if we turn this knob, how does that affect the safety downstream? How does it affect the regulatory environment? Let's understand that. So because as we all know, making changes early on upstream is a lot easier than making changes downstream. So I think that's the biggest challenge. It's a change in the way we think about developing technologies. It's a change in the way we tend to want to efficiently move forward in our core areas, like, for example. At the same time, there's tons of innovation, right? There's you have safety involved detection and suppression. Typically, you have to figure out what's going on if there's a problem, and then you have to do something about it, right? And with advent or these technology, IoT, Internet of Things, you have these distributed sensors. The detection has been becoming more and more advanced, where we can detect things, we understand, we have more data, we understand what's coming, how we can detect things before they happen based on whole distributed, whether it's AI-based software, algorithms. Those are really interesting things as we move forward, being able to have a smart infrastructure that can, in some sense, make decisions on edge computing decisions, right? They don't have to rely on some user sitting there saying, let me now do this, and let me now do this, right? So those are really interesting technologies, and of course, other technologies that are in terms of the communications to the emergency responders, to people who need to be on site. We are a connected world, and that's being connected in way more ways. You have fire service folks, nowadays they can pull up their phone on the way to a site, whether it's say it's a skyscraper, they can pull up, okay, well here's the floor plans, here's where we have to go, here's where things might change, here's where we need to do, so that when they get to the site, they're prepared. And I think that's really incredible, and without technology, that would never happen.
And how does this help us when, like using firefighters as an example, how does this help us towards this idea of net zero? How does safety help drive that?
Right, so firefighters, right, so when we think about technology challenges, right, with net zero, you have infrastructure changing, whether it's charge stations, EVs, energy storage. We're moving away from a fossil fuel based energy paradigm to batteries, green energy sources. And if you think about safety with fossil fuels, you have gasoline, and it moves around in specialized vehicles. It's dispensed in specialized dispensers. And the fire service has specialized ways of dealing with those potential hazards, right? If I showed you a video of gasoline burning, I don't think you would be very comfortable putting your kid on top of that gasoline tank in your car, right? But we are comfortable because at the end of the day, we know that, hey, if something bad happens, which is rare, I mean, you don't see cars catching on fire all the time, right? We know that we can write the word fire service, and the fire service says, hey, we know what to do, right? And so I think that's where it's important to understand, as we have an infrastructure set up and a methodology set up to keep the public safe. And without having that security, you get folks who are not wanting to adopt new technologies. As people, we tend not to want to change. We want to be comfortable with the way things are. Right? And adopting new technologies can be scary for some, right? And one of the easiest things for people to say, oh, I don't want to do that, is being afraid, and being afraid of some type of public safety. I mean, airline industry is a good example, right? I mean, a lot of people are afraid to fly. When I was growing up in the 90s, that was a big thing, and you hear, I remember being little hearing, oh, there was on the news, there's a plane accident, right?
Could I just say safety is at the core of our business?
And I'll say, I'm here to commend the airline industry, because they recognize early on safety is not competitive. Mm-hmm. One incident for one airline is an incident for the whole industry, and that's super important. So when you talk to people in the airline industry, they are collaborative on safety. They share safety data. They do all that stuff, which is actually very unique in all the industries I've looked at compared to some of the other industries out there where people are like, oh, we're doing our thing. We don't want to share with you. That's competitive advantage here. So I commend the airline industry. I think it's a good example of how safety can be recognizing how public interest and public response can affect your bottom line. They've banded together to protect the industry so that people, aren't afraid to fly, because we all know, right? Flying in a plane is safer than driving a car, right? And that's, the statistics show that. So I think it's really important to understand that existing infrastructure, new technology has to fit in that existing infrastructure, and public perception of safety is very key on that for adoption.
So Van, what are industries, let's not pick on the airline industry, let's look beyond the airline industry. What are industries doing to work towards this net zero by 2050 goal? What are you seeing out there?
Some pretty interesting things, especially companies coming out, startup companies that are actually fueling and seeding new innovations coming out of the university. We are working with a company called TexPower that is working on developing cathode materials for lithium-ion batteries. And here, what they're doing when you hear about cathodes with zero cobalt is they're addressing clean energy, but yet at the same time being very socially conscious. And so that mining for cobalt is a very human-intensively costly endeavor on a political scale as well as living wage scale. And so we're excited about TextPower that's based out of Houston. We are also developing a company called Celadine Technologies that's in hydrogen production. And they're actually already being supported by Shell Ventures as well as Breakthrough Energy. And there, you know, hydrogen is going to be super important as a gateway for clean energy. I mean, especially if I'm going to go back to aviation because we have Pam here. But, you know, one of the ways that the aviation industry is approaching a cleaner environment, you know, reducing greenhouse gases is essentially, you know, looking at clean fuels, as well as going to non-drop-in solutions, which is going to take a while to get that in place. But then, you know, that's where solutions like EV batteries and hydrogen are really important. And so developing them now so that they're accessible in the next 15, 20 years is super important. On the flip side, you know, we're talking about energy. We need to also look at how we're consuming our foods. We have a company that's coming out of the university called BioBQ. We are living in Texas, and so this company is focused on essentially making cell-based meats out of bovine cells, so cow cells. So we're not talking about plant-based at all. And so electrospinning meat so that you can then form it into whole steaks. And so in this way, they are reducing emissions because they're reducing the footprint of livestock. And so if you take a look at what the numbers are with regards to methane emissions from livestock globally, that's about 14% globally. And so having technologies like that coming out will really help with reducing emissions, yeah, especially methane, which is about 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide, yeah.
So being, you know, in an organization within a university, you probably see a lot of ideas and a lot of technology. Are the University of Texas and beyond, doing a good job of being able to spin out some of the research and some of the ideas around this so that it can become commercialized?
Yes, well, you know, of course, I have to say that, not really, but I really do believe in that. You know, over the last 10 years, we have a really rich portfolio of over 600 patents to essentially help commercialize technology and really enable it to go into practice. And that ranges, you know, from not just the clean tech that we're talking about today, but to technologies in cybersecurity, and technologies in medical devices, therapeutics, and as well as CPG goods too. And so in all those different technologies, there are elements in the supply chain that we need to address that can help make the world a bit greener in its role. You know, I talk about these technologies, but when we look at it, at the heart of it is how are we manufacturing all of these parts and goods and so on, and are we utilizing clean energy as fuels? Are we using solar? Are we using wind? And are we actually getting that to our manufacturing facilities in the most efficient ways to leverage it? Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So Pam, aviation is going to need to reimagine what it means to fly over the next 40 years if we're going to go to some of these cleaner tech things in order to meet the net zero goals. So can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned before about partners and new initiatives. Can you talk a little bit about what's underway to move forward to that, reimagining how it all works?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I also talked about how in many cases, you know, Delta's an airline, and we produce and sell experiences. But with the revolution that's going to need to occur to decarbonize the industry, you know, we really feel a responsibility and need to, you know, step out of our normal swim lane and do everything we can do to help advance technologies like sustainable aviation fuels. you know, which is a drop-in fuel solution that, you know, I actually come from a background of combustion, and you know, in internal combustion engines and vehicles, you want to make a small change. You go through a whole redevelopment process, validation, maybe your manufacturing system changes. The fact that sustainable aviation fuel can be used in the jet engines that are on board aircraft today, to me, is nothing short of a miracle. Wow. And yes, we blend it today. You can blend up to 50% with jet fuel. People are working on getting it to 100% SAF. So that's something available today, but we need to draw capital to actually get these plants, these refineries built to manufacture that. And so we're doing, you know, we're stepping out, joining coalitions, putting our commitments out there in terms of demand signals and trying to attract capital. We've signed a number of offtake agreements. DG Fuels and Gevo are two of our great partners there. We partner with, you know, that's industry. We partner with academia, and there's certainly fine institutions here in Texas. Just last week, we announced a partnership with MIT, where we're studying contrails. And nobody here is probably going to talk about contrails, and that's, you know, probably don't even want to know what contrails are, but they matter. They matter in terms of climate impact. And so doing work with MIT to try to advance that research, prove the science, so that hopefully we can make adjustments to the way we fly to eliminate something that is thought to have meaningful impact on the climate. And then just this week, we announced a partnership with Joby Aviation. So really wanting to offer either a first mile or last mile, you know, trip to the airport in an amazing experience that's quiet, above the traffic, and sustainable as it's battery, you know, battery electric powered. So that's just a few examples, and really the next phase of our work will get into what is that revolutionary technology in terms of airframes and propulsion.
Nice. So same question to both of you. Kevin, we'll start with you. What, in other industries, what are some of those innovations and partnerships that you're seeing that are really going to help us get to net zero?
Yeah, I think what's interesting is beyond the technology, it's the, again, we go back to infrastructure, it's the regulatory and policy environment. And so I think what's really interesting is you start I've been seeing folks, whether it's academia, whether it's startup companies like myself, whether it's larger companies coming together and trying to understand, at least from a consensus standpoint, what are best practices? How do we go about implementing new technologies in the best way, whether it's a safety standard from the National Fire Protection Association, whether it's you know, working with you know, government entities to help them understand cybersecurity issues. That collective spirit, I think, in some sense, is what makes things move forward. And you know, you know, we're in a safe space, so we work as a company. We have representatives on working with folks doing regulations, developing best practices, whether it's within the energy storage industry, the automotive industry, logistics industry, airline industry. We've participated in safety forums with airlines, trying to understand, you know, well, if you have batteries being carried on planes, how do you address those issues? Those are questions, you know, and so. The collaborative spirit, I think, is encouraging. I find one of the most enjoyable things in my role is to be able to work with other companies, work with other people, and share ideas so that we all move forward and move toward these net zero goals.
So it's interesting because on the panel I hosted a little earlier about tech-enabled activism, we came to the conclusion that community, collaboration, and conversations help solve all problems. And this is actually true as we move towards net zero as well. I mean, you're talking about who you're collaborating with, more conversations, more community. So for you, what are you seeing in some other industries where they're doing the right thing?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer this question in a little bit different way. So industries, you know, how do we create our industries so that they are more geared towards clean energy decarbonization? I think, you know, one thing that we need to keep in mind is how important the Inflation Reduction Act has been, how revolutionary it's going to be for the United States. It's really going to give the United States an opportunity to be a clean energy industrial powerhouse if we really play our cards right and take advantage of this. You know, some takeaways from the Inflation Reduction Act, that's going to really stimulate the economy and, help current clean tech industry is essentially incentivizing, boosting EV vehicles being sold to consumers, as well as increasing manufacturing parts and technology so that we can accelerate this faster, and also incentivizing alternative fuels, which is very important for the aviation industry. There's also improving transmission of wind and solar. Right now we don't have that kind of infrastructure in place, so that we can build resiliency in our grid, so that we can get this energy to our urban areas that will essentially make it more cost effective for us as consumers to live day to day, as well as running our factories. And so, I think these things, as well as there is another takeaway from the Inflation Reduction Act, is the fees that are going to be in place for methane. That's going to encourage some of our industries to think about innovative ways to handle that situation. And then my favorite is essentially coming out of that piece of legislation is the fact that we're going to bring more awareness and focus on essentially environmental, social justice, environmental programs, environmental justice program. I'm having a hard time getting that out. But that's going to also make it so that communities that are vulnerable communities, underserved communities, have affordable access to this. And so, really good situation there for developing technology as well as access for people. Yeah.
Nice. So before I ask you for your final thoughts on this, I want to see if anybody in the audience had any questions for our panel. Now is your chance. All right. All right. So, right there.
Yeah, I'll take that. I actually spent, before I arrived at Delta, I led innovation at General Motors for some time. And actually we're bringing innovation and sustainability together at Delta. And, I think, to be honest, I think the way that you handle more is if you have a model by which you can actually collaborate, I'll call it, within the fabric of the company. If you always leave the innovation as something off on the side or by itself, and very early stage that works best, but at the point where you want to try to start to work on the integration issues and the commercialization, it really needs to become part of the fabric. But that is a delicate balance, because what I find is you are not going to make the incumbent company behave like a startup, and you don't want the startup to behave like the incumbent company. So we've kind of come up with a model where, we put a thin layer in between so we get the best of both worlds. And so I think if you can do that, then, it's really the size of your organization that, that dictates how much can you absorb at one time.
Anything to add to that from either of you?
So innovation and industry. I think from an academic perspective, it's super important for industry to get involved with our researchers and our research early on. From the perspective of identifying challenges that they're having, so that our universities are actually working on them, our university researchers are working on the most prominent challenges. And then also, these partnerships fund research, and then also fund the talent that will be going into these companies. And so, I think, that interaction and partnerships are really important. And we see it all the time here at UT, and happy to find a partnership here with you.
Yeah, I'll add a little bit on the small startup side. That's kind of where my background is. when we engage larger companies for whether it's joint development or whatever partnerships or even just trying to understand market fit, I think one of the things that's the hardest is listening and trying to align, right? As a small business, I have a certain thing I want to say. This is what we need to do. This is what you need to do. But at the end of the day, it's about the market, it's about the customers, about the partnership, and aligning those interests results in a better path forward. And I think that's some of the hardest things to do. In my experience, some of the hardest things to do is to actually sit down and listen to a customer who I think, well, you're doing it wrong. You need my stuff, of course, right? But trying to put yourself in their shoes and trying to understand why are they making the decision? Why are they saying these things the way they're doing? And I think that's really critical in working, especially when you have small businesses and large businesses. They're run differently. They have different constraints around them. And understanding those, I think, really does help the collaboration.
Nice. So as we wrap this up, I would like each of you to just share with the audience, both in the room and at home who's watching virtually, what's the one thing about this movement to net zero that you wish that everybody understood? So Kevin, why don't we start with you?
Wow, that's a loaded question.
And really quick.
I think it's exciting. I mean, it's just we're at a moment in time that doesn't happen a lot where we can make a huge impact. It's pivotal. We're at an inflection point in our society. I think it's exciting. To me, it's exciting to be able to think about the things that we do can affect generations ahead of us.
Ben?
Yeah, that's a big question. I'm going to say that the thing that I'd like to leave you all to think about is like how big of a global situation that is. And it goes back to essentially looking at our building blocks in our industry, what we're doing socially, as well as, okay, how are we developing our economy? And so that boils down to what we do personally and who are the companies that we're interacting with and what are their social impact roles. Yeah.
Pam, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, thanks. So these are early days in climate change, many people passionate about it, but I look at sustainability as really an opportunity. And it's an opportunity that in the end will provide us with the business models of the future that will be efficient not only economically, but as well as for all the constituents that we care about, our planet, our people, our communities. And so sometimes that's hard to see in the early stages of such a frankly, a big problem and a need, but I'm optimistic that that's ultimately where this will land, no pun intended.
Nice, I see what you did there. Where it will land. That was very good. Well, it has been a pleasure to be up here with you. Thank you to Reuters. Thank you to everybody who's been here. Big round of applause for our panel. Thank you.
And that's a wrap for Reuters Momentum this year. Thank you all for joining us, whether that's virtually as part of the live stream or here in the room with us in Austin. I hope you found the sessions insightful and leave here inspired to go about making change in your own lives. I want to say a big thank you to the speakers. It just wouldn't be possible to run the show without them being so, I guess, open, honest, and putting in the time really to meet moderators beforehand, have those pre-panel calls, and join us here. So I want to say a big thank you to the speakers. I'd also like to say a big thank you to the AV team and the Reuters team, especially Olivia Brown, who put together, she's hiding at the back of the room, but she's the one who brought all these speakers together. And I know a lot of you have spoken to on the phone, so you will be able to view back a lot of the sessions. So keep an eye on the Reuters Momentum website, and we'll be letting you know on your email as well in the next week or so, and you'll be able to freely watch back all the sessions, nicely organised for you. And there's plenty more to come, webinars, so yeah, webinars and more events. So keep an eye on your inbox, and I hope to see you all soon, and have a safe travels home. Thank you.